is independent of replacement, right? That's something that gets said a lot around here. So we can falsify the globe model, and it doesn't necessitate that we replace it with anything. We're just simply saying, look, the surface isn't doing what it needs to be doing if it's a globe, like they've told us. And where you go from there, yeah, join the club. We're all trying to figure it out.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I don't think it's falsified, but okay, that was clear.
This one picture alone falsifies it, dude. If you don't understand the difference between astronomical refraction and terrestrial refraction, do you think the same conditions cause those two images to, in different mediums, to be able to just make the illusion that the Earth is flat?
That might be a
I don't
little
know.
bit over his head. He's probably pretty new to it. But I mean, you could understand this, right? You say, I don't think it's falsified. Yeah, fair enough, because you've not really looked into it. But if the curvature is falsified, like we're telling you, because the long distance observations, laser tests, everything else show this, then consequently, yeah, the globe, which necessitates the curved surface, is debunked wholly, along with all
I
the
mean,
heliocentrism.
it depends on how many like kind of ad hoc maybe principles you want to
No.
introduce.
There's no depending. Does a sphere require curvature of the surface? Yes, it does. Does the Earth display this claimed curvature of the surface? No, it doesn't. There's
Sure,
nothing
but
else you need to insert in there.
no, but what I'm trying to say is like there can be other, obviously, sort of like physical principles, and then in terms of how you observe the Earth, are going to be influenced and confounded by other, like we were just talking about, different atmospheric conditions or different physical phenomena that we might not have accounted for previously, which could, I mean, it depends on, I mean, you can take this way too far, but you have to look into what kind of things could cause it to look flat, or cause it to seemingly violate curvature, the curve model.
Well, we've been discussing this for years, bro. So let me just spoil it for you. There is no saving the globe. What they'll say is refraction, meaning whenever we see beyond the geometric limit of the globe, which they agree we do, the globe side agree that we see much further than we should. They say it's all a mirage based on the light bending around the curve of the ball. So the curve that they were trying to prove, they just assume. And then they say that the light bends over it, making everything optically just look perfectly flat, even though it's a curved surface, and that observation, the surface is supposed to be hidden like a curve of a basketball away from us.
But,
so yeah,
those aren't inconsistent. You can say that's not parsimonious in terms of the theory, but those aren't inconsistent. Like you can have,
well,
of course,
it's not about consistency.
You can
it's
have
about
very
is there any
strange
evidence for them? It's about, is there any evidence for the claim?
Yeah, and I wouldn't try and argue it with this observation that I just put together here, because now you're going to have to comport terrestrial refraction and astronomical refraction to be, you're going to have to work out those numbers to make them work out the same.
Yeah, I don't know about like extra, I don't know, refraction or whatever. I'm going to have to look more into those things. But in terms of like whether or not mirages and a globular or like circular Earth could be consistent, or spherical, I should say.
Well, that's not really the argument. We don't dispute that mirages exist. That's not what's in contention. It's a very specific claim.
They do exist, what?
So the issue isn't the inconsistency between, like, you're not saying there isn't really an inconsistency between like the optical sort of phenomena of it being flat. The issue you have is like it's less parsimonious.
There is an inconsistency. There's a contradiction directly, actually, because it's about geometry. The claimed geometry of the surface is supposed to be displaying certain properties. It is. No, it is about the direct geometry. And where we are seeing geometry, the globe model tells us there should be none.
But hold on, it's not at all. It's about what we measure in terms of like the optics, right? It's actually nothing to do.
No. It's about the observation of the surface, which is claimed to be curving, thus creating obstruction at a certain distance due to the curve. That's exactly what it's about.
Yeah, no, okay, I'm being a bit pedantic, but it's not about geometry in like in a precise sense. It's about what kind of optical...
It's about geometry in a fairly precise sense. The spherical geometry of the globe. Yeah?
Sorry?
The spherical geometry of the globe. You can Google distance to horizon calculator or curvature calculator. You can go online and you can plug in your numbers for your observer height. and it will tell you based on the radius of a ball of 3959 miles, which is what they say the globe is, how far you should be able to see and how much
I,
distant objects are going to be obstructed
I
by this curvature.
I appreciate that, but what I'm trying to say is like there are other mechanics involved beyond simple geometry. Like obviously a machine is, you know, just geometry, it's like just topology or whatever, right? And different moving parts. But obviously there's friction involved and there's different physical factors
Yeah, we're looking
and
through
the
gas,
optics
we're looking
behind
through
it.
the air.
What you're actually
Yes.
saying is, but and what I think is like the fact is we accept that mirages exist, right? And so that does account
Right.
for any
Which are
kind
in
of
relation to the
seemingly.
horizon.
Sorry.
The mirages, yeah, they're in relation to the horizon. They're not claimed to be moving a geometric horizon.
I don't know what you mean by that.
So a miraged windmill would be the windmill is being miraged in relation to the horizon, which is on the globe model this geometric point of a curve. Mirages were it's not the claim that they are extending the geometric curvature of the Earth optically. That's not what a mirage is or claimed to be. You can look these up.
Yeah, this is a
Sure.
good example if you look at Crit's like Discord banner, there's like a boat and it's like 10 miles away and this dude zooms in on it and then zooms out and then you can see it's like doesn't go over horizon or something.
Yeah, because this is the claim, right? Boats go over the curve.
Yeah, they
That's
definitely don't do
physical.
that. They definitely don't
That's
do that.
physical. Well, right, exactly. But that's the physical claim. That's like what we're taught in school. Hey, you know, you live on a spinning ball, even though it sounds retarded, because the boats are going over the physical curve. But now we've shown, well, that horizon isn't the physical curve because it's in the wrong place if that were true. And they say, oh, well, it's just all a mirage. Life's a mirage. Earth's a globe.
See, that's a problem because they told you Christopher Colombo was out there and he was watching boats and he was timing them and he knew how fast they were going. And he measured every day, day in, day out, painstakingly collected all this, observational details, proving the curve of the earth was blocking the ships. And then he ran the numbers and said, you can sail west and end up in India. See, this is what happens if you try to
Would you
use.
say? Would you say in principle it's possible, right, that there could be some physical phenomena that accounts for I'm just out of curiosity that accounts for these kinds of like optical,
So listen,
I guess,
if I
phenomena
could, if
that is
kind of get what you're
consistent
asking, I would.
that is
If
consistent
you
with the
ask
globe
me,
model?
right, we're not
Mhm.
denying that refraction exists, right? We talk about things like Snell's law when light is passing from one medium into another and it causes a redirection of the ray. We're not disputing that, and we're not disputing that looking through long distance of air, which is gas at varying temperatures and pressures, can cause distortion. So if we're testing the distance of the horizon and the globe model tells us, right, this horizon should be, for example, 3 miles for a 6-foot observer. If we were going out and looking, testing all the time, and we were seeing around about 3 miles all the time, maybe even in excess by a percentage, a small percentage, right? If it was 3.1, 2, 3, whatever it is, right? That would still be reasonable evidence to say, look, this is pretty much in conformity with what the globe model is saying, give or take a small variance for refraction through the air. But what we're talking about is like orders of magnitude off, right? So where they say the horizon should be at 1.2 miles in front of these oil rigs, we're seeing it way beyond 10 miles, like 10 times further than it's supposed to be. So yeah, of course, we would apply common sense and repeatability to them. And if they were more or less consistent, even if it was a variance in excess of what the physicality is supposed to be, that can be discussed and debated and would lend credence to the claim. But when it's orders of magnitude beyond it, and we're changing what a radius of 3959 miles based on what they're claiming to our observation, which would make the radius around 250,000 miles. So the distance they claim the moon is, then there's a massive problem and the entire model is broken. Do you understand? It's about degrees.
Yeah, I
We're not
understand.
just looking
I
at
guess to me
small,
it's just a question of
throwing it all out.
I guess it's just a question of like how many confounding factors do you think it's permissible to introduce to retain that model? Like
Well,
I don't know
any
much about how the
can-
atmosphere works. I don't know how much about optics works.
yeah,
To be honest, I
I
almost
would
know
say
nothing
any
about it.
that you can
So for me,
fairly
it'd be
would
at least
affect it.
yeah.
I'd say any factors that you can reasonably and with some evidence justify that these factors are going to play a role, yeah, we look at them. And we've been doing this for so long, we've looked at pretty much all of them. I doubt there's anything new that you could imagine that we haven't thought of. But it's not enough to say, well, there could be other variables. I don't know what they are, but I assume there's something and the Earth's a globe. Now, we've spoken about it all: pressure, the temperature, the time, the conditions, the refraction. We've gone through it all. None of it brings you back to a globe. No amount of math brings you back to a globe in terms of what can actually be evidenced in reality. I mean, you can make up stuff about, well, light can bend in this kind of way, which is never observed or demonstrated on Earth, and claim that's what's happening, but it wouldn't be based on evidence. So yeah, I mean, you're at the stage where you just need to do more research and look into the long distance observations. So if you're not already, I would recommend you join 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and check out the long distance observations and laser test channels under the additional information section. And you can find that just by going discord.gg/flatearth. And there's terabytes of stuff that you can look at and understand what principles are being tested. And then you can go and apply that to wherever you live and test it for yourself. Because don't believe what we're telling you. This is just, we're giving you information for you to follow up if you so decide, right?
One thing you could think about too is that if you have conditions that are unfavorable for an observation, like weather patterns, rain, fog, refraction, does that allow you to see further or or closer? Like, does it limit your field of view or increase your field of view? Like, the more turbulent the air, does that
But I
increase?
guess the way I see it is there's probably like there's probably a mean distance you would usually see due to the average level of like weather or disruption or whatever, and then there's the above average view you can have that you're able to see further, and then there's the below average, and so probably our mean sort of like distance we can see at is somewhere in between those 2 points. I don't think you'd be like I don't look at it in terms of like there's
Have you ever looked
there's
at your weather
normal
app on,
range which is like really far, and then there's like disturbed range. I'd see more of like on average we kind of see a particular distance in the middle
a
of
weather
like
app on your phone?
sorry,
Have you got a weather app on your phone?
a
You
weather
notice
app.
that yes, you notice that when we get told the weather after the news, or you look on your weather app on your phone, it will give you a
Sorry,
visibility for the day.
yeah, app, yeah, sorry, application.
Yeah, so we get told the visibility every day, don't we?
Yeah.
How far we should be able to see because of the atmospheric conditions, right?
Yeah.
Cool. You'll notice that if we were to be living on a curved surface, that would always be our limitation to view. For a 6-foot observer, horizon 3 miles away, we should never be able to see beyond that point, right?
I'm gonna try. I'm completely new to everything, so yeah, I'm gonna guess. Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. So if we live on a curved surface, a ball, looking across that curved surface, we would not be able to see beyond where that surface starts curving down and away, right? That would always be our limitation to the view. We wouldn't get told every single day what our visibility is due to the atmosphere. Sometimes we get told we can see 15 miles for a 6-foot observer standing at the sea. 15
That's the
miles.
air visibility, not the fucking ground visibility.
The air visibility, yeah. How far
That's
I
the
can
air
see.
visibility.
Yes, to see how far I can see
Yeah.
through the atmosphere. Exactly what we're
Yeah,
talking
that has
about.
nothing to do with the ground. That's a bullshit claim.
Yeah, hold on.
not-
Time out, kiddo.
Not atmosphere. It's flat, right?
If the ground
Yeah.
was obstructing your view, you couldn't see through it. And the ground is supposed to be obstructing your view at 1.225 times the square root of your height.
Oh, so the ground goes so high up in the air that you can't see through the air anymore?
He's a dickhead. When did this
On a
man jump in?
Literally, I'm a fucking pilot. Visibility is your air visibility. The amount
Good.
that you can see
That's
through the
what
air
I'm
before
talking about.
the light is
That's what I'm
blocked
talking
out.
about. That's
And
what
we
I'm
can see
talking
too
about.
far for it to be a globe, my pilot friend.
Yeah. That's
Yeah,
what I'm talking about.
Hey,
If
was
we were
that
to live
AI?
on a,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Let me talk. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So yeah, the Earth is flat. Like, how does this change our reality? Like, what do we do forward? How do we change the world after?
You don't.
Live your life.
You don't just
Yeah,
live your life.
see,
Why can't
that's
you
the
just live your
best.
life knowing that
AI,
the Earth is
listen,
round?
listen. You asked a question. Now listen to the answer. Okay, the globe was the one that offered change, a giant leap forward for all mankind. A small step for a man, a huge leap forward for humanity. But nothing changed. It was basically a face plant. It was like one of those videos where you see someone just randomly trip and just fall on their face. There was no space age. There was no age of Renaissance. There was no coming together of humanity. No one gave a shit. They wanted to know what time the honeymooners were on. People didn't even watch or didn't even care at the time. And even less people care now. That's why you're able to explain now what happened to the space age. Why was the space age suddenly uprooted and the information age replaced it that's marked by disinformation? Because the Earth is flat. If it was a
True.
globe,
Oh.
if it was a globe, you would have seen a base on the moon. You would have seen people like they had all these movies, all these Messfield symposiums. 2001, The Space Odyssey. That was 20. With their prediction of what Earth, what science and humanity would be like. That was 23. They think 23 years ago you would be going to Jupiter for vacation and doing scientific experiments on Jupiter. You can't even go to low orbit anymore, or barely can get to low orbit. They fucked that up.
True. So climate change is all bullshit. Like global warming. I mean, it's not a globe, right? It's like flat Earth. So like, what is it? Like, it's all
Well, that's
bullshit.
the thing that got me looking at it, because I was like kind of on the fence. I'm like, hey, flat Earth, what's that about? Like it's some kind of an internet joke and stuff. Didn't really pay it much mind. And then Obama came out and said he's got no time. You've got no time right now, today. You have to start acting today, or the climate will be damaged so bad that it will be unrepairable. And he said, I've got time to speak to anybody. I'll speak to like oil barons. I'll speak to all these people who won't listen to him from a starting point. Because none of these people will ever even listen to him. But he's got time to talk to him. But he said, I've got one group of people I don't have time for. And you're like, holy shit, who's this going to be, right? If he's going to go talk to oil barons about climate change, who won't he talk to? He said flat earthers. I'm like, holy shit, wait. So the people who actually think they live in a greenhouse, because that was my understanding at the time, who are worried about greenhouse gases, who are generally green, they live kind of simpler lives. I kind of, in my mind, I viewed them as sort of like Amish people, but like say, 1980s, 1970s, technology level. They're the ones you won't talk to. The ones who are already doing the stuff you want other people to do, and you won't talk to them. Not only will you won't talk to them, you've got literally not one red second to even spend acknowledging that they're doing the right stuff. And then I started piecing together, like, why? Like, why is he on flat earthers? Because they call out NASA. And that's when ClimateGate happened. Then ClimateGate happened, and they hacked.
My god, ClimateGate.
Yeah, they hacked NASA's emails, and they showed that they fudged the data, proving that flat earthers were right. NASA's been lying to you this whole time. But still, if you are worried about climate change, then start following a more simple lifestyle. You'll reduce your carbon footprint. But you won't, because you really don't care about climate change either. That's the best part. See, the proponents of climate change, people who argue against it, can use people who perpetuate it to say, look how hypocritical you are. You don't really care about reducing your climate footprint. Why the fuck would I?
I don't believe in global warming.
Yeah, but see how it's not a flat earth topic? And if you make it a flat earth topic, now suddenly you have to explain why you won't talk to flat earthers who are generally kind of green and have a low carbon footprint.
Well, I mean, actually, I believe in it, but I feel like the government in certain places take advantage of it and like increase your taxes because that's gonna somehow help help the climate if you increase taxes and then.
Yeah, we're getting a little side. That's for AI,
Yeah.
basically. I think he's trying to make a joke about how being a climate denialist makes you a flat earther, when it's quite the opposite. The people in the globe model are the ones who are a climate denialist. Not flat earthers. Flat earthers think they live kind of like, like if you got this idea, like a greenhouse. They actually think they live in a closed system.
Yeah, man, there's no plan B. Earth is where we live. We're not going to live on some planet like Mars.
Who's the guy who's talking about he's a pilot? Like, I'm a pilot, you dumb idiot. I would say I know you're not a pilot because you wouldn't ask me about piloting. You would know about piloting. That's generally how I'm able to how easy it is to like bust an expert. As soon as
Actually,
they
I never asked you any fucking questions. All I did was butt in and said that visibility doesn't mean ground visibility; it's air visibility.
Okay,
Yeah, we
well
know.
that's better.
That's
Sorry.
all I said. And so
No.
you're putting words in my mouth now.
No,
No.
I misheard
Yeah,
you.
you
I
just
thought
literally put words in my
Okay.
mouth.
dude.
Okay.
Okay, if you're a
Okay.
victim,
Your pill,
I just
dude.
Hold
I
on,
just
hold on, hold
invite
on,
you
hold on.
to
Let's
leave.
let Jedi respond to his point because Jedi
Okay.
was the one saying it originally.
We were always talking about atmospheric visibility. The thing is, though, if we're on a curved surface, with distance over that curved surface would cause obstruction. That's the point, isn't it? We always get told the atmospheric visibility, but if we're on a curved surface, it would interrupt our vision for a 6-foot observer at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, so 3 miles away. That's the point. If you don't understand that, I'll say it again, slower and clearer for you.
Right, but are those two things the only two factors that would influence like how far you can see into the horizon? Are those literally that's the sum total of all variables that could physically,
Are you the
like,
pilot
it's possible to actually influence how far you can see?
Are you the pilot that was talking?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. Jeez.
Well, I'll give that guy 10 seconds to reply, then we'll answer your question. So we're specifically addressing.
I'll agree. The ground is a stop for your
Cool.
visibility, and the air, the distance you can see through the air. Yeah, but so I might have misunderstood what you were saying. But yeah,
Cool.
the visibility
I'll
that you
accept
see
your
like on
apology.
your weather app has nothing to do with the ground, is what I was saying.
Yeah, of course it doesn't, because the ground visibility is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, making a geometric horizon 3 miles away for a 6-foot observer standing at the sea. I'll accept your apology.
Whatever your beliefs are, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll accept your apology. All right.
I mean, apart from the terrain, right? I mean, if it was just like...
Yeah, we can't see through mountain sunshine yet.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying if it was like a valley.
My goodness me. The conversation always starts with my tiny little toes in the ocean because I'm standing at the sea. The horizon. Now, on some days, the horizon appears further away from us than it does on other days. This is because of the atmospheric conditions that we look through. But the horizon Earth curvature is static. It should be, because it's 1.2 times the square root of that observer's height in feet, because the radius of the Earth never changes. But when we get told on a weather app we can see for 15 miles, that's a problem when you think you're on a ball where your obstruction starts after 3 miles away.
So there's problems with both models.
No, we're not claiming a model. We're just saying test how far you can see and compare it to the globe numbers.
Yeah. Because
Wait, sorry to interrupt. Are you saying that what was it called? The visible, what was it? What did you call it? The air visibility or whatever? What did you say?
Yeah, air visibility or whatever.
But is that not just like you're saying that there's an issue because they say 15 miles how far you can see?
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, like,
but what?
Would you need to be looking directly at the horizon, or could you not be just...
We're always going to be looking at the horizon. Like I said, the example is with my tiny toes in the fucking sea, because I'm at the beach, so I can measure my altitude above mean sea level. 6 foot above the surface of the Earth, physical geometric horizon, 2.9 miles away. Look at weather app on my phone, visibility for the day, 15 miles. So it's not the curve of the Earth that's obstructing my view, then, is it?
No, I understand that. I don't think I don't think that the visibility is describing how far you can see into the horizon. Like if you're staring up at the sky, for instance, I think it's more like how far would you be
It's
able
a
to
bit
see before?
disingenuous. It's a bit disingenuous to claim that number is supposed to represent something removed from the surface of the Earth, because the fact is that app is primarily used by people on the Earth, basically exclusively, and they will be judging how far they can see. So when
No,
someone reads that 15 miles, what they expect to see when they go to the beach is they can see a boat go for 15 miles, because that's what the max visibility is. It's not, this is how far you can stare into space today.
if I had to guess, it's probably some kind of like measure of occlusion that's caused by, like precipitation or a different kind of,
Yes,
I don't know,
yes,
optical
exactly,
occlusion,
exactly,
basically.
exactly. But not the curvature of the Earth.
No,
That's not what limits our vision. That's the point.
no, but I mean, going from the metric to that, it doesn't make sense to me. Like,
No,
I
it
don't know
doesn't
why you're
matter. It
connecting
doesn't
the two
matter.
things.
Don't worry about focusing on that. We're talking about long distance observations, how far we can see the surface and across the surface.
No,
That's
but
what you
the
need to be
guy was just
focusing on. It doesn't
talking
matter. It doesn't
about.
matter. It doesn't matter how you interpret that, because as I've said, it's a bit disingenuous to pretend that you think that means how far I can stare into the sky.
No. I'm pretty
Because you
sure
don't
what it
really
is.
think that either.
If I really had to guess, and I'll be honest, I haven't looked it up. It's probably something to do with like the composition of the air and how much it occludes light
Yes,
passing
we
through it.
just went over this. Yeah, we just went over this. Yes, correct. It's a measure of how far you can see on the surface of Earth generally, given the atmo conditions of the day. So the point is, that limit is supposed to be dictated, how far we can see across the surface of the Earth, by a curvature of the surface of the Earth, based on it being a ball of a certain size. That's what we're told. That's the claim that's being tested, and it's found to be false. This is worthy of discussion. That's what we're saying, and that's what we're here to discuss.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, I guess I just don't. I don't find that the fact
No,
of
that's
the
fine. But
sort of
you
like
just said
visibility.
if you
Yeah.
had to guess, so it means you don't actually know what it's actually based on. So you saying I don't find that compelling. Well, go and look into it and find what it actually is, so you don't have to guess, and then you can tell us, see, this
Oh,
is why you're wrong.
have you?
Well, I mean, I've looked at the reasons for limits as to why we see. Like you said, occlusion is one
I'm
of
talking about the
them.
metric specifically here. The other guy was talking about, the British guy. I'm curious about because he's claiming that the
Well, I've not looked
visibility.
up a definition for it. Feel free, look up a definition for it. Tell us what it says.
Well, I'm not the one making the argument here.
Yeah, you're trying to refute it based on it not being what you say he claims it is. So, what's your
Yeah,
definition
so
to the
I know I'm just
contrary?
curious about what does he claim it is. I'm curious about what is he saying the metric is based on, or like for the purpose of. He's saying that
Unlike Jedi's
in
life
common usage
example.
we'd use a weather app based on like me going to the beach the next day, right? But I'm just curious, like has he checked like if that's what the metric is based on, like if I was
Do you
putting
want
my
to just
toe. Yeah?
read what it says? What visibility is? Tells you how far away you can clearly see objects like buildings and hills. It's a measure of the transparency of air. Does not take into account the amount of sunlight or the presence of
The
obstructions.
transparency
Visibility.
of air. Well, there you go. You have it. It's the transparency of air. Some kind
Well,
of
Yeah,
like.
but in that definition, it said how far you can see distant objects such as buildings and hills, which would be the surface of the Earth, which was exactly what he was talking about. So there you go.
Yeah, but
Clarified.
hold on. It's not taking into account sunlight, right?
Oh my God.
Regardless, that was
So
what I
obviously,
just said. Underlined it. Does
it's
it say?
clearly
Does it
some
say?
kind of non.
Does it
It,
mention? Does it mention observing objects in the distance, such as hills and buildings?
yeah,
So then, the surface of the Earth. Yeah.
yeah. Well, it's not accounting for
Well, there you
objects.
go then. There you
But
go
hold on, it's
then,
not
because that
accounting.
was
It's
your
not accounting
dispute.
for objects. Hold on, that's like saying if I put my. It's not accounting for like me putting my hand in front of your eyes. Like yeah, obviously,
No,
like
that's
if there's a
nonsense.
maximum distance that.
Your contention was that it was not referring to seeing things on the surface of the Earth, where it's just
No,
said here in the definition that's what it is doing.
they might. in terms of like how practical, like how it can be used practically, because obviously it's on a weather app, but the
Yeah.
actual metric itself is measuring the visibility of air. Like how
shit.
opaque is the air? That's pure.
No
Not
shit.
even taking into
It's
account
just said,
sunlight, which obviously
just said,
sunlight, we all
just said
agree.
it's testing the distance for how far you should see objects such as buildings and hills.
Wait, hold on.
I'm not
I think you might have missed
right.
the part of the. Read out the definition again, please.
Lighthouses. You read it out. What the fuck?
I don't have it in front of me. I'm pretty sure it mentioned the I'm pretty sure it mentioned the
Yeah, how far you
visibility
can see
of
these
air.
distant objects through the air. Correct. Which is what you were kind of disputing with Jedi, saying, I don't think it's talking about the surface, it's just talking about the air in the abstract,
Well,
not
no,
in relation to the surface.
it is, but the air in the abstract can also be used in conjunction, like with other factors.
Right.
For
So this
example,
was
the
Jedi's point. So
sunlight,
this was Jedi's point.
or like obviously,
So this was Jedi's point. How far we can see distant objects. They're telling us a certain distance, which
it's
when we
saying
factor
if
in the
you were
curvature
on
of
a
the Earth,
flat, it's
would be
saying
different.
if you were on a flat surface, you would
No,
be
it
able to
doesn't say
see
that.
up to 15 miles given the air
Excuse me.
visibility,
Excuse me.
right?
Excuse me.
It
When does
doesn't
it say
say
on a
if
weather
you're on a
app
flat
if
surface.
you're on a flat surface?
Sorry.
When does it say that? When does it say that on the BBC or ITV News before they give you the visibility that on a flat we're just going to assume a flat surface? What are you talking about?
The metric, the guy, I don't know who read it out. I don't, I can't remember who it was. Just said that it's about the visibility of air, which I'm assuming has to do with like the amount of like I don't know exactly how it would work, but I'm assuming it has something to do with like how humid it is and whatever. And like
Yeah, it's the amount
precipitation.
of particulates in the air, right?
Yeah,
Whether it
and
be
so
moisture, rain, dust,
right, so
pollution.
that's gonna have just like that's gonna be one little component of a multivariate sort of like factors that would go into
Whatever.
how far you can actually see. One of them is
So, but
obstructions. You're right.
before a flight, you'll listen to something called the ATIS. It's just automatic weather. They'll say visibility 10, right? When I hear that number, automatically in my head, I'm kind of visualizing. You know, if I'm in a plane at 5,000 feet, I can see an airport about 10 miles, 9 miles away. That's about my distance that I'll be able to see the ground from.
All right, there you go. So it's not like it doesn't have to be like looking up at the sky. There's practical applications of it as well in terms of like
Yeah, no shit.
That's literally the only practical application that I can think of for ever needing visibility.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
I don't think
the
this
atmosphere. So
conversation's
the
super
good.
substantial.
That's brilliant. So the atmosphere will cause us to see or not see distances, not Earth curvature. Then good. That's fine. As long as we all understand
well,
that it's not
hold,
the Earth
hold
that's
on,
stopping you see
hold on.
further.
But I don't understand what the point is you just made. Like visibility is one of the factors that influences how far you can see. Yeah, so is sunlight, as it mentions in the definition. So is like if someone's obstructing your vision, or if even the curvature of the Earth, which would obstruct it before if
Okay,
those.
so this is the point, my friend. When we get
Yeah.
told that our limit of visibility for one day is, let's use the gentleman's answer just a minute ago, 10, so 10 miles, right? When I'm standing on the beach and I'm 6 foot, and according to 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, my altitude above a ball with a radius, to tell me the limitation of my view, that being the curve of the Earth, that limitation of view is 3 miles away. But I can see 10 miles. What's the problem here? Earth
Are
tells
you
me.
hold on, are you arguing that you can see 10 miles separately of the fact that visibility is 10 miles, or are you using the visibility being like 10 out of 10 and the fact that you can see 10 miles, is that your argument, or are you saying that like what exactly are you saying?
The limitation to our view is the atmospheric conditions, not the curvature of the Earth.
All right, I mean you can say that. That's all right.
Okay, no, that's fine, because as I keep trying to point out, the atmospheric limitation is much further than the curve of the Earth. If the curve of the Earth was the thing that would be obstructing it, for a 6 foot observer, my visibility would be 3 miles all the time.
Okay, you're saying that like it's impossible. You're saying it's we don't see. You're saying based on the calculations, we don't see 3 miles. Therefore, the fact that we see 10 miles on good days where there is a good quality of vision, therefore, that's the Earth is not a globe.
Flat Earth 101. We see too far. This is literally step one.
Okay, and so the weather app thing is not like that's nothing to do. It's nothing to do.
What?
You're saying that there have been experiments.
That is talking about visibility has got nothing to do with what were you just about to say?
I was going to say that what you're saying, we've done experiments. We've seen that like you can see clearly beyond 3 miles, which is how much you predict you're able to see. Therefore, like clearly it's not a globe.
Yes, observably the water is not.
Easy.
Okay.
Try to process it. It's easy.
Yeah, I thought you were arguing based on visibility or something, that it would be strange to have visibility being up to 10 miles when clearly we can, or allegedly we can only see up to 3. I thought your argument was based on the fact that why would we need like 10-mile visibility metric when allegedly all we can see is 3. I thought that's the argument we were making. Not that there is separate experimental evidence of us being able to see beyond.
We see farther than we should.
The Earth is round. The Earth is round.
Yeah, that's how I originally understood it too. That's why I started fucking yelling. I was like, no, that's fucking bullshit. But it's yeah.
We see
Yeah.
too far. We see really too far.
But I think
Yeah.
everybody in here agrees, like, the Earth is, like, round, right? Maybe not, like, completely round.
Yeah, the
like,
Earth is round. No,
Yeah,
it's fully round.
Yeah, definitely. The Earth is most definitely
It's like
round
an egg
a
shape.
pizza.
It's like an egg shape.
Like a pizza.
Does anyone want to change the topic from
like
this
more
at-
like a soccer ball or like pool ball or something like that, right?
It's more like a. It's more like a wrap. It's more like a wrap.
Coin or a pizza or a table.
No, not like that. No.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
you
if
said
it's going
round.
to be
Not
an
like
egg or a
a
ball, guys,
ball of
if it's
a
going to be
snowball or
okay. Well, if it's going to be
an
a
apple.
ball AT, then we'll need your measurement
It
of curvature.
sounds
So
like
who measured
food.
that?
So wait, is that like the only thing you take at like
No,
food?
no. You claim a
Yes.
curved surface. So who measured that curved surface?
Right. And I'm asking you, right? In response to that,
Okay.
is the only thing you
Could you not
take
just
as an argument
provide
for
us
a
with the
curved
measurement?
globe?
Well,
Is that like
if you
I'm
don't
asking
have
you?
a curved
Can't you hear?
surface, listen, a curved surface, the ball that you claim, step one of that claim is a curved surface. So if you can't even show us that there's a curved surface, then no, why would we entertain your wild fantasies about living on a football? Right, so try again. The curved surface, who measured that?
Oh wait, you had to
Stop
mute me to
yapping.
get that out. That's crazy.
So the curved surface, who measured that?
So I asked you a question. Did you?
Okay, he doesn't know. So there was another glober in here, definitely round, Earth rond, hyper. Who measured that rondness?
Me.
Who?
Show us.
I did. I measured it.
Oh, okay. How did you measure it?
I measured it using my penis as a.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. I got
Another
a real
spiral.
question. I got a real question.
Who said that?
That was hyper.
Lucky
Okay.
hyper.
Can I ask a real question?
Yeah, sure. What's your real question?
Okay, thank you. So, when everybody in the world sees the moon, right, they see the exact same face every time. It might be like rotated clockwise or counterclockwise, but when all of us look at the moon, it's the exact same face every time. You would agree with that, right?
What?
I don't know how it could be any clearer.
I didn't catch the last bit of what you said, so maybe you could repeat.
Sorry. I said, everyone in the world, everyone in this call, when they look at the moon, they see the exact same face of the moon every time. You'll never see you'll never see behind the moon. You always see the exact same face of the moon. It might be like counterclockwise or rotated, but you'll always see the exact same face of the moon. You agree, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you agree?
Yes.
Though that would be impossible if the moon is doing a clockwise or counterclockwise rotation above the Earth. That'd be impossible for people because people would see different sides of the moon if it's above us, rather than the globe model. Wouldn't you say?
What is the reason within the globe model? for us not seeing the other side of the moon? Do you know?
Because the moon goes around us. It doesn't
Yeah,
go
it's
above
tidally
us.
locked, but why don't we ever see any more than 50% of the moon? Why is that in the globe Earth model? Do you know? Or do you just want me to tell you?
Oh, yeah, you can tell me.
It's distance. That moon's so far away that our perspective view of two different observations doesn't show us any difference in what we see. The moon's so far away, right? So if you want to ask the same question to us as why don't we see any other side of the moon, that's because of its distance from the surface of the Earth,
So
obviously.
you think it's 230,000 miles, right?
No, it doesn't have to be 230,000 miles because that would be based on a radius which is quarter the size of the Earth's. You just need
Okay.
difference in size, right? Difference in angular size.
Okay.
AT wants to ask me a question. How do you know it's so far away, Jedi? Have you measured the distance to the moon yourself? No. I haven't measured the distance to the moon. I just don't see the backside of the moon. So when I look at the heliocentric excuse for it's the distance, then you can just say, well, it's the distance then. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. So, what about like, okay, I'm gonna have to use like globe-tar terms here, so just bear with me. So there's amateur documents and there's scientific documents of when you put a camera at the northern or southern hemisphere, you see the stars rotate around the North Star in a clockwise. I think if you're in the northern hemisphere, it's a clockwise rotation around the North Star, but when you're in the southern hemisphere, the stars are moving counterclockwise. And in the equator, they're kind of just going. In the equator, actually, I'm not really sure, but I know they're not circling; they're just kind of moving. Though, how could you account for people seeing two different star rotations at the same time?
Sorry, which direction do the stars go? Do they all move across the sky from east to west?
Uh, I think of counter in the northern hemisphere. It's counterclockwise
Do
around
the
the North Star.
stars move across the sky from east to west?
Uh, I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay, so being as you don't know, maybe you're not the right person to even be having this fucking conversation with.
Okay, sure, you can
The
straw man,
stars,
but you just
sun,
getting mad because my
the
question is
stars, sun, and
debunkable.
moon move across the sky from east to west. According to the heliocentric model, this is observed because of the rotation of the Earth's on its axis from west to east. So when you say in the northern hemisphere, when I face north, the stars appear to go counterclockwise. But when I turn around, the stars go clockwise. Okay, that's your orientation because
That's not
you've
what I
turned.
said.
Sorry,
I
do
said
you?
if one person stands in the northern hemisphere, the stars will appear to be moving counterclockwise, but if they're in the southern
Facing,
hemisphere,
facing which direction?
facing up, looking up.
Right, dude. So to see the North Star, you're going to be facing north. To see the southern rotation, you're going to be facing south. When you look north and when you look south, you observe the stars going counterclockwise or clockwise. But the stars themselves haven't changed their direction in the movement across the Earth because they're all going from east to west. It's your
All right.
orientation, dude. It's as simple as saying you turned around.
you can have a similar example if you are, let's say you're inside a vehicle, right? You're driving the vehicle, holding the steering wheel, and you have a wheel to your left and a wheel to your to your right. When you look at the wheel to your left, you're going towards whatever direction you're going, right? You look to the wheel to the left and you see the wheel going clockwise. Then you turn your face, your eyes, your vision towards the right, and you see the other wheel going counterclockwise. But they're both going towards the same direction. You see that?
Mhm.
Do you see it?
Yeah, I could see that.
Exactly. Now you got it.
So I think flat earthers can agree, though, that there is an axis to the rotation of the stars, at least, right?
Yeah, stars seem to have an axis around Polaris.
Okay.
awfully quiet in here, isn't it?
Not really. Just a moment of silence. Silence for the globe. It's dead.
Silence for
It
the
was
people.
never alive.
Yeah, the globe tars don't have any more things to say, so they're quiet.
Do you guys think the astronauts that were supposedly in space hit their head on the machines too hard?
Why, the casino machines?
No, you know how you're meant to float in space? Like, imagine they floated so quickly they hit their heads on the rocket ship.
They have space helmets, so that will be protection
Yeah,
for
but this
any
helmet on the
bouncing around.
suit. Do you know how cold it is in space?
Not cold enough.
It's absolute zero. Do you know how cold that is?
Not cold enough.
It's like negative 300 degrees.
Well, how do the astronauts survive on the moon then?
Apparently these spacesuits made of polystyrene and fabric can survive negative 300 degrees. Some people even said that there's pipes in the suit that have heating in them. But I mean, shit.
That doesn't sound believable.
Well, how can you have pipes that can warm up negative 300 degrees temperatures?
I thought they had a water cooled spacesuit, right? Like, what happened to the astronaut that almost drowned in space?
I haven't heard of a spacesuit capable of withstanding negative 50 degrees, let alone negative 300 degrees.
If it's so cold up there, it wouldn't make sense to put water in a spacesuit.
To heat the water.
That's crazy.
Water.
So apparently the water cooling system is to remove the body heat because their body heat gets trapped in the suit and they become overheated. So that's so
How does
weird.
the cosmos work?
See,
You know how they have heating coils in the suits? What's powering the heating coils, and can they withstand negative 300 degree coldness?
see, being a flat earther means you're unpatriotic.
Okay, but I want to talk about these heating coils in the spacesuits. So, for it to go from negative 300 to like 25 degrees, right? 20 degrees, something reasonable. How does that work? How much power do you need?
Hello,
Mr. Wildman, can you answer the question for me?
dude. Why is there always like 30 people in here, but everyone's muted and not a single person is talking?
Wildman, can I
Are
ask
these
you a
all
question?
bots?
Are these all bots?
Wildman, can I ask you a question?
They're all deaf and they're all muted. And nobody's talking. Only like 4 people are unmuted.
Wildman, can I ask you a question? Man, this guy's stupid.
I think flat Earth is wrong.
He says that all of them are muted, all of them are deafened, but then 4 are not muted. But do
I
you mean
know.
all? Which one is it? All or not all?
Hey, dumbass, you get the point. The majority of the people in here are muted except for
No, when
4.
you say all, you mean
All the people in
all,
here are muted
but
except for
not
4.
all.
Same fucking shit. Either way
Is
you
it
write it, it's the
all
same
or is
fucking
it
sentence.
not all? Which one is it?
No, hey, bro. Everyone in here is muted
Okay,
except for
I'm not
4
your
people.
bro,
How does that
Paul.
sentence go over your head? How are you so
Hold
stupid
on.
that you can't even make sense of that?
Bro,
All of
chill
the
out,
people in here are muted.
bro. Chill out, bro. So, I mean,
Yeah.
going into rooms and pointing out how many people are muted or unmuted doesn't seem like a very productive use of your time. Do you want to discuss the topic or not?
I think you misunderstand who that person is.
It's red clay.
He does sound triggered like red clay, but I think I saw
Oh, it's
red
not
clay in
red
the room.
clay?
You know a
Oh.
person called Saxon?
Who?
So yeah, bro. I don't let able say a statement. This guy tried to fight my statement with some stupid bullshit.
Hey,
So
don't
I had
call
to
me bro
correct him.
again. I'm not your bro, Paul.
I ain't calling you bro. What the fuck? Who said bro?
You.
No, I
Okay.
Don't
didn't.
call me
Who cares?
bro, buddy. All
Who
right.
cares? Who cares? Who cares? Topics the Earth. You
Baldwin,
want to discuss
yes,
the Earth?
dude.
Feel free.
Yeah. So I think
Baldwin,
flat
can you
Earth is
hear me?
wrong because not only is the Earth round, everything else in your flat Earth model is round.
When
Your
you say
sun and
round,
your
you mean
flat Earth. Shut
like a
up,
pizza?
bro. Like, damn. Let
Hey,
me speak.
hey,
Let
when
him
you
get his
say
Let me
point. Let
round,
him
speak.
get.
Can I finish my sentence?
No, let him get his
So
point
yeah,
No.
out.
even the
Oh my god.
sun in your flat Earth model is round. The planets in your flat Earth models are round. The moon in your flat Earth model is round.
Who
Why is
said that?
everything else round except for the Earth?
Wait, who said that? Who told you that?
That the flat Earth model doesn't have a sun that's round?
Yeah, who showed you any flat Earth model?
I've seen your flat Earth model. Oh my god, you don't even know the centralized
Who,
flat Earth model?
now it's
No, yeah,
my
it's the
model. When did I
centralized
show
flat
you a
Earth
model?
model. You can Google it right
When did I
now.
show you a model? When did I show
Oh,
No,
you a
I'm
model?
telling you. Do you not know about the centralized
No,
flat
I
Earth
don't. I
model?
don't. No, I don't claim a model. What are you
No,
talking
no,
about?
okay. Google the centralized flat Earth model. Tell me
you're
what
Okay,
dating a model?
I will do.
Centralized.
No problem. Yeah, centralized.
centralized flat Earth model.
Okay, I'm typing it into Google now. I'm going to get the centralized flat Earth model. I'm
Wow.
going to get
Uh-huh.
it.
Where's it centralized?
That's what it means. Centralized is because everyone believes this is the consensus that
Yeah.
everybody
Coming
that knows
up.
what flat earther is
Who
everyone.
made?
believes that this is
Coming up.
the
Okay.
consensus for
Who
their
made?
flat earth model.
Okay.
Nothing's
Who
coming
Centralized
made
up.
the
meaning
model?
everybody that is part of flat earth community
Community.
understands the
Hold on,
fucking
bro.
basic fundamentals of flat
Hold
earth.
on, bro. Who made the model?
What the fuck does it matter? It exists. Why are you trying to
Right, who
subvert from the
made
fact
it?
that the
Who
model
made it?
exists? You
Well,
didn't
because
even know what
I'm
the
not
fuck it
claiming
was.
it. You're talking. You're talking about it. Who made it?
You didn't even know that it existed until I told you.
Well,
Nothing's coming up
it's
when
your
I
argument.
Google centralized flat Earth model. Nothing's coming up.
All right, here, I'll type it in and show you. I even
Yeah,
posted a
could you
Cheers.
site check
link
for
it
you.
in the chat? Could you link it in
Very
the
much.
chat?
Is there not one in the 24-hour Discord server? You guys don't have a model in there?
No,
There's
we went through the
thousands of
model
them.
chat yesterday.
Because
Remember,
I've seen
Reservoir
a
Dog.
couple models in that Discord.
No,
The
well,
channels.
remember we spoke about the difference between a model and a cartoon infograph.
Yes.
Remember we had that discussion. So, Wildman, post this model in the chat. We want to see it.
Here it is. Right here.
Everybody knows about this model. Ask him. Everybody.
It's
Everyone
the
does. If you type
central.
in flat Earth, it's literally the model that comes up where the Earth is round. You what?
I don't know. I don't know about it. I don't know about
Flat Earth
Right,
Centralized.
model
what's the
theory.
score?
Here it is. Flat Earth. Flat Earth. The precipitation that the Earth exists in a flat disk, either circular or square shape.
What? Are you
This
reading it?
view persists in the ancient world until empirical observations revealed that the Earth's shape is
That doesn't sound like
spherical
a
and
flat Earth
elliptical.
model, bro.
In the model's times, however, the notion of the flat Earth has been revived and promoted in the social media despite scientific evidence to the contrary. Here we
Okay,
go.
bro,
Hold
what's
on.
the model? Could you link it?
It's called the conspiracy theories spherical Earth geodesy. Hold
Is
on.
this a Wikipedia article?
No, it's the Britannica. You stupid man, bro. It's the Britannica. Chill.
Britannica.
Yes.
Okay.
To
So the
observe Earth's
Britannica have
curvature
a.
horizon, one must be at least 10,668 meters above the
So
surface. Since
Britannica.
the What
So,
do you want, bro? I'm showing you the model here. I can't
Britannica,
post it. How do I
Hey, don't
post
call
this
me
thing?
bro again. Don't call me bro
yeah.
again.
So
I'm
Britannica
not
have a
telling you,
flat Earth
bro. Why do you
model.
think I'm specifically talking to you? You haven't been a part of the
Okay,
conversation this
okay.
whole
So
time.
so Wildman, if you've got questions for Britannica about their flat Earth model, I advise you ask Britannica.
Britannica is literally a what?
Flat Earthers? Are they
Flat
flat
earther,
Earthers?
yeah, yeah.
He doesn't know what
Britannica?
Britannica is, bro.
Britannica are flat Earthers, right?
Or the encyclopedia.
It's the centralized flat Earth model.
It's
Like
the
this is the
centralized.
centralized flat
Okay,
Earth
was it
model goes
made
off
by
of the
Britannica?
ancient models of the Earth, where they
Okay,
thought
was
the
it
Earth
made
was a
by
flat.
Yo,
Britannica?
inside voice, man. Stop yelling. Holy
That's
Yeah,
fuck.
why I hate
chill.
the fact that like people that
Chill
think
it,
they're flat
bro.
earthers say, "I can say I'm a
Chill
flat
it,
earther," and they have
bro.
no fucking
Chill it, bro.
consensus where it comes from.
Hey,
So
It
calm,
did,
comes
calm
from
your
the
so did,
old.
panties.
wow.
Relax.
Yeah, I just got to mute him for a second. So, Wildman, are you saying that Britannica made this flat Earth model, or someone else did?
No, I'm saying that the actual like consensus that backs the flat Earth model is a website called the Britannica.
Okay,
It's a
could you show us
Britannica.
this flat Earth model?
Botanicals.
Britannica. Just look up Britannica centralized. You
Okay.
can even look up
Okay.
centralized
Question.
flat Earth model, and it's the second fucking choice
Cool.
there. The
Okay,
Cool.
Britannica one.
here, let me
Okay.
Yeah.
try
So
this.
within that model,
That's why
question.
I told
Question. So within that flat Earth model that you're going to go and get for us, can you tell me within that flat Earth model the distances and sizes to objects in the sky, please?
It's also very important too that if he's got a source for a flat Earth model, would you A, use that source, or B, not use that source? Why would you come in here with somebody else's source? You would go to them to find out your questions about their model. See how this is disingenuous?
Yeah.
Should I just
I
like
had a look.
assign?
I have. Sorry, Crit.
No, go ahead.
Carry on. No, I was just going to say I had a look, and this is an article. It's not a model. I'm not sure what you mean by model, because this is an article by Britannica of someone's opinion.
This is a very simple logic can clear this up very quickly. Like if my neighbor says, "Hey, I want to kill all the dandelions, and here's Roundup to do so," do I then go to a different neighbor and say, "Hey, this other neighbor is using Roundup, and I don't like that"? Why the fuck you telling me? What do I have to do with this? He goes, "Oh, we're
It might be a
neighbors."
language barrier.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. The wires got crossed somehow, and somehow he meant that like flat Earth is like we're all some sort of hive mind Borg or something, and he can't delineate against like somehow we're in charge of Britannica and we're flat
Yeah.
earthers.
Well,
Listen, bro. What you
let's
got
see.
wrong about everything I said is that it shows that the flat earthers go off of the ancient models of the earth that the other people used to write. You have a model for the flat earth because it's based off
They
of the
don't
ancient
claim a
earth
model. They
model
don't claim it.
before they found out it was
Based off of
spherical.
the Earth,
For
wow,
the
man.
model,
No, no, hold
we're
on.
not talking
He's
about
not
a
letting me speak.
model,
Every time I try to speak, I get interrupted and then I'm getting muted. So what I said to
right?
Britannica, it shows that the model that the flat earthers follow is the ancient model of the earth
No, that's
before they
just
found
what
out it was
some woman has
spherical or
written in an
elliptical.
article. That's just
That's
what
what it
some
says in
woman's
there.
written.
Read the
Yeah,
article. What does it
that's
say?
an article. That's an
No, but what
article
does it say
written
that the
by a
model for the
woman.
flat earth comes from?
What does it
Bro,
From
matter
the
if
bro,
it's a
ancient.
bro,
woman
bro,
that
listen,
wrote it?
The ancient
What the
maps
fuck?
of the earth. That's where the
listen,
flat earth
listen.
theory comes from.
That's an article. That's an
Yes, but
article
you don't
written
even
by a
know where flat
woman.
earth comes from. It comes from the
Bro,
ancient models of the
Wildman.
earth where they
No,
didn't know it was spherical or elliptical. That's
no,
He
no,
has
no.
diarrhea of the mouth.
Yeah, it's a bit much, bro. That's just an article written by a woman, bro. That's not a model. That's not what we're talking about here. Don't get mad at us for what some woman wrote in Britannica. Okay? If you want to understand what we are talking about, ask us. Don't go and read an article from Britannica, spaz out, and start asking us about it. Take it to her. If you want to talk about what we are talking about here, then you're free to do so. But you really need to get control of yourself because you sound manic, right? So I'm going to unmute you. I'm going to give you just this chance to say, okay, I understand. You are not this woman on Britannica. What do you think? What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Try
stop
that.
being a simp.
oh, listen. What actually I'm talking about is that the flat Earth theory, the one that you believe in right now,
Oh
comes
my
from the ancient
god,
map.
dude!
Yeah, Wildman, you're not going to tell us what we think and what we believe. If you want to know, ask us. Don't be a 12-year-old and say, I read what this woman on Britannica said, therefore you think this. Right? If you want to know what we think, ask us. Don't try and tell us. Do you understand that?
Why are you being
All
such a
right, can you
simp?
stop muting me and can you ask the other guy to not
No.
interrupt me when I'm trying to answer your question to show
No,
you
because
No.
you
why I was
already
talking about this?
started. All right. No, never mind. You had your shot, wild man. You're too much of a pussy. So you can just listen.
Try to get that checked. The diarrhea of the mouth. Get help for that stuff.
Any other glow proof besides a story a lady wrote in Britannica online?
Well, Sue from Britannica said this, so you believe this. I trust Sue from Britannica to tell me everything. Jesus Christ.
Sue from Britannica, who went online and researched it and said, "Oh, this is what they think."
Yeah,
But
get Sue from
you guys
Britannica
don't
to come
think
and talk to
anything.
us.
You guys don't think it. You don't have any model. You don't claim any model. That's the problem.
Sue from
Not a problem.
Britannica interviewed Professor Dave for a flat Earth model.
Well, you guys don't associate with the Flat Earth Society, right? Because they're like,
Bro, you just said that not having a model is a problem. You just said that,
I did just say
and
that, yeah.
is the opposite.
Well,
People thinking that they have a model in their mind about what the flat Earth is and pertain that to others and say this is your model or whatever. Even though they don't even know what it is. Yet I asked the guy what are the specific about the sizes and the distances of the luminaries above. He doesn't know. The model doesn't say. So you see the
yes.
problem there? It's a model that doesn't actually depict reality.
Well, I say it's a problem because stupid globetards, their brains need like a model to comprehend things, right? And so,
That's the problem in the first place.
okay, hold
They're
on. Let me
creating
continue.
a
Yeah.
cartoon of
So,
the globe, and they say this is the model of the globe. Therefore, this is what we're living in. This
yes, but
cartoon.
the globers don't have any problem producing models that explain like seasonal change, night and day, you know, seasons and stuff in the same model. I've seen globe or flat Earth models from your own 24/7 Discord server, and none of them account for any variables like how some cities in South America have 17-hour days, right? We know that's true. Or Alaska can have like 24-hour days. None of your models actually can describe why that happens. That's the problem.
The sun moves.
Yeah, okay.
What?
I'm agreeing. It doesn't move. I agree.
Okay, there you go. The sun moves. That's how it happens.
Well, I just don't get how there's globe tars after that explanation. It doesn't make sense anymore.
But that's a them problem, right? Can I get a model to replace the globe model? It's like, do I have to replace your fantasies with another fantasy? Why is that my job?
But your job is to like verify your own models in the 24-hour or 24/7
I don't
Discord
have a model.
channel.
We don't have any models, so what do you want us to go verify now?
I've seen the models in the channel, man. Like
You've seen depictions of explaining, let's say, some phenomena. We can see train tracks converge to the vanishing point, and then you see a depiction of that thing in a cartoon depiction, right? But that's not a model of the whole of reality. Just because
all right.
that explanation is not explaining how the heavens above work, that doesn't mean that it's the flatter model. I mean, one depiction is going to explain one thing. Another depiction might try to illustrate how another thing works. You see, and you can have 1,000 different depictions to try to illustrate the message that is being trying to portray or the explanation that is trying to be explained. But that is not the model of the whole of existence. It's, nobody in here is giving you that. I don't think so.
All right. Well, I'll change the word model to cartoon depiction. Right. Is that better? Because I could go into the information categories
Oh, you know
in the
what it is?
server.
You can call it a concept that some people come up with, just like the space time is a concept, gravity is a concept. That's a concept.
Okay, it's a concept. Okay.
Remember that they absolutely hate science, so for every term that is used in science, you have to use a ridiculous child language counterpart for them to understand it.
Remember that Embo believes he lives in a cartoon, so be careful what you believe of whatever he's saying.
Sure. It's just that. Okay. Yeah. The additional information. I guess additional information doesn't mean absolute. So I guess that's kind of my bad, to be honest. So it's just that you should look into the additional information tabs because a lot of them have contradicting model or depictions in that conceptual depiction cartoon. That's the word I gotta use because model is offensive. I don't know.
You mean like the globe cartoon? Because there's no globe model.
Yeah, the cartoon, yeah.
So you want a model from flat Earth, but globe doesn't have a model. So what are you going to
I don't
compare?
even know what the difference
What are
between
you
a
going to compare
model.
them to?
I don't know what the
A
difference
model you
is.
make when you go and measure something, and then you duplicate that or scale it up or scale it down by measuring it and repeat, and then duplicating that into something else, either a piece of clay on paper, draw it, something like that.
Okay.
So they doesn't have a model because if we're talking about reality, and then the globers tell you, you see this globe, this curving sphere, it's a model of the Earth. But then we go to the Earth, and it's not curving, and the water doesn't attach to the outside of a sphere. So when they're talking about the model of the globe, they're talking about fantasy, not reality, because the globe doesn't happen in reality.
Well, so we have fantasy and you have nothing. That you don't see the problem there.
I have
We?
flat
What do
water.
you mean we?
Flat water. How are you going to argue against flat water?
I'm not arguing against flat water. I'm arguing against
So when
how
you
is there.
say we, you mean the globe believers? You're arguing against reality, and you using a globe model to argue against reality?
Yeah, we have reality, not nothing, bro. I mean, if you think reality is nothing, then I don't know what to say.
So okay, my bad. I mean, you have no explanation for reality.
Well,
Just that
neither do
it's
you. No one.
reality.
We don't need an explanation for
I
reality
know.
to
I'm just
respect
saying,
what
dumb
reality is.
globetards. They like to have explanations. That's why.
Well,
All right, so
they think they have answers that they don't actually have.
using the globe model, explain why trees are green.
Using the globe. Okay, it's a weird straw man, but
Yeah, isn't it?
yeah. It's okay. It's like for me because I'm kind of an apologetic, right? I try to explain theism to like atheists. So if I just go around saying I have no explanation, it's just reality, they're not going to be very encouraged to believe in it, right? They want explanations. They want empirical evidence backed by whatever.
Then how
Yeah,
did
they
they
want a
start
story to
believing in,
replace the story.
how did they
Though
get
I
stuck believing in the globe without any of that?
though I do understand y'all really don't care if like globetards start believing the flat Earth, right? Like it's not your goal. It's just people come in here and debate, but it's not like you guys are trying to convince them, right? Or is that wrong?
No, I couldn't give a shit.
Yeah. So I guess it doesn't really matter what I'm saying.
Sounds
'Cause
emotional.
if you don't care about like
Yeah,
convincing
I
them.
don't care about the globe at all.
They care because remember, have you noticed multiple people in the last, I don't know, hour have
Yeah.
joined and said, "You guys are stupid. Earth is round. Earth is round. You know this is." So they're the ones that are emotionally attached and saying words without knowing the meaning of the words.
Right. Round is a 2D plane. That just means something is circular, like from a center point. Like a circle is not a shape.
Circle.
Right? It just means from
A
a
circle's
center
not a shape.
point going out. Yeah.
So then everything I learned in first grade math is a lie?
God doesn't think circles are shapes. This guy's a dumbass.
This guy, oh, Earth is not round? Oh, then everything is fake. Is everything
No,
fake?
the
Because
Earth. No, it's
if
not
Earth is not
round.
round,
No.
then everything is fake.
It's not round. It's an oblate spheroid.
The Earth is round?
No, it's an oblate spheroid.
Also, shouldn't you guys not say things like atmosphere or global warming or
You're the one who says
atmosphere?
global warming. There's no such
I
thing as that.
say it's hot today, and I need
Yeah,
to, wear flip flops and
But you
short
wouldn't
short
say
pants.
it's
you
gonna
wouldn't
snow
say
today.
atmosphere, right? You wouldn't say atmosphere, right? That'd be a
Why?
You mean the air? Atmos
Yes.
equals air, and sphere
Yes.
equals a ball. And you want us to say air ball.
No. Sphere equals tard. Spheroid.
Beard hard.
No, it's not a sphere. It's round. Remember?
Oh, sorry. My bad. I was using big G this morning instead of little G. It's feeling cute.
Just make sure you put it where you got it from. Since you used it this morning.
I just throw a number out there, 9.81, just cause, Like when I say gravity, you say refraction,
Gravity.
Refraction.
When you say gravity, I say I remove the air from the top of water, and water is not being held
That's
down
too
anymore
many
by
syllables,
gravity.
Rex. Hey, it's too many syllables. You gotta make
Yeah,
it
it's,
All
one
right.
word.
it's, yeah, it's
I,
too
I
many
looked it up.
syllables.
A circle is not a shape, is what I searched in Google. It says a circle is not a solid shape. A circle is a closed two-dimensional figure or a flat figure.
I think
Well, there
Google's
you go.
lying.
Globers
I
are
think
claiming
Google the
that
line.
Earth.
A
Yeah, Globers are
circle,
claiming that Earth is a 2D flat circle. That's what Globers are claiming.
Well, we can
a
all agree
circle is a
Globers are
round
dumb.
figure that does not have any sides or corners. Not a shape.
Globers.
Your
Globers
mom
is
doesn't
just...
have any sides or corners.
Your mom doesn't have any sides or corners.
Yes. Hey, that's a low blow.
Sorry. Guys, how would you feel since it's Mother Nature, right? So the Earth is as a woman, and you're calling this woman flat and saying she has no curves. Don't you think that's
Mother
kind of offensive?
Nature. What the fuck,
That's
dude?
really weird, troll.
You're saying that she's flat and has no curves. Women don't like when you...
The Earth isn't a female, dummy.
It's gender neutral.
The clown thinks Earth mates with Rick from Rick and Morty.
Bro, see how even trying to be a globe apologetic, it makes you just move away from reality. Just start making shit up just to explain the fantasy. Just to apologize about the globe and the beliefs. You're trying to
Sounds
do that,
personal.
and everything you're saying, it's falsehoods.
Sounds personal. If we could just stick to facts and ideas and ask questions, that'd be cool.
He said that he is a globe apologetic. So I'm addressing his claim. He's explaining the globe to us. Like
The globe
we don't know about the globe tart. It's like being a pedo apologetic. Explain his actions.
What scientific study has been used to prove that the Earth is flat?
That's an error, category error.
Science doesn't measure things, does it?
Science will measure a phenomena, the change of rate when you induce your presupposition of cause. So you'll measure a phenomena, but when it comes down to geometry, like does science do cubes and spheres and such? No, that's a question for geometry, not science.
Okay. I'll pose the question again. Is there any evidence to prove that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
not round.
Direct observations demonstrating there is no geometric curve over distances of water that present themselves flat. Long distance measurements using signal propagation. Celestial navigation, the requirement for a right angle triangle and the horizontal plane of the Earth to depict your measurements from when navigating across the Earth. See, yeah, there's loads. I've even posted, because it was asked earlier and I actually saw it last night, a flat Earth model. It's called the planisphere model. It was created about 120, 140 years ago, patented by the US government. We didn't make it, the US government did. A couple of famous scientists involved as well. It's called the planisphere model. The Earth stretched out within the planisphere of the circle of the heavens above.
Do you
It's
know
not
why?
our model, though.
Do you know why they created the flat Earth model?
Because they wanted to utilize the Earth for warfare. Yeah.
Ask Sue from Botanica.
And also
Apparently.
make it easier. Well, that I do concur with, but also to make it easier with our governing equations to calculate and neglect the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, because when you're gonna do something practical in reality and make it practical, you have to account for real things. And if there is no curvature, why will you account for something that is not there, right?
Debatable.
Thing is that the model works.
Oh, I
That's the
definitely
problem.
think it does. It definitely does.
Yeah, that's
No,
the reason why
no
they made
question
it.
there.
That's the reason why they made it. So they could navigate correctly.
Imagine you being the glober in the ship, in the vessel, and telling the captain, we have to take into account the movement and the curvature of the Earth so we can make it there. Imagine being that guy.
Imagine.
They might throw you overboard trying to sell this stuff to the
No,
captain.
they would just say that I have slight autism, and they would feel bad.
About being these globers, and you'll be like telling the captain, you're wrong. I know better. Earth is round. Believe me.
It has to be.
Now, captain, whatever plan you got to make it there, we have to adjust it. Forget about the planet sphere. Let's go with the globe Earth so we can accomplish our mission. It might be mission failed if if they just follow the globe Earth.
Wildman says the Earth has been round since Egypt time, stupid.
Unmute that man. Let him tell us.
Let him speak. Let
Yeah.
him speak.
Why? So he can say, yeah, look, Egypt times. See? Egypt times. That's all he's going to do. He can't make full sentences.
Well, let him speak.
So,
Let him speak. Come on.
so in Egypt, about like 500
See?
BC or AC, they did an experiment where they measured two pillars across a far distance, and those pillars at the same time measured different shadows, so they knew the Earth was curved since
Okay, so
Egyptian times.
how did
The
shadows
Egyptians were the
tell
ones
when
that
the
did that
Let him
Earth
finish.
experiment.
It's getting good. This is getting good. All right, go ahead.
So also earlier when I was bringing up Britannia, it was to show you that the
No,
flat Earth model is modeled off of the old models of the Earth.
we've moved on
That's
from Britannica. We're on to your new claim. Okay, they had shadows, so they knew the Earth was a ball. Explain how shadows make the Earth a ball.
They measured pillars, and it's a famous experiment they did in Egypt, Cairo.
Right, so explain how the shadows make Earth a ball.
It basically shows that if the Earth was flat and the sun was at its highest peak, 12 o'clock, there should be no shadow for each pillar. But
Why
one
would
pillar
that?
had no shadow,
That's
and the
true.
other
Hey,
Would
that's a
that
pillar
good
be?
had
point.
a shadow,
That's a good
meaning that
point.
the Earth
No,
was
no, no.
curved.
Dude,
Wait, hold on, hold on, hold
dude,
I
on,
have
hold
now
can
been
I?
on.
converted into a globe
Sorry,
trotter.
gentlemen. Dude, think about what you've just said. If you stand underneath a light source, let's call it at your zenith, 12 o'clock noon, and then you go away from underneath that light source, let's say 500 stades away, and you erect a pole, do you think that you will see a shadow after you've gone away from underneath the light source?
That wasn't what happened. They were both inside the same
Hold
proximity
on,
of the light.
dude, dude, dude. Do you remember
It
that
happened at a very
within our,
specific distance.
excuse me, you remember that in Eratosthenes, the observation is you said a pole, there's a well actually, where the sun is visible right down that well. You can see the reflection, so the sun is directly overhead. When Eratosthenes lifted his feet up, there the shadow was, but it wasn't either side of him. Then there was a distance of 500 stades where somebody erected a pole and they saw a shadow when they were not directly underneath the light source. You can demonstrate this yourself in your living room. Stand underneath the light, then fuck off over there, then watch the shadow increase in front of you as you walk away.
Yes, that is correct. But
Yeah,
if the light source is directly above both of them, like if the Earth was
they're
flat,
not.
the light source
It's
should be
not.
directly above both of them.
No,
So there
that's
shouldn't
not
be
the
a
case,
It's
shadow.
not.
bro.
But
It,
since the
Dude,
Earth
yeah.
was
dude,
curved, hold on.
dude,
I'm like trying. Okay, go ahead. I'll let you go first.
dude, you're wrong. If the Earth was
Tell
flat
me
and it
why
had a
I'm wrong.
singular light, I'm telling you, if the Earth was flat, as you said, and you had a singular light source, when you stood under it, you wouldn't receive a shadow. But if you went away from being underneath it, you would watch the shadow increase with distance. You can demonstrate this in your living room. If you have a singular point of light, you keep saying if you have a singular point of light, it will be all over the sky. No, we just have a singular point of light. And the reason why there was distance was to measure the shadow to try and arbitrarize some kind of circumference to a circle.
And they couldn't do it. So they had to say, "Oh, we're actually on a sphere. This isn't a circle. It's
No,
actually curved."
No,
And they were
no,
actually, no,
no,
actually, they were even trying to do the curvature. They were actually
no,
trying to
no,
prove that the Earth was flat. That's what
no,
they were trying to
Boyd.
prove. Hold on, before you
no,
mute
no,
me,
no, no,
he's trying to
no,
mute me. He doesn't even let me
no,
speak. Every time I
just
try to
no,
speak, he interrupts me. How am I
because you
supposed to
Chill,
get
keep
a
being
single coherent
wrong.
thought out?
chill,
Because you
So,
keep
chill.
being wrong.
all right, then please let me say this. The flat
He
Earth
wasn't trying to
model
measure
that
the
you
Earth.
go off of is off of the
Rubbish.
old
No, we're not
map,
claiming a
the
model.
ancient map.
No, we don't claim a model, bro. Come on, enough with that. Listen, it's very simple. It's very
He's
simple.
muting me already. I told you I wasn't going to be able to say anything.
So listen, on the
Keep being wrong.
Eratosthenes thing,
You're
your
trying to
claim
dictate the
your claim is
conversation and
that
trying to push
being
it into a
under
certain way where I'm not even saying that. I'm trying to say
bro,
something and you're trying to subvert what I'm saying
think
and put
about it.
other
Think
words in my
about it.
mouth that I'm not
Think
saying.
about it. Think about it. If you're under a street light, directly underneath it, you're not going to have a shadow. But if you walk 20 feet to the side, that street light is going to have you casting a shadow out to the side, right?
But if
This
we're
is the
both
same
directly
principle.
beneath the light, if we're both directly in the same spot and there should be no
Yeah, yeah,
shadow for
but
both of us,
he
the
wasn't in
only
the
way
same
you can
spot.
predict the
So let's
shadow
just mute
is
this
the.
light back.
Hold on. Wow. Okay, go ahead. I'll let you
No.
finish again.
Listen, I'm giving you a chance. I'm giving you a chance.
You're
Just
not giving
let
me a
us
chance to say
explain it.
shit. You're literally interrupting me every time.
No,
It's because
because
you're wrong.
we know this. We know this story, right? We've been speaking about Eratosthenes for years. I'm going to assume you've only just recently looked at it. So the thing with Eratosthenes was he assumed curvature and he assumed parallel light rays from the sun. If you don't assume curvature, and you have a flat surface and you have light rays from the sun that are divergent, not parallel, you get the same results. So it works on both, so it doesn't prove either. That's the
The,
summary of that.
Okay, the reason that you're wrong is because if me and you are standing like 2 feet away from each other and the light source is right above us, neither of us should be making a shadow. But if
Right, but if
there
I
was
move 20 feet
then
away, I
oh
will
my
have a
word, can I
shadow. If I
finish
move
a
20 feet
sentence
away,
without you
if I
interrupting?
move 20 feet away, I will have a shadow, yeah?
All right, you already said that. Can I finish my sentence, which is a respond to yours?
Go on then.
As long as you're not wrong.
You have
Please
permission.
stop
Go ahead.
interrupting in the middle of my sentence because I don't
Bro,
want to
just
Okay,
fucking
go.
overtalk you
fine,
again.
Just
fine.
go.
As
Get
long as
muted.
you're not wrong.
So the model, the most people believe in flat Earth is because of the ancient model maps, the ancient maps of the Earth, the ancient models of the Earth that did not know.
Now he's just making shit up.
Why
And
even
definitely
write
not
that to the
answering
model, bro?
Cyclone's question.
So this is the guy that
Uh,
literally silences anybody that tries to debate him. When he
I feel
can't,
like the
no.
PCs being like
hold
North
on, hold
Korea.
on, hold on, please. I need you to understand this. When you cannot defend your worldviews, you silence, you mute, you.
Debate?
Uh,
This is not a debate. You don't even know what
That's
you're
what. Yes, it
talking
is.
about.
I'm trying.
Saying the same shit over and over. You're not
I'm trying.
debating,
All right,
bro.
then
We don't
I want you to
believe
disprove
in the
that.
ancient flat Earth, bro. We don't believe Britannica. We don't believe
All right.
Google
Listen,
searching flat
even
Earth
if you don't believe
society. None of
Britannica,
that shit, bro. Gotta
the
chill, bro.
maps that give you the flat Earth is.
Oh my god, bro. You right
no,
back to
it's
it.
not. Yeah, it's not based on maps, bro. It's not based on maps. We're not talking about maps. We're talking about what's observed and measured in reality of the Earth's surface. Has nothing to do with looking
That's
at an
it.
old map.
You've really
So
got to
explain
finish.
seasons. How do
Right.
seasons work?
Dude, this is what's going to get annoying when you keep jumping from one
No,
subject
no, I
to
don't want. I
another.
don't want to jump no more. Can you explain seasons?
Yeah,
Uh,
sure. That would be the path of the sun over the year, rebounding between the latitudes. So 23.4 degrees north of the equator and 23.4 degrees south of the equator. The ground position of the sun is between these points throughout the year. When it's in the Tropic of Cancer, that's 23.4 degrees north of the equator. It's summer north of the equator because the sun's closer.
23.5.
Sorry, 20. Okay, whatever. I disagree with that, but it's only fucking point whatever. And that's how seasons work, right? Rebounding between these latitudes. Ground position
So
of the
you're
sun.
saying that your Earth is flat and your Earth
Mm,
is moving in a circular manner
No, no,
around the sun.
the sun, the sun, the
The
sun is
sun is
moving.
moving around the Earth.
The sun is moving above the Earth. It takes 24 hours for a sun to complete a movement across the sky. This is how we
So is
get
the sun a
daily.
star or no?
Dude,
no, the sun is the sun.
this is weird.
Sun is the sun, which
No,
you
this is
observe
weird
moving
because
in
you
the
can't.
sky.
Once you
You've
understand that
asked,
the sun is a
about
star,
seasons.
and you're saying that
You've
the
asked
Earth is
about
flat
seasons.
and the sun is rotating
Dude,
around the Earth, then
right,
you should have like a
dude.
certain inkling that says, "Oh, bro, I might be
Hello,
wrong."
hello. You've asked about seasons, and halfway through my explanation about seasons, apart
No, it
from
wasn't
some other.
halfway through. I was literally made a very
Yeah,
good
there's an assload
observation.
of people in here. Fuck.
Yeah, that's awesome. So, do you want a
Cool with
full
that.
answer to seasons? Do you want a full answer to Eratosthenes? Or when getting those answers, are you going to keep jumping from one subject to another?
I just asked a question if the Earth is rotating around the sun or if the sun is rotating around the Earth.
And
That's
I
it.
explained that. I explained that.
So the sun is rotating around the Earth, right?
Yes, the
Okay.
sun is in motion above the Earth. The sun
Okay.
moves throughout the year.
Uh-huh.
This is how seasons are created.
Wouldn't it make more sense if the sun was still and the Earth was rotating around the sun? That way, that 23
No.
degree axis would be
What do
more
you mean?
exposed to whichever
What do you
side of
mean
the
by more
sun. The orbit around the sun is it's elliptical, so we get close to the sun on certain two different orbits. That's called spring and fall. That's why
dude?
we have
Dude,
seasons.
you do realise that when it's spring or fall in the northern hemisphere, it's fall or spring in the southern hemisphere. So when you say it's because of the closeness of the Earth to the sun, you're incorrect. The reason in the
It's the
heliocentric model that
positioning of the sun. Yes.
the reason why you have seasons in the heliocentric model is because of the angular tilt of the Earth, 23.4, maybe 5
And the
degrees.
rotation of the Earth around the
Dude,
sun.
yeah, well, obviously that creates a year, but it's not seasons.
The
Seasons is because
seasons.
of the
The reason
listen,
that you have
listen,
winter. Why
dude.
does it get colder
Hello,
during winter?
dude. I'm losing my patience. Listen to
Then
the
answer my
connect.
question.
Listen to the connection I've pointed out. In your model, it's because of the angular tilt of 23.4 degrees. This creates seasons. And the
That's
flat
wrong.
Earth, no, that's your model. The tilt of the Earth.
In my model, creates seasons is the proximity of Earth to the sun. In 2 times of the year, it rotates really close to the sun. That's why we have summer, and then when it rotates further away from the sun, it's when we have seasons.
Do you think?
Everyone experienced summer on the northern and southern hemisphere at the same time. They don't
No,
experience, on the northern hemisphere, you're winter, and
no,
on
they
the southern
don't.
hemisphere, you're
No, they
summer.
don't.
That's not
No,
how the
they
model
don't.
works.
No, they don't. When I experience summer in the UK, it's winter in Australia. When they experience summer in Australia, it's winter in the UK. The reason why you have seasons in your model is because of the angular tilt of the Earth, 23.4 degrees. The flat Earth model, these are just longitude and latitude lines known as the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, and
But you just
throughout the
said you
year,
didn't have a
the
flat Earth
northern
model.
and southerly paths of the sun. You are
Earlier, you said you
incorrect
didn't have
in
a model.
explaining your own model.
Yeah, he's talking about
So
the globe
earlier, when I
model.
tried to show you that your model came from ancient maps, you were like, "We don't have a model." Now you're saying
Dude,
your model does depict
I have posted you the planisphere model, a flat Earth model with a celestial dome around it, which was
the
taken from.
centralized flat Earth. This I tried to tell them this earlier, and they didn't even know what it was. They
Dude,
didn't even
dude,
know what
dude,
this was, bro.
these are two different models. This isn't the standardized Britannica model that I'm giving you. This is the planisphere model, a flat plane through the planisphere of the stars. Now, this was created over 150 years ago by the US government and scientists. Not a flat Earth model, globe Earth model people made this because they wanted a better depiction that worked of the surface of the Earth in relation to the stars above. It's a flat Earth
Oh
model.
yes, you're talking about latitude and longitude, where they cut the Earth from a circle into a pie, and then they posted all
No,
the longitude and
no,
latitude. That's what you're talking about. At least
no.
admit that much. You're talking about longitude and latitude.
Excuse
You're
me,
not talking about anything
excuse me.
else.
Dude, if you really want to go into this, your longitude and latitude lines come from elevation angles from the surface of the Earth. An angle
Hey,
is where two straight lines meet, requiring the Earth to be the horizontal line for you to measure your elevation angle up to get ground positions of stars, including the sun that we were talking about, to get your seasonal
that is
model.
correct.
Yes,
That is
angles.
correct.
Yes, angles off of a horizontal plane. You can't get
That is
angles off
correct.
of a curved surface.
So longitude and latitude is like if they took the Earth that was a sphere and they
No,
flattened it, and then
that's
they made
incorrect.
lines in it, and then they
That's
put that
incorrect.
together back to a sphere. That's how you
That's
get
incorrect.
longitude and latitude.
That's incorrect.
That is correct.
Navigational charts requiring a compass that draws circles and straight edges. To draw circles of equal altitude around ground positions of stars have always been denoted on a navigational flat chart.
Yes,
You
but
then wrap
longitude
this.
and latitude,
You,
that the actual
longitude.
creation of that was by
Yeah.
ripping the Earth apart, making it flat, and then
No,
drawing the longitude and latitude lines.
no, it wasn't.
You
It was from
cannot deny that.
I can because you're incorrect. Elevation angles were determined from elevation angles from the surface of the Earth.
All right, this is
Polaris?
wrong because the actual longitude and latitude map, if you actually look it up right now, it isn't flat. It isn't like a circle. It's just like the Earth, if it was a sphere, being cut up and made flat. So even if you took a sphere and you cut it up and made it flat, that is where longitude and latitude comes from.
Longitude and latitude lines are derived by angles to stars and the movement of the sun above a
No, they're
flat.
not.
Yeah, they are.
It's
You're
about
just
the surface of the Earth.
being a horizontal plane for you to measure the angles to.
It's not
Stars
about
and sun.
horizontal. It's
It
about
is.
being flat. They literally take the Earth, they cut it up in certain places, then they
You're
make
not
the Earth
listening, dude.
flat.
You're
And
not
then they
listening.
drew all the
Let me
longitude
talk.
and latitude lines in it. Then they reassembled the Earth in a sphere, and that's how
Okay.
you got longitude and latitude.
Let me break this down as simply as I can for you. What's an angle?
Like a 45-degree angle, acute angle, obtuse angle, like
Yeah,
180
yeah,
angles are
yeah,
obtuse,
yeah, yeah,
100
yeah,
and
yeah,
anything below what? 45s
yeah,
are fucking right angles. What do you
yeah.
want? No triangle.
Are they two straight lines meeting at a point where you can measure the divergence between those two straight lines?
In the form of acute, obtuse, and fucking right angles. Yes.
What? Yeah. So two straight lines. Yes.
Parallel.
Cool. No, not parallel. God, now you're just
That's what
saying
two
words.
straight
It's
lines
ridiculous.
are.
No,
Parallel
no,
to each other.
no, they're not parallel.
What is it? Two straight lines then?
Two straight lines that meet, that
All right.
converge at a point. That's not parallel. Parallel's
All right. My
not
bad. Go ahead.
meeting like train tracks.
Go ahead.
Okay, so stop saying words you don't know. Can you measure an angle if one of those lines is curved?
Yes. It's called slope.
How? No. Do you know what a
You know what
protractor
slope
is?
is?
Do you know? Yes. Do you know what a protractor
So
is?
it's slope curved.
Yeah, slope is curved.
So
I'm
when we
asking
tell
you.
you that Earth has a slope of certain 23 something, like you understand what slope is. You know how they figured this out. It's mathematical. It's not
No,
even like about it's not even about observation or perception. It's about
have you
actual
noticed
mathematical equations that
how
back
we've
this
gone
up.
off the subject of you answering a question succinctly? Again,
I answered your question. You just
no,
don't
you
have a
didn't.
response to my
You were
answer.
incorrect. You cannot measure a line. An angle if one of those lines is curved. Do you
So
know
what is
what?
slope?
Are you going to follow this or not?
Go ahead. I'll follow it as
Thank
far
you.
as I can.
Okay, so we understand you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved, correct?
Okay. Yes.
So if the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be able to measure elevation angles up to stars, moon, and sun.
Imagine that. It's like almost
Yes.
like I told you. They took the Earth, they ripped it apart and made it flat.
No.
They drew the
No.
longitude and latitude lines on the Earth when it was flat. Then they reassembled the Earth into a sphere, and that is
They
how you
measured
got
the
longitude and latitude.
So they measured the Earth as horizontal to measure their angles
No,
to, and
flat.
then
They
put it.
literally cut the Earth into like if the Earth was a sphere, they cut the back part of that orange and they flattened the whole orange out, and then they drew the lines on the orange and they put the orange back together. That is how we got longitude and latitude. That's why I told you, even for your flat Earth, longitude and latitude doesn't work on a flat Earth model because they have to
Yes, it
reassemble it
does.
into a sphere.
Yes, it does, because how you got those measurements for latitude lines was for measuring angles from the surface of the Earth,
Yes,
requiring the
by
surface of
flattening it.
the
No, we
Earth
didn't
to
even
be.
measure angles. We flattened the Earth, and then we drew the lines. There was no
You're not
like
listening.
curvature. There was no none of that. That's what I'm trying
You're
to show
not
you.
listening.
When we created
You keep
longitude and
trying.
latitude, we flattened the Earth, and we literally drew all the lines that you see today in the 34th parallel. All of that. We drew all that on the Earth when it was flat. Then we
Right.
took the Earth that was flat and we reassembled it into a sphere. And all of those lines of longitude and latitude go perfectly in line with the sphere.
Right, dudes. I need you to do a quick history lesson for me. What I've done is I've posted you celestial flat Earth model. You need to watch this because everything that you've said, I guarantee about 95% of it is just categorically incorrect. Watch the video.
According to your
It's
flat
not
Earth
long.
model, right?
Listen, dude, no, do you want a flat Earth model? I'll tell you what, I'll give you one. But within that flat Earth model, you'll understand the history of what you're talking about. You'll understand that the flat Earth came first, and then everything else was superimposed around the ball.
Yes.
But
Do you know why the flat Earth came first? I even told you this at the start. The model that you're going off of is off of the maps of the ancient time before they knew the Earth was spherical.
you need to watch the video. Me and you are not going to converse until you've watched the video, until you've
Imagine that,
educated
bro.
yourself. Yeah, just watch
You
the video.
can't
It's not
defend his
even 10
point of
minutes
view.
long.
He's gonna try to silence me. But I
I'm
said
not.
this from the start.
Hello? Hello?
Well,
I've invited you to come back after you've watched the video. That's not silencing you.
No,
That's
it is. It's
offering
saying,
you.
hey,
That's
you can't
offering
talk
you.
about anything or even I just proven you
That's
3
what
to 4
silencing
times now.
you is. This is what
no, you kind
silence.
of already, you kind of just showed us that you, in practical application, they have to treat the Earth as flat to have measured the angles to get the latitude and longitude. So you saying that they flattened the Earth and took the measurements? No, they just used the Earth as it's observed and measured and used practically as the flat surface that we all experience. And
Okay.
then you
And
wrap
that's
it around an
wrong because
imaginary ball.
hold
You
on,
said it.
that's wrong because it didn't make a perfect circle. It made like a fucking scissored, like looking like swiggly
What
line.
are you even talking about?
All right, look up the map
Get us
for
your
longitude
source
and
for
latitude,
that.
and you'll see that it's not a circle. It's not a perfect Earth model. It's literally just them cutting the
Well, that's
Earth
a
up
claim,
in a
bro. That's a
in a
claim
spherical
you're
shape.
making. That's a claim you're making.
You can Google it right now and look at it. Look, go ahead
Yeah,
Okay.
and pull up a picture of longitude and latitude on a flat Earth on when
yeah,
they made it. You can Google
yeah.
this. I'm not making up shit, bro.
What's the problem?
I'm trying to tell you.
What's the problem? So there's a map
That the
that's flat. The
longitude and
longitude
latitude,
and
when they
latitude
flattened the
line.
Earth, it did not make a perfect circle. It made this weird shape, like a, I don't know, like imagine you cutting a sphere and trying to make a sphere flat. The only way you can do it is by cutting certain points at the very top. So it made like a, It looks weird whenever you look at the actual
Oh,
Earth
late
in longitude and
spheroid.
latitude form flattened. It doesn't
Watch
make
the
the
video.
model that you're talking about.
Watch the
Bro,
video.
send a link. Send a link to whatever you're looking at, so we can actually
Okay, I'll
see what
send the
you're
link
talking
here.
about.
I'll post right here.
95% wrong on everything he said.
Now I got to
Yeah,
throw out my
you
ancient
haven't been
math.
fooling me with shit. All you did was post the video and say you can't talk until you watch this video.
Yeah,
Everything
Yeah.
that you
watch
brought up,
You
it.
wanted a model. Hello?
seasons,
You
from the
wanted.
model of the Earth, from everything I brought up, even longitude and latitude, you have been
You don't even know how
disproven.
seasons work within your model, dude. You said it's because of proximity of the Earth to the sun. You're an idiot.
That is
Do you know
exactly
when
how seasons work.
you know when it's summer in the northern hemisphere? That's when the Earth is furthest away. Did you know that? It's because of
When
the
it's
angular tilt of the
winter,
Earth.
it's when the Earth is furthest away from
Angular
the
tilt
sun.
of
When it's
the Earth.
summer and fall, it's when the Earth is
Let's
closest.
answer this
Wrong.
question. Do you know what the Tropic
Oh,
of Cancer is? Do you know what that is?
A what?
Do you know what the Tropic of Cancer is, or the Tropic of Capricorn? Do you know what they are?
Dude, what are you talking about? We're not going by the stars.
No, this is seasons. The Tropic of Cancer and
Seasons do
Tropic
not
of
depend on
Capricorn.
stars. They depend on the movement of the Earth around the rotation of the Earth around the sun.
Hello, an
wow.
angular tilt of 23.4 degrees.
Yes, that's the position of the Earth's rotation on its own axis. But the Earth rotates around the sun, going 440,000 miles an hour. What are you talking
Okay.
about? So
Well,
when
What
the
are you
Earth is
talking
closest
about,
to the sun,
bro?
that's when we have summer and fall. When the Earth is
Sorry, say that again.
farthest, we have
Sorry, say that
winter
again.
and
Say
no,
that
my bad.
again.
We had summer and spring, and
Say
then we
that
have
again.
winter and fall. So that's wrong.
So we
Fall
have
and spring? I
seasons.
don't know.
Hello, we have summer in what the same hemispheres, north and south, at the same time.
Yes,
Okay, I'm
What?
just going to end this conversation here.
Come on,
because the Earth
bro.
is rotating
That's
and it's closer
retarded.
to the
That's
sun.
retarded.
Everyone
Oh,
experienced summer at the same time.
do me
They're
a
gonna be,
favor.
What
oh,
are
it's
you
winter time
Do
over
me
talking
a
here,
favor.
about?
and it's cold over
Could you
there.
do me
Yeah,
a favor? Could you do me a favor?
Too much.
Google that for me and everybody else, and then when you've read the reasons why what you said's incorrect, summer is different in the northern and southern hemisphere, like I pointed out earlier. When you've come back, when you've copied and pasted that in the text room, then you can come back. Because I'm not letting somebody in this chat be just wrong for half an hour. Go and educate yourself and come back. It's a quick Google search, dude. It should take a minute.
Yeah, bro. You can't be saying the folk have summer at the same time, north and south. I mean, that's. Come on, bro.
We
It's
literally have
too early
Australians.
for that.
We have Australians in this server every single day that are flat earthers. And when it's winter, like it is now in the UK for me in Cyclone, and you in North America, it's summer for them. That's why they have Christmas on the beach, because it's fucking summer.
Yeah, they're having a good time. I mean, that's just crazy. I mean, if he was going to get to it, I was going to ask him who measured the tilt of the Earth. That's one I want to start getting them more on. How'd you look outside and say, yeah, that's tilted?
This is why people need to have friends from all around the world. Australia. If you're from America, have a friend in Australia. Have a friend in Alaska.
Why? Why do we need friends from everywhere?
Hey, stop
Why
being
not?
racist. I also have friends from South America, bro. South America,
I don't know.
I
You
have
said
friends
this is
from all over
why
there.
we have to have friends everywhere.
Well, it's
This
not
is why.
why we have to. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is it's a good idea to have friends all around the world. That way, you know,
Why?
we can talk. We can talk about what the weather is like, because I think that's fascinating. Right? Like it'll be middle of summer here, but then somewhere else it'll be winter.
Wow.
Wow.
Hey, 420, man. It's summer in Argentina right now, and it's winter in New York. Just letting you know.
I don't know how he doesn't get this.
Some people are supposed to stay brainwashed no matter what they do or you do. They only know one thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't get past the north and south having summer and winter at different times, you're not really going to be able to have a discussion here because that's basic on both sides.
I'm saying like instead of just going by what we read or what videos we watch on the internet, because anybody can fabricate anything. So like, get some friends around the world and just talk to them. Like, why would they make up some crap about that? It's kind of obvious. I mean,
Bro,
that's kind of the
fuck
cool.
that cracking.
That's the cool thing about the internet. We can talk to anybody around the world, anywhere. Take advantage of it. It's actually very enlightening.
Well, that was fun. Do you have anyone else in? Or does someone else want to pick up with that guy?
420
No.
guy thinks that it's summer all across the world when it's summer where he's at.
Wow.
So it must be winter everywhere in the world at the same time too. How does that
Yeah,
work?
it's winter all across the world and summer. Jeez.
I mean, isn't that why they say that the Earth tilts on an axis to give seasons, right?
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
All right. What I've done is because I need to help this guy. I've gone to the internet, as we should all do. Got a link off of asking the question how seasons work. Taken a citation out of it, and I've posted the citation. The Earth's spin let's go again, sorry. The Earth spin on its axis and is tilted with respect to its orbital plane. This is what causes the seasons. When the Earth's axis points towards the sun, towards the sun, it's summer for that hemisphere. Not both hemispheres, like our guy was saying, for that hemisphere. When the Earth's axis points away, winter can be expected. So it's summer in the north when the angular tilt is northern, and when it tilts away 6 months later, it's summer below the equator in the southern hemisphere. This guy thinks that it's summer north and south of the equator at the same time. And he also
With
said
this
earlier,
guy, my bad. Go ahead. Yeah, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, my apologies, mate. And he also did say that seasons are caused because of closeness or proximity of the Earth to the Sun. That's not correct. It's the angular tilt.
I think with this guy, whenever he comes by, he will have don't move on from this point until he concedes or something.
Well, I'm going to give him the opportunity to now. So, my man, right at the bottom of the circle.
Earth's rotation around the sun.
So, even though that I can cite sources that demonstrate you're incorrect, it's because of the angular tilt. The hemisphere that points close towards the sun is where the summer is, and the one that's pointed one where the winter
buddy.
is.
So I want you to tell me this: when the Earth is the closest in its orbit to the sun, what is that called? Go ahead. When the Earth is closest in its orbit around the sun to the sun, what is that called?
Is it ephelion or perihelion? I can't remember which.
Please explain to me.
I can't remember
When the
which.
sun, when the rotation of the Earth is furthest away from the sun, what is that called?
Is that perihelion?
Answer the question, bro.
Just have.
No. When the Earth is closest to the sun in its rotation around the sun, that's when we experience summer and literally there's a certain year time. It's from fucking I posted in side chat. That's why you can Google summer right now and you'll see what pops up. It's a certain time of the year where the Earth is closest to the sun's rotation around the Earth.
Because
the Earth is closest. The Earth's rotation is closer to the sun.
Dude. So I asked you to do this. So I did it. I then posted a reference and gave a citation that demonstrated it's because of the angular tilt and the size.
Yes, the angular tilt has to do with it. But you're missing out the rotation of the Earth around the sun. Its orbit around the sun when it's closest to the sun. Earth doesn't rotate around the sun in a perfect circle. It orbits around the sun like an oval.
Unless you want to continue on this one, Jedi, do you want to move it on?
Take the L, bro. You didn't even know how seasons work.
Well, we're gonna
Take the L,
ask you. I was gonna ask you, how do you know that the Earth is going around the sun?
How do we know that the Earth is rotating around the sun? Because we have literally seasons. We have night and day because of the Earth's rotation around its axis, and then we have seasons because of the Earth's closeness, proximity to the sun. What gives you
Right.
seasons isn't that the northern hemisphere is pointing towards
But
the sun. It's that the Earth is
Okay.
actually closer to the sun, and
Okay.
that
But
rotation of that's why we have 3 month rotations.
okay.
Every
Okay.
3 months,
So
the Earth is on a certain different point around the sun's
okay.
rotation.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's kind of restating the claim. So when I go outside, I see the sun moving in the sky. I don't see the ground moving in any way. So how is it that you think that the ground is what's moving, not the sun?
So when I go at night and I see the moon moving, I understand that the moon is moving, right? Around the
Yeah, like the
sun,
sun is
Earth.
moving. Like the sun is moving.
Oh my word, bro.
So you see there's the moon moving, you see the sun moving, but you're saying the sun isn't moving. The moon
I
is,
never
and the
said that the
ground is.
sun is moving. The sun is
Well, you're
moving
saying that when we see the sun
440,000
moving in
kilometers
the
per hour.
sky,
Even
right? Okay,
listen, even
okay,
your model.
okay.
Hold on, please. I understand where you're wrong about your model now. The model that you have for globetards is correct. The globetards are retarded. That's not the correct model for the sun. The sun
No,
model
no,
is
no. We're not
actually like
talking about
a
models of the
tornado.
sun. No, no, no. It's not
Can
about
you let
models
me
of the
finish? I'm
sun.
about to disprove globetards. If you let me.
No, 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 no. Listen, forget the globetards. They are retarded, like you said. But we're focusing on what we observe and experience. So when we go outside, we see the sun moving, like we see the moon moving. We acknowledge, yes, the sun and the moon are moving. But you're saying it's us moving, the floor, the ground, right?
Yes, you are
Right.
moving.
So I'm asking, what
Correct.
makes you say that when you just observe the sun and the
Well,
moon
maybe
moving?
stop interrupting me because I was in the middle of answering your question when you interrupted a second time, saying nothing of substance. I was literally in the middle of answering your question. So, the sun is moving at 440 kilometers per hour. The sun is not standing perfectly still. The rotation of the earth around the sun is more like a tornado, where it's like literally following the sun as it's moving in that distance. So the model that you have for the flat earthers, it is wrong. The sun isn't stationary. The planets are rotating around the sun like a tornado, and
Right.
they're all like literally rotating like in a spiral pattern. So
Okay, but
even
you
the
still
model for
haven't
the flat
told
earthers,
me.
the global earthers is wrong. They are
Right,
moving. The sun is moving. The
you're
planets are
telling me
following the
that it's
sun.
moving. Yeah, you're telling me that it's moving, but I asked you, what's your evidence that it's moving, and you're just restating the claim. What's the evidence?
The
Who
evidence that
measured
the
the
sun is
ground
moving.
moving? Who measured
The,
that the ground is moving?
the ground is moving. If the
Yeah,
ground
who
ever, if
measured
Earth,
that?
listen. That's how
Who
you don't know,
measured
even know
that?
physics. If
Wait,
Earth
wait, wait,
ever
wait,
stopped,
wait, wait, wait.
all right, let me fucking answer then.
Who measured that the ground is moving?
All right, then let me answer. Because in the middle of my answering, you always interrupt and
No,
say
just
some
answer the
stupid shit.
question, who measured it?
All right, I'm gonna tell you. If the Earth ever stopped rotating.
That's not answering the question. He asked you who. You don't answer that question when your first word is if.
Yeah,
Answer the
I'm asking
fucking
for a name.
question.
He was gonna say if it
All right,
stopped
listen. I'm not trying
moving,
to talk
everybody's
about the
gonna
name.
fly off.
I'm listen.
Yeah, yeah,
Shut up.
He's
yeah, yeah.
completely wrong about his model. He hasn't separated the northern and
Well,
southern hemisphere
this is
winter.
what I want to stay on for now. Listen, Wildman, we're asking for a name. Who was it that measured the motion of the ground that you're asserting? Give us the name.
I wasn't it. I don't know. I don't know who it was.
So has anyone done it?
That's not what the point was. I was trying to
Well,
make
it
a
is.
point,
It's your
and then
claim,
literally
so it
I
has
got
to be
interrupted.
measured.
Hold on, I
If it
got
can't be
interrupted in the middle of my
measured, how
point.
do you know it's occurring? It has to be
Asked a bunch of
measured if it's
different
occurring.
questions that had nothing to do with the point we were talking
No,
about,
no, no.
and now
This
you're
does
literally
have to do
changing the
with the
subject to
point.
something that had nothing to
No,
do
no,
with
no.
what
This
we
is
were
the
talking
point.
about.
No, no, no. This is the point
The
because
point
you
was this. I was
said
trying to tell
it's
you,
based
if the
on the
Earth
ground
stopped.
moving.
Oh, this guy's getting annoying. He's not even
Yeah,
listening to your sideline.
yeah, it is
Just
a bit
not.
much.
It's fine. I mean, I played the moot hoverer for a while, dude, but he's got to start answering questions. Not.
I know.
He's,
I'm holding him to it. I'm holding him to it. We need a name, Wildman. Who measured this motion that you are assuming is the
Hold on.
cause of all these things?
Why is this the topic at hand? When we were talking about the rotation
Because
of the
it's
Earth
the
and the
foundation
Sun,
of your
you
claim.
got
Yeah,
all
yeah,
the way
yeah.
off
We're talking
topic.
about. You just said it, bro. We're talking about the rotation of the Earth. Therefore,
So
the question
listen,
is,
you
who
do understand
measured.
physics.
No, bro. You're talking about the rotation of the Earth. You just said it yourself. So our question is, who measured the ground, the Earth, to be rotating? Like you just said. Be specific.
I do not know.
Right.
You got off topic and you asked a stupid question that had nothing to do with what we were
because
talking about.
that's your assumption. So if you don't
No,
know
because
that your
literally you were
assumption
in the
is
middle of me
true,
responding. I got muted,
if you
and then you
can't
asked this
verify,
question, and now I'm
oh,
supposed to answer a question that had nothing to do
bro,
with the conversation.
if you
Let me
can't
respond. The
verify
other guy
your
keeps muting
assumption,
me.
if you can't verify your assumption, then it can be dismissed.
No, that's what I was trying to tell you. The model of physics. I'm going off of the physics model, not your little humans. What human thinks and this. I'm going off of the, the actual
The
like.
fantasy. You're going off a fantasy. We
No,
want
I'm
a
not.
measurement. Yeah, we want a measurement.
What is the law of relativity?
No, who measured it?
Fucking hell, dude.
Hey, buddy, what is the law of relativity?
What's
Hey,
my
wild
fucking
man.
favourite colour?
Yeah, wow.
You need to, I don't know, take a breath.
Yeah.
Think
Dude,
about
I
what
have a
you're
question for
doing.
you.
Dude. Yeah, man, what's up?
Why are you the gay?
Say that again.
Why are you the gay?
Why am
Oh,
I?
he's asking about globe earthers. No, we're not globe earthers. Peanut butter. Yeah, so Wildman, if you don't have any measurement of this motion that you're assuming in your assertion, then your assertion can be dismissed. So until you have that measurement of the motion you're asserting, you don't have anything to discuss with
All right.
regards to motion of the Earth.
I am trying to tell you about the law of relativity. Do you know what the law of relativity is?
Tell us about it.
The law of relativity has nothing to do with human comprehension or understanding. It is
All right.
something that will exist beyond human existence. The planets will
Good start.
rotate exactly how we said they will rotate around the Earth, even after we've gone extinct. This
Okay,
is an
so the planets
objective
are
truth.
rotating around the Earth. You agree?
I'm telling you, hold on, listen to what I'm saying. You're not even
I
listening to what
did.
I'm
You said
saying.
the planets rotate around the Earth.
The planets rotate around the sun, but the
You
law of
said the Earth.
relativity is what I'm going off of. The law of relativity, which was made by Einstein. Yes, I can tell you who created the fucking rotation of the Earth. Some idiot, that's some idiotic name. But what we're talking about is the law of relativity, which is the physics fundamental of how the world revolves around us.
So
If you
what
don't
is it?
understand
You
the law of
still haven't
relativity,
explained.
how
You
the
still haven't
hell can I have a
explained.
conversation with you?
You still haven't explained what it is.
Excuse
You
me.
don't know what the law of relativity is. Exactly. That's what I'm
You
telling you.
said you were going
The
to
Earth
explain
is
it.
rotating because of the law of relativity. That is what makes the Earth rotate around its axis.
Wait.
The Earth's not rotating because of the law of
He
relativity.
doesn't know what the law of relativity is, so
How
how
can
can I
I?
have a conversation with the ignorant
How can?
person
What do you
that doesn't
mean?
even
What
know
do you
the
mean the
basics
Earth
of
is
physics and how
rotating?
the world works around
What
them?
do you mean the Earth is rotating because of the law of relativity?
The law of relativity, how massive bodies in the universe interact with gravity around them. That is the law of relativity. It describes planetary gravity. That's how we get gravity on Earth. That's how we get gravity on the sun. That's how we all orbiting around the sun. It's the law of relativity that tells us everything.
Right. So what does that look like in reality?
In reality, it looks like the universe. When we die and every human on this planet goes extinct, the law of relativity will continue to happen
Okay. So it
on
just
every
looks like.
celestial body across
Okay.
the
So
entire universe.
it just looks like the sun, moon, and stars revolving above us as we observe.
No, the law of relativity is how we know how dense a star is, how much gravity a star has, how much gravity a planet has. That's how we
I
know
asked you what that looks like, and you said it just looks
other
like
planets
the
with
sun,
our
moon, and stars
satellites.
moving around.
So imagine that you didn't even know what the law of relativity was. And I'm trying to explain to you
Well,
why the
after
Earth is
your
rotating,
education,
and you don't
I
even
feel
know the basic fundamental on
after
why the
your
Earth rotates.
education, bro, I'm pretty clear on what it is. What is it? The
All right, then you tell
density
me
of
why
the
the Earth
star?
rotates.
The
It
density of the star?
doesn't.
Well, the Earth isn't rotating, remember, because no one's measured it.
Oh wow, dude! Oh my God! Even bringing up the law of relativity, that's how we found out that the Earth is rotating and all
Dude,
the
shut the fuck
celestial
up. You
bodies and
sound
everything.
stupid and you're making
You,
Globers look bad.
I'm not making globals look bad. The law of relativity
Well,
is literally the fundamental
well,
physics of the entire universe.
tell us again how seasons work, and then I'm going to post you something from NASA.
The rotation of the Earth around the orbit of the Earth around the sun. When the Earth
So,
is at its closest point to the sun, that is when we have summer. When it's at its farthest point, that's when we have winter.
for both hemispheres, north and south, right? We experience summertime north and south of the equator at the same time of year, from June to September, right?
That's what I said. Summer is it's about the positioning of the Earth. It's not about where it's cold over here, it's warm over there. It's about the positioning of the Earth. Every 3 months, the Earth is positioned in a different elliptical orbit around the sun. That is why we
Okay.
have
Do
seasons.
me a favor. Do me a favor. This might make it easier for you. Google, when is it summer in Australia? Google that.
Oh my word! You really
Do it.
don't understand.
Yeah, I want you to
All
do
right,
it.
hold on.
I want you
Let's
to do
dumb it
it.
down, guys. I
No.
want you to answer my question. Is there any point in Earth?
Thank
No.
you.
You keep being wrong. And I tried to let you engage with Cyclone, but I can't let this point go because you're incorrect with your model, dude. And now I've posted a citation from NASA who have demonstrated that you are incorrect. So we're not going to move on from this point until you say, oh, I'm sorry. I'll do what you said. I'll go and Google when it's summer in Australia and I'll apologize to everybody. And then we can move on when you show some humility. You're going to do that? You're going to express humility?
Ugh.
You're going to do that?
Bro,
When is
come
it
on.
summer in Australia? Google that for me.
All right, let's Google it.
Good.
Summer in Australia.
Wait, can I
What's it
ask a
say?
question?
2 seconds. We have to hold this gentleman to task. He's doing something
Australia is
for us.
between December and February.
Okay, is December and February June to September? Yes or
The
no?
what?
Is fucking hell. Is what you read out the same as June to September? Are they the same months?
No, they're not.
No, they're not, because we don't experience summer north and south of the equator at the same time.
I
When we
understand
experience,
because your notion of summer comes from the weather. My notion of summer comes from the positioning of the Earth around the
Shut up.
sun.
Shut up. You're being
That's
an
why you don't
asshole. You
understand
have
it.
no clue what you're talking about.
All right, so oh my
Well, that's
word,
not the
bro.
question. Just move on.
I want. Hold on. Anybody here educated?
Okay, let's move on to the
Sounds like
person who
you are.
actually had a question.
yeah,
Let's move to the person who actually had a question. Who was that?
Yeah, can you guys hear me still?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm kind of new to this. I thought NASA was not to be trusted. Like, I thought you guys didn't trust them.
okay. So just to catch you up to speed,
Thank you.
we're talking about the heliocentric model. We're talking about, from this guy's point of view, the reasons why the explanation for seasons within the heliocentric model. The last guy that we were talking to expressed that we have summer at the same time, north and south of the equator, because seasons are caused by proximity of the Earth to the sun.
Right.
This is incorrect within that model. The people who suggest this model, NASA being one of them, say that the reason why we have seasons is because of the angular tilt of the Earth at 23.4 degrees. So when the North Pole was pointing more or less directly towards the sun, that's when we experience summer north of the equator. And it's cold and winter in the southern hemisphere. 6 months later, when the South Pole, the angular tilt of the Earth has changed, where the South Pole is more pointing towards the sun, then it's summer south of the equator and winter north of the equator. So that's the model. This guy doesn't understand his own model and wants to come here and try and educate us when he doesn't understand the basics of his own model and wants to
Right.
compare it to ours.
Okay, so I have a question. I don't know if it's stupid or not. Forgive me. So the global model. So the equator, they say it's the hottest there because it's the closest to the sun all the time, right? Is that a
Yeah,
theory?
for our average. So as the Earth rotates around the sun, the angular tilt will be more or less away or towards the sun. Being as the equator is between the Tropic of Cancer and Tropic of Capricorn, which
Right.
would be the actual limitation, and then yeah, the equator is the hottest part on the Earth within that model. Yeah.
Is that though possible? Because I'm just trying to think it through, and again, that this is where I'm saying it might be flawed in my brain, but how is the alleged globe rotating How is it rotating? That one part's always the closest. Like it's because it's rotating. How is it rotating? Spinning. So if it spins, it's spinning.
It's not rotating. The ground is not rotating.
That's why I'm trying to think. Like it's saying because it's not spinning like their little model, right? I mean that's not that can't be correct.
I also have a question. If our planet is hot and like we're getting sunlight from the sun, why is the empty space cold? Right?
That would be your imagination.
Well, you know,
Why?
if our
You never
planet is
went to an empty
absorbing,
space and took a thermometer with you, did you?
but it's cold, right?
How would you know that?
Well, I don't. I'm just asking a question. Why are you attacking me?
Why would we know?
How is a
Well,
question attacking you?
well, it seems like you are attacking me. I
It
just have a
doesn't.
simple
I'm
question.
asking you how do you know the conditions of a place that you've never been to and don't know is real?
Okay, so have you been to the south of Africa?
No.
Do you know it exists?
Do you hear me making claims about its conditions?
Well, you're just like, you know, attacking me, and that's how I feel like you're responding
No,
to me.
no,
I
no.
just
I'm
asked a
pointing
simple
out to
question.
you that you're asking us a question about something that you've heard about a place that you've never been to and doesn't know it exists. So, how are you going to answer that question, or how would we answer that question?
Well, if you don't want to answer the question, you can just like shut your mouth. No?
No, that's okay. You can be less triggered and stop being a little bitch, and we can explain to you how that medium of outer space can't exist.
Okay.
You interested?
I'm just gonna leave you to, you know, do your thing.
Okay, okay. That's
Wow.
okay.
He couldn't
It's
even get his
upsetting for
words
some
out.
people. I get that it's upsetting. How cold is it in Narnia? We don't know. Well, how dare you attack me?
You got this guy posting images of the heliocentric model with a fucking tilt and excellent equinoxes and everything, and he's still not seeing it. It's fucking brilliant. I don't know what's wrong with him.
He's a tiny sun earther.
Who broke him?
I think he's a cartoon earther. That's the problem.
What's everyone's agenda here? It's like you don't believe in
Oh,
anything?
today I
Reality.
everybody had. Go ahead, my bad.
And I'm just saying, there's not really an agenda. We're just discussing reality, which is what you observe, experience, test, measure, that kind of thing.
And get
Okay.
mad at.
So
Yeah, you get mad
do
at
you
that.
absorb like sunlight every day? Do you
Yes, I
absorb like
observe
heat?
the sun. Sometimes I am in Scotland.
Okay, that's fair. I think it was really hot in Scotland on Sunday, right?
I wouldn't say really hot. It's been a bit warmer than it was before. It was -6 the other day. But yes, we observed the sun. We agree with that.
Yes, but it
It's
was
nice.
very unusual for it to be 19 degrees in like the
It
beginning of
wasn't.
January, right?
It wasn't 19 degrees. No, I don't know where you heard
15
that.
degrees.
No, not even. Well, not here
Oh,
anyway. It's like 10 degrees maybe. But anyway, yes, we have a sun.
yes.
It moves around above us. Yeah.
So is our sun orbiting something like? Do we as like a solar system move as well in our Milky Way? Are we? Because
So you need to get. You
are
need
we
to
like?
see. You need to. You're starting with the assumption of the solar system already in mind. You need to get everything out of your head
Okay,
and start from
fair enough.
scratch.
But can you answer my question? Like, if space is empty, right? Space was empty. There's no oxygen or whatever. I'm not too sure if there is or
No,
isn't.
no, that's your claim.
Yeah, we
But
don't.
the heat that we're getting from the sun, and it's been transferred from the sun to empty space to
Yeah.
land on our planet for you to like, get
He thinks he's
Well,
your
that would be
your sunlight.
that would be a question for the globe Earth believers.
In that like whole empty space where it's where the sun is shooting, heat and all sorts of stuff
Right.
to our planet. Is the
I'm going
surrounding
for this
areas
theory.
cold or is it warm? That's the
Right. So that,
question.
that would be a question for the people who believe that they live on
Would
a
you
spinning
know?
ball
Has
in a
anybody done any
universe.
research?
Maybe we should ask
We,
maybe W at the bottom
I
of the
think
sun.
you're glitching.
Yeah, let's ask Wild Man.
You're
Yeah.
glitching that. Hello? Yeah, you're
Come on,
glitching, my
man.
friend. You're glitching.
This is hilarious.
are you? Can you hear us? Not a wizard. Are you
Oh
there?
yeah, there you are. There you are.
Yeah. So no, we're not making claims about things beyond reality. We're talking about reality, which is the Earth, as far as we can experience. We're not making claims about things beyond the sky, beyond observation, beyond measurement, sense, and all that. You'd have to speak to the globe fantasists if you want to ask questions about their
Well,
fantasy.
we do have satellites and radio like
Oh, we do.
transmissions that actually kind of detect stuff. Like we detected like certain things. We know that the size of
Oh,
it
we've
because
detected certain things. Okay.
yeah, we always detecting certain things. So
All right. Well, if we're detecting certain
what
things, I
I'm
guess
trying to
that's
understand is there like is there heat in empty space that's been transferred from the sun to the earth? Is there any heat
again. We
transfer?
don't. We don't. We don't. We don't believe that there's a vacuum beyond the sky. So you'd have to ask the Globers about that. But since you say they're detecting certain things, could you tell us? Have they ever detected curvature or motion of the ground on the Earth?
Curvature or motion on the ground on Earth?
Like of the surface of Earth. Curvature
Yes.
to be a ball, motion to be a spinning ball. Have they ever measured that?
Well, do you trust your senses?
I do, yeah, and they tell me that there's no curvature or motion.
Okay, and every animal has different senses and emotions, right? That could
Yeah, don't talk
be
about
from
other
like,
animals, dude. We don't give a shit
yeah.
about animals.
But it's true, right? Everybody has like different things. Where dolphins, you know,
Oh, are you
they
going to go and ask the dolphins? I'm asking if anyone measured it.
sharks. Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to ask you. Do you trust your senses? Is that what you
I already
rely on?
told you, our senses don't detect curvature or motion, which is why I'm asking, has anyone measured it?
Okay, so what you're trying to say is, from your eyes, when you're on a beach and you look to the far as you can see, you don't really see a curvature, right?
No, the horizon is horizontal.
The horizon is just like a straight landscape, right? That's what you're trying to
Yeah.
say.
The horizon's a straight landscape.
Is that what are you trying
No,
to
it's
say?
like a
'Cause
horizontal line separating the sky and the ground or the sea, yeah?
okay,
Yeah.
and then
So I don't see
this
curve there,
kind of
and I don't feel the ground moving unless I'm in an earthquake or something. So
okay.
yeah. So we're asking who's measured these things since none of us experience them.
Have you ever suffered from motion sickness?
Okay, is that a measurement of curvature or motion of the Earth?
Well, motion sickness is this thing that can occur to anybody in any moment,
Right.
when you
Yeah, I
lose
understand
balance
what I know. Yeah, I
and
know
you
people
lose
get
the
motion
sense
sickness.
of actual like motion where
Yeah,
your
yeah,
head
yeah.
could
So when you go on a boat or
No.
something, when you go on a boat or something that's in motion, yeah, you could get motion sickness. But we're talking
exactly.
about a measurement of the ground having curvature or motion.
Well, yes, I think if you put a pole, for instance, a flag or just a large object, and you put another large object, maybe 3,000 miles further, and if you join them together basically with a rope, you'd see the curvature. But you haven't done that experience because
Okay, so who did that? So who did that?
well, you probably can do it yourself, right? But
Oh no,
I've
no, I'm
never
not asking about. I'm not asking about what we could probably do. I'm asking who measured it, since people seem to be convinced of it.
who measured it. Well, I
Yeah.
think you should measure it. So,
No. I'm asking if anyone has measured it because they're already saying it exists. Yeah.
okay,
So who measured
what
that?
what exists?
The curvature of the surface, making it a ball. The motion of the surface, making it a spinning ball. Who measured things?
Who measured? Who? Well, I guess people that have done it. It could be scientists, people that work
Oh
in,
my god.
Okay, which
Loaded
one?
question. Loaded
it
answer.
could be people that were like navigating ships
Okay,
before
okay. I'm not really asking who it could
Christopher
be.
Columbus.
I'm not
The
really
big
thinking who. I'm not really asking who you think could have done it. I'm asking
yes,
who did it. Did anyone do it?
I guess so.
Okay, who do you think? Who do you guess did it?
The government.
The government. Which
Oh,
government?
poor guy.
Well, plenty of governments, plenty of
Plenty of the
scientists.
governments. Okay,
USA?
could you send us your favorite government curvature measurement?
Well, if you want to disprove them, why don't you gather
Well, I
some
can't. Well, at the moment,
friends and
at the moment, there's nothing to
stick a
disprove.
poll, so
At the
stick a
moment, there's.
poll,
Hold
stick a
on.
poll in like
Wait,
Scotland
wait, wait,
and
wait. What do you mean? But
stick
at the
a
moment,
poll
there's
in
nothing
like
to
the north of
disprove.
Africa
At the moment,
and
there's
see if
nothing
it
to
curves.
disprove. At the moment, there's nothing to disprove. We haven't seen a measurement yet.
Oh, okay. There's nothing to disprove.
Yeah, yeah. Remember
But
the
you're
curvature
saying,
measurement?
but you're also saying that like just from your senses, the Earth is flat, right?
Well, not just that, but yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
We see
Yeah.
that way also.
So we all experience it to be flat, but then someone says it's actually curved. We say, okay, how did you measure that? Who measured that? And they say, well, no one did.
Okay. So
See the
if the
problem?
Earth was flat, would the possibility of like circles exist, like globes and round stuff exist, like your head? Would that exist?
Is that an
Uh,
argument?
why? Listen, what is
Hold on, get. Hold on,
round?
get. Hold on.
Yeah.
I mean, are you just spiraling now, or
Yeah,
what?
I'm just
You're
like
still having a
I just
conversation,
asking a simple question, like
right?
if everything
So if
was
the
flat, like
surface,
the
so you're
universe
asking if
was
the
flat,
Earth's
like a
surface,
paper.
so you're asking if the Earth's surface isn't curved, can we still have heads? That's your question.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm
Yeah.
just saying,
Yeah, that's what you said. You were
So
like, oh,
funny.
like
would you still have a round head, Dirk?
a sphere would still exist. Circles still
Right. So we're
exist in our
talking about
reality.
the ground having curvature and being a sphere. You understand that, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So again, has anyone measured this?
Has anyone measured this? I guess so. I don't know.
Okay. Could you please just pop yourself on mute for a minute, do a quick 5 minute of research, and show us who measured it?
Okay, I'll be back.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to ask him a question. If the
Well,
Earth
hold
is
on.
a ball, if the
Yeah.
Earth is
Okay.
a ball and everything is balls, then how do exist hard, straight phalluses? How can they exist if everything is balls?
Well, let's not
Like,
give them that easy out.
yeah, but the same question we can ask him back. The way he put it. Like,
Yeah, I just want him
if the
to
Earth
go
is
through the
flat, then how
exercise.
can your head exist? Like, that's such a
Yeah,
stupid.
he was being silly. I don't know what he was doing by that, but he said he's going to go and have a look and bring us the
Yeah,
curvature
so
measurement. Let's
sorry,
do
I'm
that.
back. The first thing I got here is satellites, right? Do you believe in satellites?
Are they a belief?
Well, you're questioning a lot of things, so
Well, I'm
just
asking who measured the surface curvature of the Earth, right?
God
satellites.
satellite.
Huh?
God.
Okay, so could you what? Well, listen, satellites. I mean, you don't have any access to satellites, so that's not really something that you can verify.
Well, you
You might
definitely
just be
do have
coming from
access to
strength.
satellites. You're
Yeah,
more than
how do
capable of
you get
watching live
access?
in the space, the space
Okay,
place.
so what evidence do you have? Okay, so can you verify that claim then?
Can I verify that claim?
Yeah.
Well, this is what I mean. I'm asking you. Do you believe in satellites, or did you accept satellites as
It
something that?
depends how you were to define satellite. How would you define it?
Do you understand what a satellite is? Do you
Well,
understand what radio
how are
transmission
you
is?
Listen,
defining? How are you defining a satellite?
Do you understand what radio transmission is?
Is that how you're defining a satellite?
Yes, it sends signals, and
It
then
sends
the
signals from
signals.
where? From what
Well, it
distance?
sends exactly from the satellite. It sends a signal. It
So what
sends like
from what distance?
Well, I'm not here to explain to you what a satellite is, man.
Okay,
I'm
well,
not
it
here
was your
to.
argument. This was apparently your
Yeah,
measurement.
but
So if you can't explain it,
you asked me, can you give me a method that
okay, so you understand that someone would have had to have measured curvature before they could have launched a rocket with a satellite on it around a ball. You understand they would have already
Yes,
had to
I
have
gave you,
measured
I
it.
gave you, I gave you another method where I told you could stick a pole in Scotland, and then you can stick a pole in the center of Africa,
Okay, so tell
right?
me how sticking a pole in Scotland and a pole in Africa is a measurement of Earth curve. Tell me that.
Well, if you look at a ship on the
Shit,
ocean,
I thought you were talking
yeah,
about poles.
if you look at a ship from the ocean, it does disappear, right?
I thought you said
Um,
poles in Scotland and
yeah.
Africa.
So if you put a pole and you put another pole in another place, and you connect a string to it, you will see a curve.
Right.
The string is gonna bend
So
down.
someone connected a piece of string from Scotland to Africa, you're saying?
Yeah, if you connect a pole from here to there.
No. Again. I'm not asking about if, I'm asking who measured. Are you saying someone did a piece of string
Well, I
across the
don't know
curve?
if someone has, but that's my only explanation.
Well, bro,
If
I asked you
I
to go
wanted to
away
prove
and
it,
find the measurement.
yeah, but this is my own scientific experiment. If I went
No,
to
I'm not
measure
asking for your imagination. I'm asking for the measurement that was supposedly done. They're not saying the Earth is a globe because of this guy on Discord's imagination, surely. They're saying
yes, of
someone's measured the curvature, right?
course.
Who? When?
But so
How?
have you measured anything? Like,
No, bro, that's not a
why do you have this
measurement.
belief?
Have you
Why are
ever
you dodging
hang,
the question? Why are you dodging
dude?
the question?
But I'm not
Why are you
dodging the
dodging?
question.
You
I'm
are.
just
I've
okay
asked you for
because
like
it
Yeah.
10
seems
minutes
you've
now.
attacked me this whole time. It
I've
seems
asked
like
you
you
for
don't
like
really
10
like me,
minutes now.
right?
Who measured
Yeah,
it?
okay,
Who?
okay. So have you measured it? Have you taken your time
Why are you dodging
No.
the question?
No,
Yeah, this is
bro.
a moment of honesty,
because
and there's a three-word phrase you need to utter right now.
so going back to your original thing.
Why are you dodging the question?
I asked you, do you believe in
Why are you
disease?
dodging the question?
What's the question?
Who
Go
measured the
ahead,
curvature of
Cyclone.
the Earth? Who measured the
Okay, I
surface
sent something on
curvature
the
of the
side
Earth?
chat, but I asked you a simple
Explain.
question.
Why are you dodging the
What did you
question?
send? Whose measurement did you send?
I asked you a question. I asked you if you trust your.
Wow. You listen, whether or not I trust my senses is not a measurement of Earth's curvature. And I've already told you, yes, my senses don't detect any curvature. Which is
Okay,
why I'm asking
fantastic.
you to
So what have
substantiate that it
you?
exists. I'm asking you to substantiate that it exists by providing us with some verifiable measurement that can be
Okay,
done that shows curvature of the Earth. Do you
okay.
understand that?
Yes, I do.
So
Can
what
you
is taking so
disprove
long?
that the Earth
What
is
is
a
taking
globe?
so long? What's taking so
Can you
long? Well,
disprove what Earth is a
yeah, it
globe?
has it. Okay, yeah, it has no measurable curvature. How about that?
It has no measurable curvature.
Yeah,
That's
am
your
I
answer.
wrong? Do you disagree?
Well, I do. Of course, I do.
Okay, well then show me who measured it.
Well, have you measured it?
No, because it doesn't exist.
Okay, so then if you haven't taken time to actually measure
Yeah,
something
well, okay,
Cannot
so
or
measure
have an
something
experiment,
that
then
you were the
why
one
do you
doesn't
who,
think you're right?
exist.
bro, you just
Listen,
said you disagree with me when I said it can't be measured. You said it can be measured. So I'm asking you, then who measured it?
Hey,
Did you
dude, I
measure it?
measured it. Hey, dude, I measured it. Yeah, it's not curved.
You measured it?
what you did,
Okay,
you
so
came in
do you have
here
any?
and you claim that you believe that you live on a ball. You believe that it is curved. You have not verified anything.
It's
You are
okay, get
following a blind belief,
he
and you are
knows.
telling us that if we did measure curvature. No, we didn't measure any curvature. All we found is flatness. We measured the land and we found it to be flat.
Yeah, it's pretty simple, bro. If it really was
Yeah.
curved, you would have provided a measurement of it like 20 minutes ago instead of all this obfuscating that you're doing.
Of course, but you can't either
Of course.
present any kind of evidence to prove
Of
that the
course.
Earth is not
Yeah.
curved, or it's
You are currently being the evidence. We ask people
yeah,
who
because
measured
you're
the
talking to
curves.
someone that hasn't looked into it.
Who
I'm
measured the
just simply
curves,
saying
and they
that
don't
you
know.
don't have any evidence
Okay.
as
So it's
well,
fair to
right?
say then. It's fair to say then you don't know of anyone that's measured the curvature of the Earth, which is what you should have just said originally, instead of all the waffling that
Well,
you've
I
been
did
doing.
say satellites. I did say
They don't
satellites,
measure shit,
and I
You
dummy.
gave
don't
you
know
my
what
own
Yeah.
version
satellites
of
are.
So you don't
actually
know exactly. So you
measuring.
don't know. So what you should have just said is, "I don't know."
I gave you options. You just didn't
No,
accept
you
it.
didn't.
You
You
were asking
didn't.
me
You
for
didn't give me a single
a
name. You didn't
certain
give me a
person that
single name.
actually done it, and I'm like,
You
I don't
didn't
know
give
their
us
name.
a single
But my
measurement,
own
bro.
experiment, I put a pole in Scotland and a pole in the
Yeah,
center
your
of Africa.
imagination is
And
not a
I give you the
measurement,
other
bro.
example of a satellite, but you don't accept it. You haven't
Your
actually given me
imagination is
any
not
evidence that
your
the Earth.
imagination is not a measurement, bro.
He's
Yeah, but
hallucinating.
if you want to just talk
This
about
guy
your
needs a
reality on this Earth,
lobotomy.
then
Dude,
you're just
for
an idiot,
your own sake, do a
right?
lobotomy.
No,
For your own
you guys are
sake,
stupid because that simple question of me asking from the heat
go and
transfer
make a
from the sun to the
lobotomy
Earth,
because you are
I know we can
following
ask a
blind
question because
beliefs. You are
Guys,
how do we
contradicting
know
guys,
that
people,
the space
and
is
you have
even
no
hot or cold because we haven't been
clue
there?
about
bro,
You
the
Gabby,
haven't been
things
to
Gabby,
that you
Australia.
are
Gabby.
contradicting
Have you been to
yourself.
Australia? Have you been to Brazil?
Right. Jesus Christ. He was talking non-stop there, so you're gonna have to
Yeah,
start from scratch and be succinct, please, because we're moving it along.
Also, you can't do medical advice like go do a lobotomy. You can't do that.
okay.
Yeah, no, let's just keep it on it. Listen,
Sorry.
he can either he's conceded he doesn't have any measurement of a curvature of the Earth. So let's just remember this is not a wizard. For if you want to start talking about anything that assumes the curvature of the Earth, you're going to have to come back to providing that measurement. Otherwise, it can be dismissed. Okay, that's fair.
Well, I actually done some research now. I've been on ChatGPT, and
Okay.
I found someone called Jesse Gordon, and
Oh, what?
yeah, and it seems like he's done a lot of
ChatGPT is
measurements.
citing Jesse. Wow,
Well,
that's hilarious.
it
What
seems
did
like a
Jesse do?
reliable source, right?
Yeah,
I wouldn't
what's
trust you for
Jesse's
any kind of
credentials?
information.
What's Jesse's background? What's his
Well,
job?
well, well, Psych, just from that simple question of asking a simple question of heat transfer from the sun to the earth, you can't
We're
answer
on
that
the
question because
curvature,
you don't
remember?
think that's you part of your reality.
Hold
You're
on.
just an idiot. You're just an
We're
idiot.
on the curvature, remember? We're on the curvature, remember?
Yeah,
So
but I
who's
started
this
that
Jesse
question
Gordon
where you
character? Tell us
attacked me,
about
and
this
you're like,
Jesse Gordon. Now we've got a
"Well,
name. Tell us
it
about
doesn't
this
really
Jesse
matter,
Gordon
right?
character.
Because you probably know who it is
Doesn't matter.
by the way you responded."
Continuously talking, dumbass.
Yeah, you need to chill, bro. Just tell us about
No,
this
I
Jesse
am
Gordon
very chilled. You
character.
guys are not
So
chilled because
does he work
you
for
are
NASA or
you're
something?
very close-minded because you don't have an open conversation or discussion. Even when I
Oh
asked a simple
man.
question about heat
Feelings,
transfer,
bro. Heat
right?
transfer. We're talking about the curvature, bro.
But I started the conversation with the heat transfer, right?
Yeah, which
But
would
then
be
you said, "Oh,
assuming
well,
the
we're talking about
heliocentric
our
model,
reality and my
curvature, and
senses.
all that.
That my senses always lie to me. When you can't even tell
Who
when a
said
woman
that?
is
No, no,
lying
no.
to you,
Remember, we
or if
told
she's
you
cheating on you,
our senses.
or if your own brother is."
Matt, remember, bro, I told you our senses, just like your senses, don't detect curvature of a ball. They don't detect any curvature. It's a horizontal horizon, a motionless surface. So we're not saying our senses are lying to us. It would be you that's claiming that your senses are lying to you, wouldn't you? Because you experience the same thing as we do, but you believe your senses are wrong and that there is curvature and motion, neither of which you can provide any measurement for. Correct?
Well, you can't provide that you exist as well, right?
Oh, wow. So now if the Earth's not a ball, you don't even exist.
That's
Is
right.
that it?
That
Well,
rain in a
does
jar.
your
I knew it.
conscious exist?
That's the default. I've been telling
Yeah.
you guys the default. If it's
Well,
not
it's
a
not a
globe,
default.
if
It's
it's
how
not a globe, they
you're
don't
operating.
exist.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's how
Yeah.
you're operating because you want to think
Nah,
about
that's just
your
nonsense,
reality,
bro.
right?
Listen. We're here to have reasonable conversation about reality, and if you're going to go into imagination, then just don't bother.
Imagination. So space is imagination.
Correct. There's a reason you've only seen it on
So the heat
TV.
transfer that we're getting from this sun that appears every few
Okay.
hours.
Think about
Uh,
this. Think about this. Answer me this question. If I asked you to provide me an example or to show me or give me pressurized gas, a gas under pressure, how would you do that? What would you bring me? What example of gas pressure? What, like a balloon or a tire with air in it or a canister, something like that?
To measure pressure
Or just to
within
have gas pressure?
like in a canister, like NOS, like
Yeah.
nitrogen.
So like whatever canister, whatever container you like, right?
Okay. If you have
Yeah.
nitrogen and you want to
Yeah.
measure the pressure of the gas.
Right. Or just have a pressurized nitrogen. Okay, so you'd bring me a container of pressurized nitrogen. Now, if I
It's
say,
all
okay, bring me
pressurized. It's
this.
all pressurized. It's just nitrogen. You don't have to
Okay,
say pressurized nitrogen.
no. Well, it is under pressure though at a certain psi. But either way, okay. So if I say, bring me gas that's pressurized without a container, how would you do that?
Oh,
I
Could you
have
do
no
that?
fucking clue, but honestly, like I
Okay,
don't know
well,
what to
okay.
say to
Then
you.
in principle, is it possible to have gas
I don't know.
pressure
I don't
without a
know.
container?
I don't know. Well, yeah,
Okay. Well, I'll give you a
if that's
clue. I'll
your
give you a
argument,
clue.
well, like,
I'll give you a
congratulations.
clue.
You can
I'll
explain.
give
Go
you a
for it.
clue. I'll give you a clue. The definition of gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. Do you understand that? Gas pressure definition, force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. Understand? Make sense?
Hello? Did you give up?
Just give
I
him a
guess so.
second. He's hitting the bong. Go ahead.
Oh well.
I think you
We'll
confused
bookmark
him with
that
Lat.
one. Yeah.
Jesse's giving him the
could
next
you like
talking.
give me a model of the flat Earth that you believe in?
Well, he
Do you
said
have
Jesse's coming up on Chat GPT, by the way. Is that right? Can someone confirm that? Is that the same Jesse we were talking about that comes on here?
Yeah, he said Jesse Gordon was on Chat GPT.
Yeah. That's the Jesse that's been on here, right?
Chat GPT gave him.
Can that really be true? Are they now? Is
More
Chat
than likely.
GPT citing Jesse as curvature measurements?
It sounds like
Surely not.
somebody's starting to do some programming.
Yeah, they heard about Flat GPT, which is working great for us, by the way. And now they're trying to make one of their own, but they don't realize Chat GPT is already loaded with globe crap.
Well, they must be updating it pretty thoroughly if it's now spouting out Jesse Gordon. I mean, that's insane.
It can only be Chat GPT 4 that somebody gave him a link to.
Mm. Right. So was it this that meowing cat? You asked a question. Sorry.
Yeah. If you have a model of the flat Earth, could you show me it?
Oof. Models. What do you think a
Okay.
model? Like, what kind of model are you talking about?
Like a model of the Earth, like the model we have, like a globe.
What, like a artistic representation, or what?
Technically, yeah, that's what I mean.
Okay, so like an artistic concept.
Yeah, how would you represent it?
Well, there's a bunch of different artistic concepts out there, but I wouldn't claim that any of them are necessarily true. They're all just artistic concepts, right? Like the globe.
Mhm.
So, I mean, when people say model, I think it's a bit of a misnomer, right? Because you're not really looking for a scientific model. You're looking for some kind of illustration that gives you a framework to think how this could be working differently. And I don't really fault you for that. And we do have some concept images that get shown around, but you need to make sure that you don't make the mistake of assuming this means that this is a model, which would assume like a size of the Earth, a shape of the Earth, distances to the luminaries, all this kind of thing. We can't, there's loads of things like that that we can't verify. You can't know, right? So it's kind of fallacious. You'd have to make a lot of assumptions. But I'm sure
Okay,
someone could
so I
post
have
you a
some other questions that
concept.
I want to ask you. Okay, so in the northern hemisphere, we observe a different set of stars, and what we do observe is, with time in the northern hemisphere, the stars, they move from anti-clockwise to if suppose you take a camera and then you just record the stars, they move in an anti-clockwise direction. But if you were to go down south, you would see a new different set of stars, and you would even see the moon in a different way. And
Clockwise and anti-clockwise, those are not
yeah,
directions.
those are directions. It's just this spin.
So if you
Stars
go in
move
the
east
south,
to west.
yeah, if you go in the south, do you see the back of the moon then?
Yeah, you don't see the back of the moon. You just see the opposite direction, like you see it upside down. Wait, let me just
Well,
show you.
the moon rotates like a wheel anyway, so that doesn't do anything for me.
What do you mean,
Listen,
like
listen, bro. When you're talking about directions, clockwise and anti-clockwise, right? So you're sitting in a vehicle and you're driving, right? You're driving the vehicle and you're going towards whatever direction you're going, right? You're driving the vehicle. Now you look at the wheel to the left. That wheel looks like it's
No,
going clockwise, right? And then you turn your eyes towards the right wheel, and that wheel looks like it's going counterclockwise. And
why
you're
would it be
going.
different down south? You're
They're,
not in
they're
the other
both. They
direction.
are
You're just
both.
down
Those
south.
are
It shouldn't
apparent
change.
directions, but the whole vehicle is going towards the same direction. But the wheels are going clockwise and counterclockwise on apparent directions.
How does that in any sense make? How does that make sense? If it's a flat plane,
Have you ever
as you
been
say,
in Spherical?
how would
Have you
the
ever been in
stars in
Spherical?
one hemisphere behave differently than the stars in the other hemisphere? And why
Because you're
would you
already
see different sets of
pre-assuming
stars?
you're already pre-assuming that you're standing on a spinning globe, even though you don't have any evidence for that.
Yeah, we do. Stars move counterclockwise
Okay,
in
so
the south and anti-clockwise in the
the
north.
globe.
It's just
Are you saying
an
that are you
indisputable
saying that
fact.
you're standing on a globe? You're saying you're standing on a globe, and then I'm asking, do you have any evidence for that? And you're saying just look away from the globe up, because remember the globe is under your feet. You're claiming, right? Below you, right? Below your feet where you're standing. And then I'm saying, do you have any evidence that what you're standing on a globe? And you're saying yes. Look at the stars away from the thing in question.
So how does this disprove my point in any way?
That you're not providing any evidence for the globe. The evidence for the
Okay,
globe
I am
will
giving you
be.
an evidence because it couldn't be consistent with the flat Earth model. There couldn't be different sets of stars in the north and different sets of stars in the south, and they wouldn't behave and rotate opposite to each other. It's just
You're
not
looking at
possible.
you're
It's not
looking at
consistent with the
phenomena
flat
in
Earth.
the sky and saying that what you're observing in the sky directly determines the shape of what's below your feet.
Hey, maybe you can show us your flat Earth model, the one that you keep saying that the stars shouldn't be able to do something on.
What?
Yeah, you're saying flat Earth model. Can you post that? Because you're talking flat Earth model, whatever, right? What's that?
Yeah, if the Earth was flat, it wouldn't be possible. It's only possible for a spherical Earth.
All right, can you show us why?
Because it's in the opposite directions of each other. It's a globe. It's just like now. Let's say you are on a globe. Let's say
Listen,
right.
you're making a claim. All
You're on one side of the
stars
ball,
move
and then
east to
you're on the
west.
other side of the ball. It's gonna look opposite. It will.
Did you
The
hear the
stars move east
conversation
to
we just
west.
had? Did you hear the conversation we just had with the last guy?
No, he wasn't here before. I don't think.
Okay, because it's similar to his thing, right? You make an argument that claims, well, this observation is occurring because the surface is curved. Then we ask, okay, could you verify that the surface is curved for you to then make that assumption? And you can't provide any measurement of it.
You can provide measurements. The ancient
Oh,
Greeks knew the Earth is round thousands
okay,
of
well,
years
let's
ago.
start there then. Let's start at point one then. Who measured the surface curvature?
It doesn't depend on who or what. There
No, it
definitely is a
depends
first
on
people who
it
measured it.
being
It
detect. It
could be
depends
maybe
on it
like thousands
existing,
of
though.
years ago. And
Right.
what we know, all the
So
sources
how
are
did
from ancient Greece.
okay? So how did they measure the curvature?
What they did was, see, now there were two cities, Alexandria and Cairo, and what they did was they measured the angles using a stick. They didn't use anything else but just a stick. They just measured the angles in Cairo, and then they measured the angles in Alexandria. And what they measured was the
Angles of
fact that
what?
the curvature of the Earth is 40,000 kilometers.
So they measured what exactly? Angles of what?
They just measured of angles like the sun with respect to the ground. They just took a stick, measured the angle of the sun with respect to the stick, and yeah,
So they measured the angle to the sun, not curvature.
they measured that. Using that you can.
No, no, you said they measured angles to the sun.
Yeah, because obviously it's
Yeah,
angles
but
at
we're asking
different
about
parts of
the
the Earth will be
surface.
different because of the curvature.
No, 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 but we're asking for a measurement of the curvature, not of angles to the sun.
Yeah, using this you can measure the curvature of the Earth
No, no,
because the
no,
angles are
no,
different
no,
at
no.
different points of the Earth.
No, no, no. You're talking about measuring angles to the sun, assuming a curvature of the Earth. We're talking about measuring directly that curvature. The drop over distance, right?
So do you expect me to take let's say measuring tape and go around the Earth?
Oh, what? So, okay, so we just have to assume it.
Yeah,
You're
dude.
saying it
Well,
can't be
let
measured.
me ask you this: then why does every single scientific institution in the world, why would they like lie to you?
Oh, wait,
What's their
wait. No, no, no,
incentive
no, no,
to?
no, no. No, no, that's a different topic. Are you saying that we can't measure the drop over distance, the curvature, and we have to assume it?
Yes, if you are ready, just take us
Right.
take a I don't know, a
Yeah.
measuring tape and just go around the world. You'll find it in no time if you have a measuring tape that long.
Okay, so who did that for the globe side?
What?
So who did that for the globe?
It's just impractical to get a tape that long. Just
You
think
just
about it.
told
Okay,
us to
okay,
go do
okay.
it. It's simple. Now you said it's impractical. Which is it, simple or impractical?
How are you supposed to get a measuring tape that big?
Okay, so you're telling us that we
Think
can't
about it.
measure the curvature of the Earth.
You can if you have a tape
Uh-oh.
that's long enough. Yeah, it's definitely possible.
Wait, it's possible, but has anyone ever done it?
You have a tape that long? Sure, you can go ahead with it.
No, I'm not saying no. I said, has anyone ever done it in reality?
Yes, because we cannot make a rope that is 40,000 kilometers
Okay,
long. That would require a
so
lot of
no one has
materials.
measured it. So no one's measured it.
Yeah, what we have measured is using mathematical formulas and
Right. So
looking at
no
general
one. Okay,
observation
but what?
and
Okay, so no one's
arriving at
measured the curvature of
expressions.
the Earth. No one's measured the curvature of the Earth.
Mhm.
Is that what you're telling me?
Directly using a this uh measuring tape. No, we haven't.
No, I didn't say with
If
a
you think the Earth
measuring
is
tape.
flat,
You
well,
can use
if
whatever
if
straight
you live in
reference you like.
America,
What about a laser? What about a laser, like a high-powered laser? Has anyone measured it with one of those?
how would that be possible? Because if you were to take a laser, then it would just shoot off through the curvature. It's not going to
Through the
confront the
curvature.
curvature.
Okay, so the
It won't.
curvature will block the laser.
Yeah, if you're shooting it in one angle,
What if
it,
we
it,
don't
it, it
shoot
won't
it
go
at the
directly.
ground?
It won't
What if we
directly
shoot
keep on
it?
going straight. It will just
What
bend
if we
off to
shoot it? What
space.
if we shoot it level above the surface, not into the ground?
What?
We shoot the laser level above the surface, like say 6 foot above the surface. We'll shoot the laser. That wouldn't
Hmm?
hit the ground, would it?
Uh, I don't think so. Maybe, yeah. Maybe. I'm not sure actually. I'm not.
So
You know.
if it was a curve underneath it, then on the other side of the laser should appear to be shooting off into the air above their heads. No?
Yeah, it would. Like for example, if
Okay,
you would
okay.
take a laser,
Who's done
let me just
that?
complete
So
my argument.
okay,
Okay,
so
let me
who's
just
done
complete my
that?
argument.
Who's done
If you
that?
take a laser, can I
Yeah,
go
who's
with my
done that?
argument?
Yeah, who's done
Yeah,
it?
there are.
Who's
I've seen
measured
some
that?
flat earthers. They what they did was they took a laser and what they did was
No,
there
all
was
our laser
a
tests
river
don't
that's
measure
around I
things.
believe 45 or 50 kilometers far away. They used a laser and what the if the Earth is flat and it does not have a curvature, then the laser would not pass through this one place. They wouldn't see the
No, well,
laser if the Earth
they
is
have
flat.
done laser tests at 40
I
kilometers.
mean,
Epicor did that, and they were able to hit a target 40 kilometers away.
they were able to get the target.
Yep.
And okay, if they were wait. Where I just need to see. I've seen them like proving the Earth is round by themselves, and their
Who?
experiments it failed, and they used the
What are you talking
lasers
about?
and.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, wait. Let me just find the video.
You talking about a Netflix movie?
No,
By any
I'm
chance?
not saying anything
Netflix
Netflix or
is the
anything.
TV
Like,
show,
I just saw
kid.
something on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Well, we have a bunch of laser tests we could link you to, and none of them are measuring any curvature.
And they're posted in chat now.
So if no one is measuring curvature and the laser tests are showing no curvature, that's not looking very good for the globe, which requires curvature. Is it?
Yeah, here. I just found the article here. 1 second.
We already gave you the test that was done.
This one.
He's just going to ignore the FE core one. He won't look at that one.
Wait, let me just look at it.
Well, you can, if you go on our server, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, we've got a whole laser test channel that's full of them.
Give me a second.
Oh, Wolfgang, Warden, Jedi, I would like to compliment all of you guys on the way you handle yourselves on here and keep your calm and provide information, unlike some other people on other channels that just immediately get in there and start yelling, calling names, and blanking people out. You guys are the way I would like to represent myself when discussing this topic. Thank you very much.
What about me?
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't catch that. I heard someone say, "What about me?" Who was that?
Crit.
A 50-minute long video.
Oh,
and,
Crit. Hell yeah,
here's the
Crit.
test.
But I haven't heard you speaking in the past few minutes here. So that's why I was complimenting just the last three people that I've been hearing discussing this topic. But
Yeah, I was just joking
Crit.
around.
Well, check this out. Earlier
Well, I'm
on,
not.
this. Sorry, go on, Waff.
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm.
No, I was just saying. Well, earlier on, check it out. This Glober said he doesn't care what Copernicus says. He wants to know what Cyclone says. So I thought that was pretty good.
Well, I don't know, but the guy that was talking earlier about how Earth, when it gets closer to the sun, that's how come we have summer, and not even knowing his own model of what the Earth is supposed to be is a spinning globe, and just some of the stupidity. But the way you guys handle yourselves, and just go ahead and try to lead them back directly to the point, calmly and peacefully, and without being a jerk about it. So you guys handle yourselves very well. And Crit, if I would have heard you the past few minutes, I would have mentioned your name in there too. But I'm working right now, and I'm cutting in and out of being able to listen as I get calls. And it started off with Jedi, and then when I came back, we had F.E. Warden in there, and then came back again. And it's bouncing around, but the three people that I've heard so far this morning in the past hour or so have been doing an excellent job.
Cheers, bro.
Did you guys ever figure out the seasons or no?
Yeah, man. Seasons, that was adjudicated thousands of years ago.
My
Like,
trees tell me. Yeah, my trees tell me what the seasons are.
That's one of the first things humanity cracked. One of the first
A set
codes.
point in Earth's orbit around the sun.
Can you show that? Let's see, like that.
Yes, it's called the June equinox, the winter solstice, the March equinox, and there's also the other one, summer solstice.
No,
So those are the fixed points around the Earth.
Yeah, the
when
sun
we
just
experience
moved.
summer, winter, or whatever across the whole planet. So
wow. So it's always
Wow.
summer at
This
the
guy was
same
like,
time
winter hits
everywhere.
different every year on different people. Like, no, that's the weather on Earth. Winter is a set point where the Earth is
Wow.
facing a certain direction away from the sun. So yeah.
Bro,
So
you're
if
putting
that's
too many eggs in this heliocentric basket, bro. diversify.
It's not even heliocentric. The model I'm talking about is the one where the sun is moving at 440,000 kilometers, and the Earth and all the other planets are like following like in a spiral formation around the sun as it moves through the
So
cloud,
heliocentric
carbon
model.
cloud.
Yeah,
What's
so
up?
heliocentrism then.
So, Wild Man, this is interesting because if I do an internal critique and I use your claim about what causes seasons, why don't other planets also have the same seasons then?
Other planets don't have seasons.
Yeah, why wouldn't
Some of
they?
them, like Venus, I think it's in a different type of orbits. Like some stay in
They do have seasons.
what's it called, twin orbits and different types of orbits. Like I remember that much. Like there's one face of the Earth or the moon that is always facing the sun or some shit.
Yeah,
If I
isn't
remember
it interesting
correctly.
though that so if
That's why I'm trying to teach you about the law of relativity instead of trying to fight you and be like, "Oh, who told you the Earth is spinning? Who's the guy that calculated the Earth is spinning?" I was like, it was actually the law of relativity that dictates how large celestial bodies interact with gravity around them. That's what I was trying to like bring that up earlier.
yeah, so
And
when
also,
you
I try to teach you that the model that you guys use comes from ancient times, like the before they found out the Earth was a sphere or
yeah,
elliptical.
Water's not a model.
you're giving
Water's not a
feedback on that.
model, dude.
Yeah, Wildman, you're giving feedback on that. See, when you invoke a flat Earth, you say, "Hey, what model do you use?" You use this model, and I tell you no. You should be able to brain fart the word no. No means
I
no, and like,
understand when you say no, but then you tell me you don't even have a model. So it
yeah,
lets me know you don't
exactly.
even have a basis for a basic understanding of what you're talking about.
Okay, so why don't flat earthers present models? They are
They
what type of
do.
fallacy?
That's why it's called the something helios something. It was the universal flat Earth model or something like that, where there's
No,
like a
so
dome.
flat earthers
The
don't
Earth
present
rotates
models
around
because
the
models
sun
are
rotates around
what
the
type
Earth.
of fallacy?
What?
Okay, models are what type of
Government.
fallacy? If you present a model as reality, that's a fallacious argument. That's called what?
So you have no understanding for why the Earth is flat. You
Okay,
just believe it's flat
say
out
it
of faith.
again. I'll say it again. If you present a model and tell someone this model is not a model, it's actually reality, that's a fallacious argument known as what?
And that's what I'm saying. Tell me what this depends on. And you're like, I can't tell you what it
You're not
depends on
answering
because I
you're
have
not
no
answering the
model.
question. You're not
That's
answering
what
the
I'm saying.
question.
When I ask you, what does
So
that depend on? What is that reality?
you are
What
not
is the basis
answering the
for that
question.
being the reality? You tell me I don't have a
I'll wait
model
for
for
you
that
to be done.
reality. I just know that this is the reality.
Hey,
So
dude,
You're
he
what
not
doesn't
argument
know
is that?
answering.
shit.
You're not
This-
hold on. You're not answering the question.
See, he
So
was
did you
told
hear
the
me?
answer. Yeah,
No,
Elijah, he was
no,
told
hold
the
on,
answer
Crit. Hold on,
earlier.
Crit. Hold on,
Okay.
Crit. So you responded with a non sequitur, which means
Non
that you didn't
sequitur?
respond to. Which means you didn't respond to Crit's point. So are you aware of that?
All right. So what was my non sequitur? Please explain it to me.
I just told you.
So
The
the thing
point,
that he said, I don't have a basis.
question Crit asked, you didn't respond to.
I
It
answered
was
his
a
question.
completely different
He,
point. You're
all right.
talking about us not having a model. He's asking you what the fallacy is when you confuse a model with reality.
That's what I told him. What is the basis for you understanding the reality around you? I don't have a basis for understanding the reality around me. So I told him,
So,
what am
guys,
I supposed to
why do
believe
you
in?
think he's
Just
not
faith
answering the
that the earth is
question?
flat?
Because this is
Am I
kind
just
of
supposed to go off of
like he
faith,
hears me
blind
talking
belief?
and he hears me saying he's obviously not answering
That
the
is
question.
answering
He
the
kind of just
question.
rambles on.
That is not
So it's like
rambling.
I
That's
don't think
answering
he
your question.
even
You just didn't
wants
like the
to.
answer.
I don't. So I don't think he wants to actually have a conversation. There's nothing. I don't know if
You
he
got
can actually
BTFO, bro. Take
contribute
the
to the
L.
conversation.
Bro, he said June
What do you guys
equinox
think?
and he said law of relativity. You just recognize who you're dealing with here.
No,
Yeah,
no,
this
Yeah.
listen. I answered his
shut up. This is the guy who says within the heliocentric model, you have summer north and south of the equator at the same time. Why are we
It's just
still talking?
yeah, it's just weather that makes the winter part.
Yeah. Why
Here,
are we still talking?
Wildman, look in text chat, okay? This is the problem you have right here. To evaluate an idea, you have to work your way up Bloom's taxonomy. Right now, you can't even remember what was told to you. you haven't even got up to understand yet. You're not going to be able to debunk something if you can't remember what it is. You don't understand what it is.
I
You haven't
understand the
applied.
question, and I can repeat it if you would like me to.
Okay,
He
so
asked me
when you
that
when you a flat earther,
he
okay, when a flat earther tells you no, that's not my model, and you say yes, are you even remembering the content presented to you?
he said that that's not his model. I told him, so what is the basis for you understanding the reality around you? Am I
All right,
supposed to take it
all
off
right,
of faith and blindly
let me let
believe
you know.
when he cannot tell me the basis
Let
for
me
what he
let you
believes
know.
in because he has no model for what he believes in?
Let me
That's
let you
what
know.
I said.
Let me let you
Clear-
know.
clear- clear-
The moment I was born, I started experiencing reality before I could talk. So when you really think about it, it's stupid to think that someone has to model or explain the thing we've been experiencing our entire lives. So when you say, well, if you don't have a model, then how do you explain reality? Those two things aren't even mutually inclusive. So that's like, I don't have to have a model for death to know what it is. I don't have I don't have to have a model of a tree to know what it is. All I have to do is see a tree, call it a tree, and recognize that it's a tree. Now, in the same sense, we see the earth. The earth is supposed to measure some sort of amount of curvature, and there's no curvature to be measured. As a matter of fact, it's flat as fuck. There's nothing to explain about that. That's just what we experience. 'Cause that's what you do with reality. You experience it because it's real.
I have I have a
Unlike
question for
imagination, when you imagine that it's a globe because of things
The
that you
problem with your
don't
notion
experience.
there is that reality has a basis and a dictionary definition that lets you understand what it means and what is the basic fundamentals of what makes up reality as it is
What's
in
the definition of reality?
truth.
Go
You
ahead
can
with the
dictionary look it up. It's
go ahead
called
with the
the
definition of
experiences,
reality.
the sinuses looking.
Pause them real quick. So
I
why don't
want
you
a
go ahead and
definition
put
for
in the
reality.
chat what the definition of reality is? And because he told me I was wrong, right? So
No, I'm
Yeah.
telling you,
I'd
there's an
like to.
actual basis for reality. There is no
Okay, so
basis for his
but
model
you
because
said
there is
that
no
there was
basis
a
for his
definition.
reality.
Tell you what, I'll
Well,
do it.
I mean, he's the type of person that makes the people who do have good, who can have good discourse, and the people who can actually talk about the subject, but don't
I'm
really
smarter than you.
understand
You're
that
trying to
when
trip me
people
up with
like
words.
him.
Every time I come out on top because I know what you're saying. I'm not an idiot that's gonna let your words go over my head. I understand what you said and I answered it correctly
So you're not an idiot.
twice,
You're gonna answer the
three
next
times
question
now.
that I asked
And
you.
my answer
Are
is
you
too much for you to
are you gonna
handle.
answer
And
the
you go
next
into
question that
personal
I asked
attack.
you? Are you gonna answer the next question that I asked you then if you're not an idiot?
Go ahead.
Okay. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance would be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Every horizon
10,000.
distance is not. Every horizon distance is not 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. The question is, did you understand what I just said?
Yes, you're trying to say that the earth is too wide for you to see the curvature of the earth. But if you go 10,235
Oh
feet
no,
up,
you're pretty
like a
stupid, sir.
slope, and then you
Oh
can't
no,
see the
you're pretty
curvature of the earth.
stupid.
So you're
Oh no, you're
also
pretty
wrong for that
stupid.
basis that you made.
No, you're actually just pretty stupid. You
No,
could have just
if you
said,
go
"Nah, I'm not exactly
10,250
sure what you
meters
meant by
up,
that," but you just said something that was super stupid. And that's the thing is like when you say something that makes sense, and then a person like just doggedly decides, "All right, I'm just gonna say whatever the fuck I want." That's the type of thing that makes us mad, and then that's the type of thing that makes us behave in a way that's not really that's detrimental to our cause. We shouldn't be trying to talk to people like that on air because it makes us all antsy. Kick them out, man. Like for real. I'm dead ass. Like if I'm gonna be the only motherfucker trying to uphold some sort of standard here, I'm gonna be that guy. Every time I come in here, I'm gonna be the guy that's like, yeah, kick this motherfucker out. So what?
Yeah, you're spot on. If he's not going to listen to anything flat earthers say, at the same time continue to ask questions, there's really no point in him being here. It's just going to go around and around and around. You tell him even no. Look, he brain farts an answer of no. Like even no is something he's not able to comprehend or even remember. I mean, there's no place to go from there. That's the bottom. That's beyond the bottom of the barrel. That's like,
well,
where do you rebuild from there? If you got parse out, if you're talking to some dude and you're trying to figure out how to parse out the word no, like holy fuck.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty painful the discussion with Wildman, but let's give him some time. He can talk in the chat, and then maybe he'll figure out what we're talking about here. In the meantime, we were speaking to that meowing cat, if he's still in the chat, if anyone wants to pick that up.
He's in a downward spiral right now, so that's where you guys are at with him.
Which one?
Yeah, I just want to see why you guys believe the Earth is flat. Like, why does every single
Okay.
And why does
educational
people lie?
institute lie
Said.
to you? What's the
It's
incentive to?
It's observed, measured, and practically used as flat and stationary. Does that answer your question?
But what do they gain from saying this? What are they to, gain profit?
Oh god.
I thought you were asking why we said it's flat.
No, what I'm asking you is why do you think every single educational institute, why would they lie to you? Why would
No,
they
but
just like
what about your first question? No, wait, I don't like that question. What about your first question? You just ask things that you don't really mean. You
I
said,
mean I
why
do
do
need
we
to ask
believe
this
that the
question. It's
Earth
a
is
very
flat?
good question.
You asked, why do we
Like it's a
believe that the Earth is flat? Right?
yeah.
Okay. Did you hear his response?
We've given you as many responses
What
as we
did he
could.
say?
Yeah,
Did
when
you
you search it up,
hear
just
the
Google it.
response to your question? Yes or no?
What?
Did you hear the response to your question? The question being, why do you believe the Earth is flat? Did you hear the response to your question? Yes or no?
Yes, I did. I did. And I have asked some questions here.
What did he say?
Okay, well, check it out. Like that's like saying, is that? I mean,
Can't
why do
believe
you
it.
think? Why do you think that we would know why people lie?
Why do you think I would say flat
I,
earthers are
I,
like
I
a
don't I
huge,
don't
huge
think
minority?
anything. First and foremost, if you're talking to
Why do
me
you
and
think
not
like more
being a
than
bigot,
billions of people would lie to you?
if you're talking to me and not being a bigot, I'm telling you right now, point blank to your face, with my finger on your forehead, I'm not telling you that. You made it up.
What do you mean made it up? Why would I make it up?
I'm not telling. Did you hear me tell you that billions of people are lying? I'm not telling you that, nor do I believe that. So, point blank range in your face with my finger on your forehead, it measures flat, and I'm not telling you that billions of people are lying. Do you understand?
You do know that most of
Yeah,
the Earth
they're
believe that the Earth is not flat. They genuinely believe the
yeah,
Earth
but
is
you're
round.
not
Most of
lying.
us, they
You're not
do.
lying though. When you say it's a globe, we don't think you're lying. The same way most of the other people aren't lying. It's just what they believe. You understand the difference?
Yeah, but why does every single educational institute say that the Earth is round? Every single scientist, everyone will say you this one thing. They will say you that
Well, I'll tell
the
you
Earth
why it's.
is in fact round.
I'll tell you what they're not. I'll tell you what they're not saying it based on. They're not saying it based on any direct measurement of curvature or motion. They're not saying it based on that.
But why do they have the incentive to lie? Why would they like spend millions and millions of dollars,
Cares.
not millions, like
Who
billions
cares?
of
Why would a
dollars? I
teacher?
think the aerospace market
Hold
is
on.
around 500
Who
billions.
cares?
Why would they waste that much money? Why would they do that? If you were
Waste.
just taking out the
They get the
aerospace
money,
engineering
bro.
fields, like
Well,
all that,
it's a big
then you would
question,
have to
right? It's
remove
like
geologists,
hold
then
on,
you have
hold
to
on, hold
remove
on.
Okay,
many other
Bro,
fields. Are they
bro,
just getting paid for nothing?
we stopped listening to
bro,
you
chill.
20 seconds ago. Come on.
Yeah, it's like you're asking, why would the teachers teach the curriculum that they're told to teach? Because that's their job, right? That doesn't mean that they know it.
So
I just told them they're just as programmed as he is. They don't know the difference. We're telling you it's already measured flat. We did it.
what's your measurements for saying it's flat? I need
Finally,
mathematical proofs for you to say the fact that it is
We gave it
flat.
to you. You said 50 minutes is too long of a video to watch. I can't watch it. That's what you said.
It is in fact 50 minutes long. Can you just go to that one part? Even in this video, they are
let's do the
showing
No,
black
I
swan with them.
said
That's
go
fine.
watch the video.
they're
I
showing
said I
around
told you
Earth.
to watch the whole video so you don't come back and ask us for 49 minutes of the other part of it that you didn't watch.
Well, we could do the black swan with them. That's pretty
Do-
quick. If anyone wants to do that, can
Can you
anyone be
just go to
bothered?
this video? Even
Good
there,
question.
even in this video, they're showing around Earth.
That's lovely.
Is that within the first 30 seconds of the 50-minute video?
Yeah, wait, here. Go to 6 minutes and 43 seconds.
Mm.
Yeah, 6
I mean,
minutes and
I
43
get
seconds.
upset because I don't even know if he's for real or like that'd be my problem. Like if
I don't know. It
somebody's
sounds like he's.
genuine, then it's like cool. But it's like you really hung up on the fact because I guess some people could really be incredulous to how big a lie is. Like, what do you mean? I Google it, it says it on Google. What do you mean this isn't accurate? Like people didn't reach the level of, oh, I have to actually qualify my research. I
Elijah,
don't
I
know
I
what
believe
to
him.
do.
I
He
think
sounds
you
like
have met you have met the guy that you're talking about that he just doesn't get it. He thinks that what is on TV is the real deal.
Yeah, but I don't know. I can kind of sense that there's some pain in his voice. I kind of think he is thinking, how could they lie to me? When it's not really like everyone's lying to you. They're just passing on what they believe too, right? But someone's belief or disbelief doesn't change the physical nature of the Earth, meowing cat, which is what we're talking about. Let's forget opinions and start looking at measurements. Yeah? You up for that journey?
Hello?
Are you talking to me?
Oh
Oh
my
my
fucking.
god.
No, see,
Well, he's
how
maybe
could you
watching
say
the
he's
video.
serious and then like, what is that? What is that?
I don't know. Maybe he was watching the video. I don't know. Meowing cat. You decide what you want to do.
Long video, and even this video itself claims the Earth is round.
No, no, he
I've
asked you a
sent you
question.
a photo.
Stop thinking about what you're thinking about, and ask him what he asked you.
Yeah, we're saying forget the motivation for now. Just look
He
at
might not be
the
listening. He won't even engage enough to ask you again what you said.
Yeah.
He just went blank and quiet.
It's a 50-minute long video. It's actually very long. I'm not gonna sit and watch
You
something
see
that
what I'm
long.
saying?
Even this video
Wolfgang
itself
just
claims
said something to
6 minutes
you.
and
Would you
40
like him to
seconds
repeat it?
that the Earth is round, and it accounts for the curvature.
Wolfgang just said something to you. Would you like him to repeat it?
Sure, okay.
Right. I don't know if you were listening to what I said, but yeah, I was saying let's forget the motivation for a second and look at the actual measurements, the empirical evidence. Yeah, and then you can start asking why would they say this? Why would they believe that? You need to look at the evidence first. Understand?
Yeah, but I'm
Okay.
just trying to understand your perspective. Like, why would they lie to you, and
For
why?
fuck's
Like,
sake, dude.
the
You
incentive.
asked
I'm
for
just
a
trying to
video
understand.
about it, now you go back to why would they lie?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to figure out
If it
the
hasn't
whole
been
time. That's
pointed,
what
if it
I
hasn't
asked.
been, dude, if it hasn't been pointed out to you already, I'll explain like this. We understand that the Earth is measured to be flat, horizontal, level, however you want to term it. It's measured that way. We don't know why they're lying, but we know that the Earth is measured flat. Should we just go from there? We can go with what we
Yeah.
can experience, which is measurement of the Earth, or shall we go with speculation as to why people should lie? Let's go with the
Why should
measurement,
they
shall
lie?
we?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what my initial question was about. Like, why would they lie to you? All the
Why would you
institutions
ask
in the
us
world.
about what other people do? Why would you ask us about
Uh,
somebody else?
so
Guys,
oh my god,
can
he's
anyone
he's
please ask
refusing to move on from why would they lie? You know
mic
what?
check?
So I'm gonna answer. Oh yeah, I did hear you, brother. Sorry. What's up?
Sorry, Elijah, can you ask him please? Why is he asking us a loaded question? Because why we believe
Nah,
the earth is flat is a
it's okay.
loaded question.
It's okay. I'm gonna answer his question,
Thank
and I wonder what he's going to say. Are you ready?
All right, sure.
Okay. So someone a long time ago. Oh, this is the song "Why Would They Lie," not the other quote. Hold on, where is it? Okay, so I have a notepad and there's like lyrics in it, but this is also I have a "Why Would They Lie" thing that I saved from a very long time ago. So, are you ready?
I am ready.
This is what the professor that posted on Facebook said. I took some astronomy classes in college and I took psychology. I'm 100% flat earther. Education is not truth. Being taught something for 10 years and making 90,000 to teach it doesn't make it true. Keeping the lies going will keep the funds coming. And unfortunately, academia will continue to be a joke. Academia alone is the main reason they will never tell us the truth. You can ignore the spiritual side if you desire, but academia would be destroyed in many aspects. We would have chaos. Anyone teaches astronomy out on the streets, any astrophysicist at university on the streets, an astronomer homeless, and no more $90,000 check. Universities, libraries gutted, and the books for the college classes tossed. Libraries would be in peril. The entire education system for teaching of the globe, space, astronomy, and so forth is basically destroyed by this truth. So, how about NASA? What if they shut down? The biggest court case ever ensued. No more 58 million a day for green screen, harness videos and stories of water on other planets. Hollywood basements and whatnot, where they record a lot of this stuff. No more fake tragedies. Every tragedy that happened would have to be accepted as a fraud. Imagine the chaos of reaction from the American people. It would be genocide for the government. Every government on the face of the earth would be questioned, and the people with torches and pitchforks would be on the streets. So that's a good reason to lie.
Yeah, but this only accounts for what during the the 20th century at best. But what about before that? Why would they lie before that?
No,
Vast majority of
they
yeah,
only lie for
vast amount of
500.
that they believe the Earth is round.
They only lied about the Earth's movement for 500 years. But no one's actually put their eyes on what they believe to be a globe for like less than 100. So
So if I pull a source that says that the Earth is flat, I mean the Earth is round, at least 200 years ago, would
Uh, uh,
you believe in
I
it?
mean that would be fine, but just hope that it wouldn't be on the same timeline as the Chinese documents that I have with or the Asian documents that I have. I mean, because they definitely thought the Earth was flat a lot longer than everybody else. So I
Could
mean,
you give
if
me a
you
source
have,
for that?
yeah, sure, I could find it. Does anybody else have it by any chance?
I hope you got that Facebook quote written down so we can copy it and keep it.
No, I got that.
So basically, let me just break this down. So one person from Facebook, an ex-astrophysicist who was studying psychology at one
No, it
point, she
doesn't. It
said,
doesn't matter about the person on Facebook. You asked, what, like, why would they lie? We told you, well, since
yeah.
we're not the liars,
So
we
if
don't
he
really.
says this,
So, okay, okay.
then
You know
why would
what?
you?
Wait.
Okay.
My bad. I think I made a mistake because I thought you were asking why they would lie, and I don't think that I got an important bit of information in order to answer your question earnestly and honestly. What do you mean by they? Who's they? What time period? What people? Who's they?
I mean, let's say, like, what I mean by they is just all the,
Nah, be
all the
specific.
educators, all the
Be
people who
specific, because
teach
I know Copernic.
subjects.
Because I know Copernicus was lying. So if you mean all the teachers, like the teachers that teach now, I just gave you the answer because they wouldn't have a job. So that would be a pretty good incentive to just keep teaching whatever the fuck whatever is on the curriculum, right?
Why
So I
couldn't they
already
just teach
answered
the
that
flat
question,
Earth instead?
then you said, so I already answered that question, but then you said no. But what about the people way back then? So I'm asking you, who are you asking about in particular? Because I know Copernicus was lying.
Well, most people back then, even in 1950s, they before
I
NASA,
just
they
need to
believed
know who
a flat Earth.
specifically you're asking when you say they, so I can answer your question. I don't need all of this extra stuff.
I've just said I've answered your question.
So are you saying in the 50s, who lied from the 50s? Is that your question?
So my question is, why are they lying all this time?
From the
What's the
50s?
incentive?
From the 50s?
From the beginning, let's say.
Okay, so from the beginning of when? Who's lying then? Because you're saying they. Why would they lie? Who's they?
All the professors, all the people who are responsible for
But
education.
who are they? I don't
Beginning.
know who they is. What
I've
beginning? You have
answered
a
you.
book or a source? Who's they? You mean the Greeks? Who are they?
Well,
Who's lying?
I can't even pull out a starting point. It's just not possible. I'm just
Well,
referring
then
to
you don't
people
have
from
a
the
real
past and
question
just
then, do you? You don't have a real question that I can answer then, do you? Because it's not possible to answer a question where the they isn't even specified. How the fuck? Because I tried to answer a they. I pulled out a they out of my ass because I thought you meant they as in the people of today. And you're like, no, not them. So I'm like, okay, well, who then? And you're like, well, I don't know. So then I can't answer
okay,
your question.
okay. So the reason why you use now is because for funding NASA. Okay. What about in the 1950s? Let's go back to 1950s where there was no
What about
NASA,
in
right?
1950s? What about them?
Yeah. So what was their incentive back then to lie when there's no space program missions, no
I don't,
NASA?
but
Why would they lie? The Earth is
what is
flat.
your data, what is your data for thinking that people in the 50s believed it was a globe?
Wait, let me just show it. People even had models for the
No, 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 no. What is your data for like how do you know how many people believed in the globe? Because somebody on Google today said that they don't like I need to know this. What, give me information
Let me just
on.
look for a source.
I mean, because
If
if
I
I show
could,
you if I show you some old lady who says that they didn't teach anything about globes in school, you're gonna be like, well, that's anecdotal. So how the fuck do you know who believed in the globe in the 1950s? Let me know. There weren't even you know what's crazy? There were pictures of there were globes before we even saw what we believe is a globe. Before NASA went anywhere, we already knew what we wanted to present to the world as the globe. But I mean, other than a couple of TV companies like Universal, how the fuck do you know who believed in the globe or not in 1950?
Well, I don't think I can pull out a source for that, but yes,
So
people
why are you
historically
asking
have believed in
questions like you
flat
know
Earth.
what's going on? Like you know for a fact people in the 50s believed in. Oh, they've been. Do you understand that people have been arguing against flat Earth for like
Yeah, but
every
majority of the
fucking
people back
decade?
then even believed in a round Earth. It was still there in the education system.
Yeah, yeah. It's there in religious texts as well. Does that mean we believe it?
Well, if religion says something, then you don't have to follow it word to word. Like if religion says 2 + 2 =
No,
5,
no, no, no,
then
no, no, no. What I'm
that's fine.
saying is, yeah, you're saying, well, people believed it. I'm like, yeah, there's a whole religion on it that, what you believe to be the vacuum of space stems from really old ancient people. You ever heard of the Kabbalah?
Kabbalah? Not really. I haven't.
Yeah, there's like a old ass, religious book about the earth being a ball. I think it's called The Earth is a Ball. Um, And who is it? Michio Kaku talks about it actually, how all of the things that you believe today are the things that they believed back then. Because it's a religion, obviously. So I don't know. None of this has to do with the earth being measured flat though. Like it I could see if I was like, oh, I believe it's flat. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's measured flat. I literally my own, like on my own.
So
On
how
my
did you
own, I
measure
went.
the Earth is flat?
Well, I didn't measure the whole Earth. I measured a portion of it that shouldn't be flat because it's supposed to be a globe. Does that make sense?
Yeah, suppose now I want to say a different
No, did
argument, but
what I
suppose
say
if
make
you,
sense?
yeah, it does make sense, but
So what did
suppose if
I
you have a
say?
grain of sand,
So what did I
okay,
say?
what I'm
That made sense.
it made sense, but if I want to go
So
something
explain it
really
to me in
relevant,
your own words what I'm saying.
okay, can I explain? So suppose you
No,
take a
I
very big
just
ball.
need you to tell me in your own words what I said before you think about anything else, before you
Okay, so
start.
what you did was you took some measurements from the Earth, and you just concluded the fact that the Earth is flat. Right, I get it.
That's not what I said though.
That's what you said
So
in
you
simple
don't so you
terms.
don't get it.
You just used a portion of the Earth and decided the fact that the Earth is
What
flat.
do you mean decided? What does that mean? Decided. I didn't say decided. I didn't decide anything.
I mean,
When you make a
that's what
decision,
you
it's
said.
usually like when you make a decision, it's usually, am I gonna have coffee or am I gonna have tea today? Like what would be more accurately stated is I decided to measure whether or not the earth had curvature. Because if the earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then based on my elevation and where I was standing, the horizon should have been 3 miles away. Because the horizon is supposed to be the sagittal, the leading edge of a sphere. And if you look at washington.edu for distance to horizon formula, and you click pictures, you're going to see a circle and you're going to see something that represents a human standing on top of the circle. And you're going to see a line of sight that's called a tangent to the circle, which would be the tangent point. And that is supposed to represent reality, supposed to represent reality. So when I went to go check whether or not what they supposed represented reality, I found out it didn't. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, yeah. I understand your perspective. Okay,
So,
so I have
so,
another
so, so
question.
I have one more follow-up question. So,
Okay,
if the Earth isn't curving, then what is it?
it is in fact curving. You just have to like
So,
go
if
at
the
a
Earth is not
certain height
curving, then
again
what is
because you
it?
can see it.
If the Earth is
It's
not
definitely
curving, what is
curving.
it?
The Earth is definitely curving, and it has a point of curvature,
If the Earth
and
is
it
not
depends on
curving,
your
then
like
if the Earth is
depends on your
not
position
curving,
where it's curving.
Dude,
Like it's
he
a
asked
ball.
he asked a question. It began with if. If the Earth isn't curving, what is it?
The Earth is definitely curving. I'm not agreeing with
Dude,
the
just
second part.
answer the question
Okay.
already.
see,
If the Earth,
this is where we expose him for the liar that he is. Because now that we've come down to such a remedial point that there's nowhere left to slither, when he says there's curvature, and I'm saying actually no, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet represents curvature. However, when I went out to my beach in Brooklyn to look out into the sea, I didn't see a horizon. I didn't see the curvature, which is the horizon. That's where the
Yeah,
curve is.
because
That's where everything else is curving away from you. I saw the horizon, but it wasn't at 3 miles, blocking anything. So everything that I was seeing beyond that point wasn't curving away from me like all of the professors suggest. All of them,
no
all
professor would
however
suggest
many
that
there
you can see
are,
the curvature in
all
the Earth.
however many there are, if I were to go to into any classroom, they would straight up and down tell me, yeah, how you get the distance to the horizon is blah 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 blah, everything that I just said. And so I would ask them, okay, great, I accept your premises. So why then, when I go to account for this curvature, there is none? So you're saying, of course, the Earth is curving, but I'm giving you a standard to detect the curvature, and there is none.
So you go outside on the beach and then you just don't see, the horizon curving, so the Earth must be flat. That's your
That's not
argument.
what I. That's not what I said. Are you retarded?
Oh, I'm just saying what you're saying. That's
That's
what you
not what I'm
literally said
saying.
right now.
So are you retarded then?
No, you just literally said this.
So do you know?
I'm
Do
not
you know
bending
what
your
an
words. I'm not
obstruction?
saying
Do you
that.
know what an obstruction is?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, so the horizon is supposed to be a measurable distance of obstruction. That if you were on a globe, it would be a specified distance based on your height above it. That's what I'm talking about when I'm saying curve. The distance to be measured to this supposed curvature in which you can't see the rest of the earth right in front of you, not left to right, right in front of you. But it doesn't exist.
Okay, can I speak now? Okay. So
Are you
to
going to
see this
respond?
curvature, it's not possible to see the curvature from the surface. It's just blatantly obvious. What now? Let me
Well,
speak. Okay.
that's a
Suppose
lie.
you have a
That's a
very,
lie.
very big
That's
ball.
a lie.
Yeah.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I just told you.
How is that a lie?
If
It's
you go
not
to
possible.
Washington,
Suppose you have a big ball.
I just told you if you would
Okay.
relax because I think you're retarded, but I'm going to keep going. I just told you 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet will give you the distance to the horizon.
Where
What
did
the
you
hell
get
are you talking about?
1.2
What the
roots?
hell are you talking about, Eli? Yeah, I told you that too. If you go to washington.edu and you click pictures, you will see the diagram that shows you the circle that's supposed to represent the sphere, the human that's supposed to the little stick figure that's supposed to represent the human, and the line, which they call a tangent, to the tangent point, which they call a point on the sphere Earth. That's what we're looking for when we're talking about curvature, that tangent point, because they claim we live on a sphere with a line of sight to the tangent point being the sphere. If that's the case, then when we look out into the distance, it should be a measurable distance away, and it's not. Therefore, it cannot be the dimensions that they claim. That's what I said.
Okay.
So,
So looking
so
at
not
your
only did
argument,
I
then can
say
you
that,
show me a
but it
picture
contradicts you
of
saying that you can't
from
see it
Los
from the
Angeles
surface.
to so can you give me a picture from Los Angeles to
No, no,
let's
I
say
can't. No, I can't. But can you
uh
deal with what I'm talking about? You said
to
that you can't
Dallas?
see
Is that
curvature.
possible?
You said that you can't see curvature from the surface of the earth, but that's what they claim the horizon is, a measurable distance to the point of curvature that obstructs the rest of the earth. That's what they claim. So, your claim about not being able to see curve from the surface is a false one.
No, you cannot see it with your own eyes because from your perspective it's gonna look flat. It will. Yeah.
He's not serious either. Well, I mean, if somebody else wants to play with him, I guess that's what y'all can do. But I mean, I didn't took him down to the most basic. There's nothing left.
It's just
I mean,
creating
I
more
don't even
flat
understand
earthers when
what you're
people
trying to
listen to him.
argue here in this sense. Like,
What's the horizon?
so we just go outside and then like
What's the horizon?
okay.
What's the horizon?
The horizon is just the point where the Earth bends and you have the curvature. So it's basically the
So,
reason why suppose if there's a
so the
ship and
horizon's
it just
vertical.
goes off in the horizon, you just can't see it after a point. Why is that? It's because of the Earth's curvature. Why can't I see a point from, let's
Also,
say, why can't I
what,
see
what Eli?
California and from New York? Like, why can't I just go high enough and just see that? It's
So,
just not possible because the Earth has a
okay.
curvature.
Thank you. So when Eli said 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, what was that?
So what's square root? I've never heard of that term.
Okay, so that's the calculation to figure out where the horizon should be for a person standing on a curved surface with a known radius of 3,959 miles.
So could you
This is,
give me where you got that source from?
yeah, so he has already done that. This is the globe Earth model. He cited that from Washington.edu. You can do this with things like the Walter Bislin Earth Curve Calculator. Google Earth Curve Calculator. This will be the base formula to figure out where the geometric horizon should be to cause obstruction for an observer at an altitude. So for the observer standing at 6 foot above sea level at the beach looking at the horizon, the physical and geometric horizon should be at 2.9 miles away. What Elijah's pointing out is we don't see a physical geometric horizon because we can see well beyond that geometric limit. Do you understand?
Yeah, I do. And yeah,
Good.
if you
So
can see
why the
things that are
fuck are
further
you
away, then
talking
it's
about
usually
seeing?
due to refraction
Excuse me,
because
dickhead.
light bends.
Oh, brilliant. So why the hell are you talking about seeing across the Pacific Ocean?
What?
Why the hell are you talking about seeing across the Pacific Ocean? Why can't I see from here to Japan?
It's because there's a curvature. That's why you
No,
can't
there
see
isn't,
it.
because
It's not
Elijah's
possible.
pointed out, excuse me, Elijah's pointed out that's not what we see. We can provide you with the evidence. And you just said refraction. So not the curvature of the Earth, an optical phenomena. Brilliant.
No, you cannot see,
So
in
we
Tokyo
can't see the
from,
curvature of the Earth then?
space because of
So we can't
what?
see the curvature of the Earth. Do we or do we not see the curvature of the Earth?
Evidence for the curvature of the Earth. If you cannot see these two things, then there must be something obstructing, and that's the curvature of the Earth.
So I can't see the bottom of something that must and can only be physical obstruction. But you just said refraction.
How would that? Wait.
Well, if you've got a narrow angle view looking
How
across
does
the
that
surface,
refute my point?
because you said refraction. What is refraction?
Refraction is just the bending of light when it moves from one medium to the other. Like, for
Uh,
example, if you have,
from
let's
one
say, a
medium to
bucket of
another.
water and then you keep an object in it. Let's say that that object is maybe 10
Are
meters
we
deep.
doing that when we
And
look through the atmosphere?
what? Yeah, it's gonna happen because light bends.
Excuse me, excuse me. I asked you to explain what refraction was. You started to correctly identifying it by saying two different mediums. You got a bucket of water. Then I asked you, when looking through the atmosphere, one medium, how are you comparing the two?
because over distances the light bends.
Because okay,
Because
you know
water,
the horizon changes
what you
distance.
see, air, it has water
No,
vapor and all of that.
no.
It has density.
You know the horizon changes distance, right?
Yeah, horizon does change distance depending on where you are on the Earth.
If you're
That's
if you're a 6 foot observer and you make multiple observations through different atmospheric conditions, the horizon will move around. If you're a 6 foot observer, if you use different technology, your eyes compared to a high powered zoom camera or maybe binoculars, you'll still get a horizon, but it's not where it's geometrically supposed to be. A horizon is an optical phenomena. You only see it in your eyes. It's the limitation of your view.
why don't you just use a binoculars instead, or like a
We do.
telescope?
We do. And we see much further than the curve of the Earth dictates. In fact, we just keep seeing a horizon in the optic, demonstrating that it's not physical Earth curvature, it's an optical phenomena. We don't see over the
So if
horizon now,
you
do we?
so if you think that's the limit of the eyes, then why, if you go above, like let's say you go at a higher altitude, then why can you see things more further away?
Because you've increased your angle above
Is
the
that
thing you're looking across.
wait, what?
Wait, what? What? You think that you can only see further across the surface if that surface is curved with altitude? No, you've just increased your angle with altitude. That's why 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Height's important, right?
Okay, I see your point.
Good. So the horizon's not physical at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's an optical phenomena. Atmosphere technology will show you a horizon in different locations.
Mhm.
So it's not Earth curvature.
So there's okay, I see your point.
Good. Finally.
Oh.
It's like if the Earth's not a globe, they don't know how to make sense of the world. Like, oh my God, why can't I see forever? What? So that was it then, huh? Just retards. Nobody, you know, genuinely curious about why we're here. Pity.
Oh man, did all the globetards leave?
Yep. Baby, come back.
So I have a question. When America starts bombing Iran, are you guys going to be able to explain like the trajectory of the ballistic missiles?
You should join the army. Go
It's a question.
to
It's a question about the hyperbolic trajectory of a ballistic missile, spherical
yeah.
versus flat surface.
Ballistics is a real science in military academy.
So do they use flat Earth models by any chance?
Yes,
Yep.
and they never take into account Coriolis.
Who?
Did he say hyperbolic instead of parabolic?
Yeah. It goes like because the Earth is flat, it goes at a hyperbolic rate.
Hyperbolic, eh? You want to look that word up?
Where can I find flat Earth in any textbook? Can I find that too? If I try to look it up.
I'll tell you what. See if you can find curvature on Earth anywhere.
I think they're in textbooks.
The curvature of the Earth is in a textbook.
Yeah.
So it's not in reality. It's just in the book.
Why don't they put flat Earth in a book, like a textbook, and teach it to people?
Because it's not
Textbooks
Narnia.
just automatically true.
So they teach the whole world the wrong thing? For what reason?
Well, I don't know. Why don't you go check and see if there's curvature of the Earth? If there's not, maybe they are. Maybe they're teaching people false information. What do you think?
Well, there's only two options. It's either what you say or it's
right.
what the
So,
textbook says.
So no, it's not about what I say. It's not about what I say. It's about what actually happens in reality. Can you go find Earth curve in reality?
Find the flat?
Find the curvature. It's supposed to be a ball, right?
So it's flat. It has to have a certain type of geometry as well, right?
No, flat is a description. Do you understand what geometric terms are, and then of course descriptive terms are?
Yeah, I just used the term geometric.
So what did you use? Did you use the description, or did you use the geometric term?
Of what?
See, you're lost. You don't know anything about this conversation. You come in here with this vain confidence, and now you're getting destroyed.
Not myself.
My goodness gracious, man.
Or what?
What was your question? Go ahead. I'll answer it. No problem. What was the question again?
So, to describe a surface, right, you can describe it in geometric terms. Some choose to describe it as being curved. Some choose to describe it as being flat. So I ask you, where's the flatness? And you have no answer. I ask people where the curvature is.
Where's the flatness? Is the flatness, are you going to describe that in 2D? Or, I mean, obviously there's undulations on the Earth. Do you want to talk about the Earth as a whole? Or are you going to be, pedantic and talk about the fact that because there's, yeah, do you know what I'm using words I know that you don't understand. So I'll just use the word topography. You know what topography means?
I know what undulation means as well. Where did those undulations come from, sir?
They were measured, with in reference to a flat plane. Unless you think they were using a curve to go ahead and find these topographical features. Rise over run, right?
Seismograph. Seismograph. Is that what they're called?
A seismograph?
Yeah. Do you know what it is?
Now the Earth is vibrating?
You said undulations. Do you not know the terms you use?
All right, let's look it up. Maybe I used the wrong word too. Let's look it up.
Little perturbations and things.
Oh my
wiggle.
God, this guy ate the mushrooms.
You see the motion that a seismograph would
having a smoothly rising and falling form or outline. So I was correct. So undulation isn't actually the correct term. Unlike your hyperbolic earlier. If you want to go ahead and look at undulating, having a smoothly rising and falling line. There you go. So I've been using the words
So
correctly, and you haven't. So the topography of the Earth, has it been measured according to a curve or a horizontal plane?
Well, if you want to measure undulations, use a seismograph. You know, the waves, P and S waves and stuff.
You think that? I mean, should I just go ahead and post undulating in the chat for you so you know what it means?
Definition. I know the definition. You might want to refresh everything.
I mean, I have it right here. So you think undulations has to do with what? Seismograph?
Yeah, so undulations are these like wave-like smooth up and down motions that can occur on the surface. What definition did you find?
Oh, so there you go. So now you're saying it can happen on a surface.
I thought you knew the definition.
I just used it, and you described exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, so we're on the same page. Great. So waves move through a spherical object versus a flat one. There's a variance, right? And the seismograph does what?
You want to talk about P and S waves now? You don't want to talk about the surface of the Earth? You want to talk about vibration?
I went to college, so we can talk about a lot.
Who cares if you went to college? You probably didn't take, I guess, or maybe they taught you all kinds of nonsense.
That's what's happening.
I mean, I'm destroying you. How is the surface of the Earth measured? How is it measured? I mean, go ahead and tell me.
It's called the seismograph. Goofy, I said it like 5 times. You listening?
And what is it? What do you want to go to the seismograph for? What is that going to help you achieve?
P and S waves that they measure. I said that too.
And what about them?
Times.
Right. What about them?
They convey a certain, how can you say, descriptor about the shape of the Earth. The way they
and how do they do that?
Propagate with the undulations.
Well, so go ahead, keep going. Describe this.
So you go in a lab, you get a solid sphere of iron, right? And you hit it with like a mallet, and then you try to like measure how the waves move through it. You then encase it with different layers, like a layer cake, right? And you see how the waves move. And then you do it with a flat surface, and you don't get this type of wave propagation with density changes. So you can surmise as to the density layers of the Earth in a spherical model, not a flat one. And so we use seismographs to measure earthquakes, undulations, and all sorts of other things on this planet, and it conveys a spherical Earth, not a flat one.
Pickle.
Did I trick you or something just there?
No, obviously not. So you haven't shown me any Earth curve measurements yet. You're going to go ahead and just kind of make an assumption based on P&S waves. You should look up the cone of Borehole and see how accurate the P&S waves are.
Oh, I know about that model. Can you actually convey how your model?
Is a model? The cone of deep borehole is a model?
Don't get embarrassed, my man. You've already been embarrassed.
I'm asking you a question. Is the cone of deep borehole a model?
I suggest you not ask me questions because I've been asking you questions that you've asked me and you can't even answer your own.
Bro, you're dying here. Like it's a bad day for you.
Sure?
It's you're getting destroyed.
Really
I know it.
That mirror right there in front of you.
So where is the curvature of the Earth? Can you show it for me?
It's in the waves, man. It's in the waves.
It's just in the waves. That's the best that you have is the waves.
That's the easiest
you
way.
Actually have a measurement of it.
Deeper layers.
Where's the measurement of it in reality? Can you just, instead of trying to infer it by some nonsense like PNF's waves, can you just go ahead and get the curvature of the Earth for me? It's on the surface, right? You should be able to find it.
PNS waves are nonsense, bro.
Yeah, of course they are.
Okay, so
you know it, and I know it.
On a continental shelf in Japan, and somehow it registers on devices in Florida. Those devices
are
calibrated in a certain way according to a certain spherical model of the density of the layers of the Earth. If this is the case in your flat thing, why don't you make a device that actually can explain how waves propagate all the way the fuck from Japan to Florida in a sensible way? You flat Earth.
You're just gonna go. Can you go ahead and form that in like an actual? Can you form that in an actual argument? So you're saying that if they detect waves in Florida, the Earth is a ball?
No. You have to explain how a wave gets from Japan to Florida in a sort of model. That's
no, I don't. This is your claim.
Versus
this is your claim.
Have a sensible one that's accurate. Huh?
I didn't make the claim.
So you have no explanations for PNS waves, flat earthers?
PNS, dude, you don't have Earth curve. You're just trying to make an inference through vibration.
PNS waves. It's
My
built
goodness.
into the structure of the
Well,
wave.
then show it to me. Go ahead. Show me how this works. Show it to me.
I think this is the first time you ever heard about this.
Post it in the chat. Oh, I'm fascinated. Post it in the chat.
Easily. PNS waves, right? Well, basic primer. Do you want me to give you something better?
And you're saying that this can't work on a flat surface? If you click on these articles, it'll show you like a square.
Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't get ahead of yourself.
Block.
Yeah, don't get ahead of yourself. All right, so inside chat, let me make sure I save this one. I love Microsoft for this. All right, so spherical model. That's how they propagate according to it. So when they say Japan's over here and Florida's over here, they have a way of explaining how these wave patterns propagate through a spherical model. Flat model wouldn't work like this because although waves pass through a flat object or I guess a rectangular, they don't propagate in this type of way. So if an earthquake were to happen in Japan versus Florida and it was a flat surface, there's no way those waves would register. They would
so you have a flat earth model. Can you show me the flat earth model that you have?
Why don't you post it? I thought this is what you guys believe in.
No, you said that it wouldn't work in a flat earth model. Do you have a flat earth model you can show us?
You should provide that for me, and I know you can't.
No, you just said that you have a flat earth model. I want to see it.
I would like to see it from you guys. That's what I asked you for, right?
I didn't say that there was one. You did. You said there was one. I want to see the one that you have.
None. You have none. That's the model.
No,
for us.
Model.
Right there.
I just go ahead and use reality.
Right, yeah.
So scientists only use models, so they don't use reality. They don't actually do things in the reality. They just use models. They just reify things. So everything works if you reify it, but in reality, it doesn't work.
No, you make physical objects to do physics, and you measure, and the results match the model.
So what physical object are you using in this case? The Earth?
Seismograph, my man.
No, a seismograph is not a physical.
They measure PNS
object. It's a tool.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you're saying that the Earth is a ball, correct?
The
Earth is a ball,
slightly oblong where the equator is because
it's a sphere. Okay,
that's out.
Great. Where's this curvature in reality? We're always just going to go back to that because that's all that matters. Can you show me the curvature in reality?
Define an observer point. Let's do some empiricism somewhere. Yeah, where are you measuring from? Oh God, the internet goblins are eating up your data. Those flat Earth little.
What in the world are you talking about?
Your mic was breaking.
What are you talking about?
Internet service provider.
Stay on point. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm going to be on you.
Great.
Like
so, where is the Earth curve? Where is the Earth curve?
Define an observer point in which you're observing, and then we can speak about.
Define an observer point. How about the beach? How about is that good? Because over water would probably be the best, right?
Okay. So you're nestled within this large body. Relatively speaking, your optical gaze is very limited and distorted, geometrically speaking. So what the hell do you imagine you get to see on the surface of something?
So you can measure. So what do you think we could measure actual Earth curve other than just kind of affirming the consequent through PNS waves?
Okay, so I'm inside my house. I don't have a good view of the roof and the property, so I would step outside of the thing and try to get a higher vantage point. Like a satellite.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the Earth was never measured from the ground level until we went to space? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm saying ground level optical vantage points are limited. So you would obviously, if you're using any common sense, try to get higher up in the sky to look down, see what you see.
Right.
Yeah.
Is this how it was measured in the first place?
The data techniques use more crude methods that were, deducing what it could be from indirect things.
And
we don't talk about that now because we have more advanced technology. We talk about things 2,000 years ago in the Stone Age or something. Or is that where your mind?
But as far as I understand, that's accurate. Isn't that what you're talking about? Like they were pretty much right on.
Oh, well, if you have a big
So how
brain,
do
you
they
can
do it?
come up. Well, you have to go to school and pay attention and have a big brain, and you can deduce
So
things.
you're just going to add on, you're not going to tell me how it was done. You're just
No,
going to
that's how it was
divert,
done
right?
by people with big brains. That's why
Okay.
lesser people never had any idea.
So but you
So
have
they
no
never
idea.
spoke
So
on it
you don't know
because they
how
were
the
too
surface of
stupid to
the
even
Earth can
think.
actually be measured from the surface of Earth. You don't know.
Well, I wouldn't trust a dodo head that didn't graduate from college and accept science.
See,
Definitely
now
trust
it's another ad hom. So you don't actually want to tell me because you don't know how the Earth was measured from the surface.
I don't go back in time to figure out how things are done now, right? Because it's baked into the
Okay,
caveman.
but they were accurate. I mean, that's where all this
Not some
foundation of the sphere
esoteric
came
wizard
from.
who
So
thinks like
you
crude
can't
maps of the
actually
Earth
know
are
how to measure
accurate
the Earth. So
models.
you don't know how anybody measured the Earth today or back in the past,
Actually,
right?
I apologize. In the past, they assumed it was flat, and they made these really dumb esoteric maps as such. And I think people like you believe in it. 2,000 years later, it's kind of crazy.
Who did? What are you talking about? I don't know. Are you strawmanning me now? What are you doing?
No, you want me to define the maps that convey the Earth being flat? I think the church believed that too, right, for a while.
What are you talking about, bro?
You didn't know it was
We
common
usually
accepted that the Earth was flat like thousands of years ago when people were really dumb and didn't have
Oh, I mean, it was, but I mean, who cares? We could just go ahead and
Oh,
check and see if
Robert
they were right
was
or not, right?
about religion.
is that what you believe in now? Like 2,000
And
years later?
I'm just telling you, we can
200
go check.
years
Who cares what they
ago,
thought?
globe Earth was
I
an
mean, you
occult
do care.
religion.
You believe in what they believe in, so obviously you care.
So now you're strawmanning me again, and dude, just go ahead. Like,
Do you
let's
not
go
know the
check and see
roots
if
of
there's
your
any
belief,
curvature.
dude? Are you
What are you
denying the roots
talking
of your
about? So
flat
why
Earth
are you
belief?
still strawmanning? Let's stop making this about me. Show me where the Earth curve is. Like, this is sad,
I
bro. You're
feel like
doing.
I've
You're having a
roasted
terrible
you.
day today, Newt. You're getting
Nah, I've
crushed, and
steered
it's
you in
all
front of
right.
all
Like,
your boys, bro.
don't even worry about him. You know you're getting crushed. Reverend knows you're getting crushed. He's getting triggered in the chat. It's
Can you breathe
hilarious.
right now?
You
You
guys
okay?
are dying today.
It's
Like,
crazy.
seriously. So anyway, you don't have any Earth curve measurements. All you have is affirming the
There's
consequence and
textbooks,
begging the question.
and stuff.
And then you want to talk
Kids.
about me, right?
We put in textbooks. We teach kids this, man. I think in
So
elementary school or
textbooks,
something.
like I said, we'll just go round and round. Let's go check in reality and see if the textbooks are true.
If
I mean,
I were,
it doesn't take long, bro. Like,
I
you do it in a
Does
day.
it? Well, let's go. Where do we go?
Been in here for
Where
how
should we
long?
check for this
You
Earth
haven't figured
curve?
it out yet?
Where's the Earth curve at?
Can't you commission some money and get a satellite put up, you flat earthers, and see what you see?
All
Up
right, this
there?
isn't
A
going.
satellite.
Basic shit, bro.
All right,
Yeah,
gentlemen, this
it's
isn't going
not
anywhere.
expensive to
I
push
were
shit.
a
Right, me.
moderator, he was long time banned in here for saying that he loves Microsoft.
Okay, that's cool, guys. We really need to be on point. You're not really answering any questions, dude. You're just talking through.
He
It's like
doesn't have
you're not
answers.
listening to what's being said. Yeah, I know it's really weird.
Yeah, it's
So
no
maybe
point really asking him anything because he doesn't have answers. What he has is a lot of questions with no answers.
Yeah,
it's really
loaded questions.
It's not even loaded. It's like he's trying to parse out his own worldview by pairing it with somebody he thinks he disagrees with, but also doesn't know what says who's even saying. He hasn't been able to really understand the first step. It's like if you think you've got something that points towards a curved Earth, let's look at that curve of the Earth then. And then Newt just resets right back to
Dig
like
through the content. I guess it can work in reverse, huh? It's crazy.
No, we want to know how the measurement was taken to determine the model.
Nah, you just look like you got roasted, so I'll go with
No,
that. I'll go
no,
with that.
we want to know
It
how
looks
the
really bad,
measurement was
dude.
taken to. Dude, we want to know how the measurement was taken to confirm the radius value of the
Use some
model.
common sense, bro. You've been in here for like a year, man. You haven't figured out how to do what you ask others to do yet? What kind of lazy ass
Dude,
attitude is that? Get to work, man.
no, 10 years. 10 years I've been doing this,
Oh,
and I still haven't found a direct measurement to confirm the radius of
you
the
know what
Earth.
we do in the world with people who can't
Do
figure
you
shit
reckon
out? We
you could
just
give?
ignore them,
Do
dude. It's fucking
you
use
reckon
you
you
have.
could give me that? Do you reckon you could give me that?
You
The
give
direct
anybody
measurement.
anything of value besides wasting people's time on the internet with this bullshit?
Dude, if you're not going
Why
to
are
take
you
part in
here?
the
I mean, if it bothers you that much, Newt, go ahead and hit the road, brother.
yeah, you might have
Yeah.
to help him because he probably can't figure out how to even control himself. That's how bad he is with science, cause and effect of himself. He'll come in here and be like, with a claim on the table, this is completely worthless. You're wasting people's time, and then think he won something, and then come back the next day and do it all over again. This is a plot line of Pinky in the Brain from a TV show from the 90s called The Animaniacs. You've made your life into a cartoon, a kid's cartoon.
I think he's a government employee, this one.
No, it's not
No,
smart enough.
he's too dumb for that. Even government employees can like understand
Well,
something presented to
those
them.
are like that. They occupy jobs that have no purpose, you know.
See, here's what you guys do when they tell you that seismic shadows can only work on a curved surface. The book on geology, physical geology, shows them demonstrating seismic shadows on a cube, a flat surface. So it kind of right away sinks their battleship because they don't even understand the demonstration for seismic shadows is done on a flat surface, not a curved one. They didn't roll out a sphere of concrete. They rolled out a cube of concrete to demonstrate it. And I've said too, like, hey, well, if you disagree with that, just send them an email, like write them up, say, I want you to replace your graphic here that with a figure 9.1 or whatever. Yeah, 9.11. Replace that with a ball and see if they listen to you. They probably won't, but it'd be fun to watch you try. And you can live stream it. You can like post it, videos. You can show them you calling them up and getting all upset. You tell them how angry you are that flat earthers cited your book and demonstrated seismic shadows on the flat surface. Get really, really mad and let them get a good laugh too. Because their job's probably pretty boring, just constantly updating online textbooks. And laughing at an idiot might kind of break their day up a little bit. A Karen, if you will. Oh, he ran away? Okay.
You know what he was saying? That if you dig a hole like 2 meters deep and like 10 meters far away, if you hit with a hammer in the ground, and if you had that seismograph in that hole 2 meters underground, it will not register the shock waves. That was really crazy from him to say. Like, earthquakes and shock waves can propagate through soil only if the world was a sphere.
Yeah, he's like really the scientific communicators work really
Yeah.
hard to speak to his education level, and he's not getting it. He's not able to understand what the very simple graphics, like figures in textbooks,
Yeah.
able to read words and articulate it back. And then he says like he's got the answer. Okay, the answer is your Earth is a ball. But any trying to explore how he gets that just causes him to get really angry about what flat earthers do. Whatever a flat earther does or doesn't do, for however long they do or don't do it, should have no effect on him explaining why he thinks the earth is a ball. He should be able to do that regardless of the audience. See, they probably where they go to another channel to talk about how great they are.
I'm
See,
curious. Are you guys agnostic when it comes to other domains of science? Or is it only the shape of the Earth that you're like particularly skeptical about? Like, because you're talking about like repeating experiments and sort of scrutinizing astrophysicists and every different kind of domain of science relevant to it. I'm just curious, like, do you look into the sort of like first principles of like medicine or mathematics, for example?
Okay.
If the scientific method is used, then we're not going to, poo-poo that. But you have to realize that rarely, and only in very specific situations, is the scientific method used.
Yeah, no, I okay. So are you agnostic then about like when it comes to off the top of my head, just like vaccines and COVID vaccines, for instance, like the particular
No. We're
methodologies
not
used
going
where
to talk
you
about those in here. If you're talking about that, you're going to have to go on mute. We're not talking about that in here. This is live streamed, and we're not going to violate terms of service or anything.
Yeah, Gabson, I invite you to actually read some words here. Okay, go to the rules for the channel and the rules for the server, and don't brush up against those. And you guys' idea is pretty batshit crazy because this isn't about belief. Science has baked in disbelief. If you believe in the science, that's the most anti-science thing you can say. That's why the cornerstone of science is repeatable, measurable, and falsifiable. If you're coming here like you can't do it because you believe it, so you don't care to, or you can't repeat it because you don't know how, so you can't falsify it because you just have a faith-based system, that's not science anymore, dude. That's scientism. In these topics, these peripheral topics that you want to bring up, you don't need flat earth for that. The majority of the people who belong to audiovisual clubs have nothing to do with flat earth at all. Zero. So if you want to go talk about audiovisual, go talk to them. And probably you'll find a lot of them don't like flat earthers either. So you've got that baseline for positive communication because you can both spiral really hard about how much you hate flat earthers and then start talking about why you should belong to the same audiovisual club that they do. And even better, like, go talk to Newt Pickle. He'll tell you all about his audiovisual stance. And then you guys can go on about seismic shadows and whatnot. So who's next? Or do you want to try again? Maybe. I'm not sure. Is he typed in chat? Oh, okay. Get. All right. You're good.
Well, I got a quick question real quick while I got a couple minutes left on my break. I was just wondering if anybody saw on the news where they showed about how Mars just got the final video from the little rover and the drone that they have up there. Did anybody by any chance catch that?
No,
Okay.
I tuned
Well,
it
I
out.
saw it
Yeah.
this weekend. Well, I like to watch that stuff because I don't believe it's true, but I like to catch stuff. And what I caught was they were saying, they were talking about that drone, and they said how it was really hard to get it to fly. It had to be special made just because Mars only has 1% of the Earth's atmosphere. And I looked at that drone, it looked like any other drone that could fly here. But what I really noticed was the camera would pan, and it would follow that drone when it was flying. And I wondered who was manning that camera to get it to go ahead and pan from right to left to follow it, number one. And number two, you could see like the orangish brown ground and the sky looked kind of an orangish brown. But I noticed some remnants of clouds there. Now, for a planet that only has 1% of the atmosphere of Earth, I was wondering how come those clouds kind of resembled the chemtrail remnants that I see here in the Los Angeles area when they've been spraying. It wasn't as heavy, but you could see a solid kind of like a horizontal line that had started spreading out a little bit. And it looked exactly like the chemtrail remnants that I see here. And that's why I like to watch this stuff from NASA, because I saw them fuck up twice in that one video, and it was only about 3 or 4 minutes long.
I'm glad you brought this up. I actually want to remind everyone that That guy on YouTube, Smarter Every Day, or a very famous YouTuber, he put flies into a vacuum chamber. And when it got to a pressure like 10% of the air that we breathe from one atmosphere, they were finding very, very hard to fly. At 5% of the air, the flies were jumping, but they realized they can't fly. And when it reached 1%, no fly was even attempting to fly because they knew they cannot fly at all.
Hey, Gippy, I think that's called Action Lab, though, not Smarter Every Day.
Yeah. Action Lab, yeah. Sorry.
And I got to get back to.
Yeah, thanks for jumping on that. I stopped looking at the once they said it crashed, they couldn't fly. But I probably that's when they dropped the worst shit when people stopped paying attention. Good catch on
Yeah.
that. I'm going to go back there and look at the news because they'll do that. They'll say, "Hey, it's over," like they have a funeral, and then they drop the big horse shit that no one's going to look at.
Yeah.
How about Peter? Let's see if. Hey, Peter, you can stay unmuted if you can tell me what flat is. Is it an adjective, a noun, a verb, or adverb?
I think it's an adjective.
Holy shit, I can't believe I'm stunned. I'm actually stunned you got that right. I thought for sure you're going to say a noun. Like, seriously. Like, I would put money down on that. I'm a good thing I didn't do it.
Could be a verb sometimes to flatten something.
Yeah, but you're talking about in the context of this conversation.
Yeah, I'm sure I could flatten you, for example, if I met you in person.
Because
can
why?
Can I continue what I was saying earlier, but without using prohibited?
Yeah. Did you see the rules? Did you check it out?
Yeah. I didn't see before the particular. Yeah. So I guess I don't have to go in the direction I was going before. I can just ask, like, in terms of you tell me if this is still prohibited or what. In terms of science in general, like the principles that we would use to get to conclusions are revolving around like physics, engineering, maybe.
Yeah, that's a really good. I think I know where you're going with this. So what I would say is, at what point in your life, from the day you were born to the day you die, the whole dash mark, will you ever do any physics that you use the curve or the rotation of the Earth? Because I would say that all your physics, your whole life, not one red second, you will never use a curve or rotation. It will always be a flat, stationary world that you conduct all your physics.
That's a fair question, but I wasn't going in that direction. I was going to ask more like whether maybe you answered this. I couldn't really hear properly. Whether you're agnostic about the conclusions that are drawn in engineering or in physics in general, like whether they're all undermined for you, or like various other disciplines of science that might not have any bearing on flat Earth, particularly.
Engineering is not science.
It was an application of different physical principles. Usually, like it's going to be like chemistry, materials, electricity, involving mostly physics, I would say, and also plenty of statistics as well, which is not really. That's more of an empirical kind of like application of math. So I'm curious about whether or not you.
If you want to make an electrical installation, you have to use those calculations, equations for electricity.
Yeah, but like for instance,
that's not establishing a cause or effect.
Well, it doesn't necessarily need to be. You just need a model of like of the laws. Right?
Gabson, I think what you did here is that you got your wires switched. Okay. Do you see science? I'll do kind of the same thing with Peter here. The word science, is that a adjective, adverb, noun, or verb?
I mean, it's a noun in the way it's used.
Verb.
It's a noun. So it's like a person, a place, or a thing.
Sure. I mean, there's different discussions about what exactly constitutes science. For me, I would say it would be usually like a cluster of
Knowledge.
different.
Like knowledge.
No, I wouldn't say knowledge.
Scientia.
I think it's a bit more empirical than that. I don't think it's necessarily like justified
Don't
true
fall
belief.
for this. Just roll with it. Don't fall for the troll.
Oh, Peter,
Just roll with whatever they give you.
Peter, you're gonna disqualify here, dude. This is about finding some kind of baseline for positive communication by finding an area of agreement so you can build up from there. If you feel like you're being trolled, the next action you should take is to disengage. But you don't. So you're not even convinced of your own bullshit. Or your world is just contradictory. Both work for me.
Yeah.
And so, Gabson, I would say there's two things going on here. Number one, science is a noun, meaning knowledge, scientia. And science as a verb, the scientific method. So if you do something, this is hypothetical. If somebody presents a scientific process and they get to conclusion A, and you do the same setup, but you get to a different conclusion, do you then distrust them or distrust you? How do you parse that out in your worldview?
So, I mean, I would usually defer to people who are much smarter than me. Like, for example, there is a philosopher of science. I think his name is Thomas Kuhn or something like that. And the idea is like it's essentially just this. There are a bunch of different systems of belief you have, and actually there isn't this kind of like Popperian, I think, falsifiability that you would like to defer to about experiments. And yeah, one person can sort of like do an experiment and it can disprove the entire sort of like theoretical framework you've built up. What's much more likely in reality and in practice, I think, is that you've done this experiment, or not you specifically, just in general. Someone has done the experiments wrongly, incorrectly, and the vast majority of the time, empirically, that is exactly the case, right? They're like first-year students doing some kind of experiment in chemistry. They've just done that. The measurements were wrong initially. They're a little bit off somewhere. The calibration isn't quite right. And so I think for the sake of, keeping a theory, which generally has a much more explanatory power, you would first look to the problems in the experimenter's particular sort of approach as opposed to the whole but I feel like I'm getting a little bit off topic. You continue about what you were saying.
Okay, here's a good example. Okay, the taser. Are you familiar with the taser?
Like the weapon?
The weapon, yeah. Okay,
Yep.
so when it came out, like in the late '80s, early '90s, they called it non-lethal, a deterrent. Okay, it's a way for police officers to save lives because they'll use the taser only if they were authorized lethal force. But they'll fire the taser to disable the person rather than semi-hollowed bullets that kill them. Then it turned out that the methods and practices that they used to evaluate the taser was that they only tased someone for about 1 to 3 seconds. Where in practice, police were tasing people for like 70 seconds. Okay, and they would die. And the person would die, and they would say it was because of some other thing. They would dive in that person's medical records, find like, hey, they were overweight, they weren't physically fit, they had high cholesterol, blocked arteries. They kept over and over again.
They fell to the floor and smacked their heads in the corner and died from that.
Yeah,
when they get tased and fall, hit their heads.
So this took years and years because they constantly took out the variable of how long you're tased for. Till eventually they couldn't face anymore. I mean, the bodies just kept stacking up. Completely healthy people, just dying after being tased, especially in the correction institution, where they would just dry tase the shit out of people repeatedly over and over again. So then when they finally faced the facts, all they did was whistle past a graveyard and called it less than lethal. It's a less than lethal weapon. But on the flip side, if you were to fire a taser at a police officer, they would call it a lethal weapon, assault with a deadly weapon. So then you're starting to look at their science, right? How did they get to such a horrible result? What methods and practices did they use? And then you start to realize that their experimental model was set up where they hid the results. They knew right from the very beginning. And you're going to see now a lot of lawsuits coming forward because of the taser.
That's an interesting sort of, I don't know, like.
Yeah, so inside your
anecdote?
worldview, did you trust when the government came out and said, hey, we have a new device that's going to save lives? Did you trust that? Or did you say, you know what? I want to see the proof. Show me the proofs. If you
100%.
think
I
shocking
was.
someone into submission because it's going to lock their muscles up, and you thought, wait a minute, isn't their heart also a muscle?
I
See,
would
this is a
say.
problem with people who are constantly trusting science. Is they're gonna do things like that. We're gonna roll out. What's the next weapon they're gonna roll out? Some sort of irritant, like a pellet that shoots like an irritant into the skin, and someone's gonna have an adverse reaction to it because they're allergic, and then they die, and they'll say, "Oh, that person was overweight. That person was on drugs. They fell and hit their head." They were already in the cardiac arrest. This is the type of stuff that once you realize that everything the government presents they've never been about science. They've never been about logic. They've never been about reason. It's always control, top down, brute force. That's what
Okay,
the
but
government is. The government is
going back
brute force
to.
violence. So if you think someone inside the government is presenting logic, reason, or science, the antithesis to violence. Like if someone has a good idea, like my idea is really good. I got a very good idea. I've experimentally modeled this out. I want to present it to you. And if you say no and they whip out the taser, you knew they never had science to begin with. Here, I got another example. In Florida, they did this experiment with a large W painted on the sign. And when someone couldn't see the W anymore, that's when they deemed you shall turn your headlights on. But the problem is they never accounted for the heliocentric model. They just did the experiment like in the fall and said, hey, at 8 o'clock or whatever, I can't remember what time they have. I have to look it up again because I redid this experiment myself to see how you can manipulate the amount of ambient light in the atmosphere. And does the setting sun also decrease how far you see things? Does your eye adjusting to the light help you see further as the sun goes down? Yeah, I did a few different experiments with this, and that's when I was able to determine that the amount of light and your ability to see further is not affected by the sunset. That is kind of like we call it spurious causation. So now you've got in Florida people turning their lights on in summertime, and it's broad daylight, and still getting pulled over if they didn't have their headlights on. And then, because they didn't have their headlights on at quote unquote nighttime, that allowed the police officer to initiate a DWI investigation, which then caused people to become arrested for driving under the influence because they didn't have their headlights on. This is a type of government science that's been rolled out repeatedly over the years, one time after another. And I was saying, like, hey, when I brought this up originally to globalists, I said, where was the globalist lawyer who was able to take the government to court and say, your experimental model that demonstrated when you should turn your headlights on was deeply flawed and ran you down these pipelines of people driving impaired when they weren't? They weren't impaired. Okay, driving without headlights on in the middle of, during summer in the evening is not a symptom of impairment. That's a symptom of bad science to consider that they were impaired.
Can I just go back quickly? Those are interesting, I'd have to say, but I want to go back to the original point, which was more just like, are you agnostic about most domains? Like, because obviously
Okay,
most domains
I
of
feel
science
like
have
you're
models,
not
right?
You're not listening to me. Agnostic means you don't know, or you lack belief, or you don't know what to believe. Science isn't about belief. Belief is specifically factored out. Belief is not required at all, one way or the other.
In science.
Science as far as knowledge, or science as far as a scientific method. Which one are you? See, I need you to plant a flag.
Yeah,
Are you talking about a noun or a verb?
Science the noun. Science the noun. Like the domain.
Science and noun. Knowledge.
Yeah, sure. We can.
Okay.
Yeah, just sure. The
So just
different
say
things that you
knowledge
count.
then.
Yeah, sure.
So what you know, you can know something to be false, but still follow and still be okay. You can believe something to be false. Like a lot of atheists don't believe in the creator, but they still follow God granted human rights because they don't want to know what happens to them if they start running around violating people's rights.
Sure. So obviously, like science, as in knowledge, as in beliefs. You're not saying that like there is no such thing as beliefs that can be like justified, right? Or are you saying that there's only dispositive sort of proof? Which one are you saying?
I'm saying inside a scientific worldview, belief is not required. You do not
It's not
need
required, but inside a human, like behaving in the world and taking, there are certain risks and rewards that we have to pursue, like as a result of being.
which is knowledge. Yeah, like the noun.
Sure,
Knowing
yeah.
something.
So when it comes to sort of like the edicts of physics that don't pertain necessarily to the Earth as a globe, right? Just in terms of like physics, conduction, convection. I'm just spouting words here.
Yeah, I got you. All these concepts, do you use the curve or the rotation of Earth?
Do they what? Sorry.
When you apply any of these concepts to your life,
to my life, in terms
do
of
you use the curve or the rotation of Earth?
The curvature or the rotation of the Earth is not particularly related, but in terms of like the
that's the
technology
best part. See, you can apply a flat Earth worldview, and you can drive to work, you can take the train, you can go over
that's not quite
all
what I'm
these
getting
things.
at.
Is that anytime you use the Earth for any purpose you need to use it for, it will always be flat and stationary. You won't use a curved Earth. Like you go play golf. Like go play a game of 18 holes of golf. You will not account for curve or rotation. Despite what like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who says like when you knock a ball up in the air, the Earth is rotating under the ball. Yeah, he's full of shit because you ask him to demonstrate that and he can't.
Sure, but what I'm asking more is like in general, because you have this sort of like epistemology when it comes to science, and like we should have a skeptical mind, and I appreciate that. But in terms of like, I think there's a couple of components that are missing. Obviously, most of the experiments that prove or verify or disprove certain sort of knowledge within the domain of science, we have no ability to recreate. We have no time to actually get into the intricacies of, right? So we have to behave as though, yes, it is necessarily true that the certain edicts of computer science are functional, and like our computers are going to continue to work, our technology is going to continue to work, fiber optics is still going to be effective. We're not making terrible investments into housing because next year, the entire sort of like geology and like meteorology that we understand is going to switch and everything's going to just fucking collapse, right? So we have to make we have to agree to certain things that are we just say like, yeah, we can't actually recreate those experiments. We just don't have the knowledge when it comes to meteorology or I don't know, different domains of science that are very, very much relevant in our life. So I'm wondering, do you apply the same kind of skepticism there? Are you going to try and recreate are you going to try and like sort of rediscover the wheel when it comes to every domain of science, or is it only specifically when it comes to the physics around and geology around like globes?
Okay, do you know who Bill Nye is?
Yeah, but I've never really watched any of his stuff.
Okay, well, are you American?
No.
Okay, so in America, Bill Nye has been in the grade school classroom for about 30 years or 30 something plus years. As he was leaving the college classroom or I keep saying college, they started phasing out his shit. Okay, and as he was phasing out, he realized that his time was over and they're going to move on to other curriculum and stuff. He dropped a video on Big Think where he wanted to say, "This is my last message before I ride off into the sunset. It's 11 seconds. Here, I want you to listen to this. This is his crescendo, his swan song, as he exits stage left or stage right.
Hey, you. Great.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, I catch that short interaction you had with Peter, where you asked him what flat is, and I guess you asked him from the context of flat Earth, what it is, an adverb, an adjective, right?
Yeah, man.
And you agree with him when he said it's an adjective?
No, an adjective, not objective.
Adjective, yes.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
what I
yeah.
meant to say. And you agree with that?
Yeah, you describe the surface. Here, let me give you a demonstration. Here. I'm going to put a GIF in here, right there in the text chat. Describe the surface of the Earth. You look at that GIF. Go image by image, and what do you see? Do you see flat or not flat, like curved?
And you want, when you say flat, do you mean having a level surface without raised areas or indentations? That's the adjective.
Yeah, so if you look at
Or
that, what do you see? Do you see flat or curved?
are those my only options?
No, so far, because these are like, you call like cherry-picked observations. So you got the plains, the desert, high altitude, a marsh. We got like
Could I give a very handy description that I think works for the word flat?
oh, how
Maybe
about
later. Maybe
no? Yeah,
later.
Maybe later then.
yeah, because you
No.
can't do it because Peter, you can't do that inside your worldview because you think you're being trolled. See,
No,
if
but
you
my definition is agnostic.
dude, you have to change your worldview first because any content you add is inside the framework that you're being trolled. So you can't add content because then that becomes a self-defeating negative feedback loop. You present something, someone gives you feedback, and you say you got trolled. And you do it again over and over and over again. Until you remove the victim status, you can't present anything here. Because that's the issue. The issue is you feel like you're feeling that you're being harmed. So by keeping you on mute, then you know it's not about you. You're just a passive observer. It has not, and then if you can factor yourself out, then other people won't have to factor you out for you. Okay, here, Michio, I gotta go real quick. So make your last point because
okay.
I'll be back like in 10, 15 minutes. I just gotta like go get the mail and do a couple other things. So go ahead real quick, make your last point, and then I'll be back in a little bit.
I'll save it. It's okay.
Okay.
It won't change.
Yeah,
It won't
nothing.
get a ball later on. So it's
Yeah,
okay.
nothing new under the sun. Here, I'll just leave you with my last thing too. This is where I live. This is a trail that overlooks Superior. This is looking east. I took this photo on the hiking trail.
I can't say if it's flat or not because there's a lot of vegetation.
Wow.
How can you
What kind
determine?
of plants grow on Lake Superior? Is that what you said?
All sorts of
Oh,
plants growing. Oh,
we're talking about the water. Okay.
what part of Lake Superior are you looking at? The Michigan side?
What part?
Oh yeah, no shit.
Well, I thought this was about Earth, and
Yeah,
if
from
we're
the
using
UP.
flat as a adjective, or when some people try to what's that word, to rationalize the usage of flat word, they
Don't
give the
worry. Don't
definition
worry.
of
Don't
adverb.
freak out. Don't freak out.
I'm not
Everything's gonna
freaking
be
out.
fine. Everything's gonna be fine, dude.
I'm sorry. What happened? Was I freaking out?
Yeah, everything will be fine. Earth's already flat and stationary. It's never been a ball.
It's flat by what? Can you point me to the definition of flat that you are using
Yeah,
when you're talking about
in the picture, that horizon's flat. That definition.
the horizon is flat?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Earth is flat because the horizon.
Yeah.
So something something specific, the Earth.
That's it. That's all she wrote. You're a
I don't
flat
know. It sounds like
earther.
Who wrote that? I don't know.
Protestant propaganda to me.
Well, I guess
I'm just
maybe
being
go outside
anal about.
sometime.
I'm just being anal about the word usage.
Let's go.
Like
Go look for yourself.
there's room for people like me, I hope. Because if you're trying to say, well, look at the definition of flat, and you point me to the definition of adverb flat, but you use flat as an adjective, that's like a switcheroo. And come to find out, we're talking about water.
My
And
table is flat. What's that?
my wall is flat.
Well, there you go. So's the Earth.
What? So I mean, that's not really an argument. It's just like a declaration, right? It's just a statement.
Yeah, it's not a ball. So what else could it be?
Well, why does it have to be flat? Why can't it be, why can't it be a cube? At that rate, right? That's not an argument.
It's not a
That's just a
ball. It's
statement.
not
It's
a
just a
ball.
declaration
It's not a
again.
ball. It's not a ball.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay.
That's it. Not a ball.
That's it. That's all you had to say?
That's it.
Interesting. Why do you think it's not a ball?
It's not curving anywhere.
Okay, like where? Where is it not curving?
Across oceans, lakes, ponds, swimming pools, cups of water.
What does a swimming pool have to
Just
do with the ocean?
why can't it be a cube?
Yeah, he's already spiraling on his first question.
So
You're not just saying anything. You're just declaring that it's flat because everything that I see is flat, right? What does a swimming pool have to do with an ocean? I'm not saying you're
We're talking
wrong.
about
I'm just asking
the
you to
nature of
elaborate a little bit.
water. So the nature of water, it goes and seeks its own level, correct?
Well, it seeks a level within the volume, yeah.
Okay, so the 70% of Earth's surface is water. So
Okay.
70% of the Earth is flat and level.
Okay, so you're saying that water itself levels out.
Does it not?
Okay.
You
Yeah, no,
said
it does.
that. You said in the volume.
But how does that support? I'm just asking you to elaborate a little bit. That's it, right? I'm not saying
Okay,
you're wrong.
fair enough. No,
Why
no,
does-
I'll elaborate for you.
Why does a swimming pool, right, have to do with a flat surfaced swimming pool which has no currents, it has no underwater obstructions. It's confined to a pre-built construction to hold a
Right.
specific volume of water. How does
Are
that
you
compare to an
going
ocean?
to get
How does
hung
it
up on like a swimming pool, or do you want to move over to like the ocean? Do you want to stay at swimming
Wherever you
pool
wanna
or
go with
ocean? Okay, so the ocean is huge, right?
Yeah, massive.
75, right. The claim is that volume, the surface of it is apparently curving, right?
Yes.
According to the curvature rate of the Earth, they're saying that level is curved and with water. But if you actually just go out and measure the ocean, there's no curve there. Now, if you're going to be pedantic and talk about the waves and stuff like that, or tides, that's, probably going to devolve the conversation. But the surface of the water everywhere is not curving. It's flat horizontal for 70% of the Earth. So is the curve all bound up in just the continental land? Or is it possible that this is a big, vast plane and the entire volume that you're talking about is flat and the surface of that particular water on that volume is flat?
Yeah, we do have something called gravity, right? And that holds all of us on the surface of this planet, including water, right?
What's gravity? What's gravity?
Look, I'm not a physicist. I'm not a physicist, right? But we have a extreme gravitational pull.
If you're not going to talk about gravity, you're just going to tell me the story about it, bro. If you're just going to tell me the story,
oceans
yeah.
real quick.
Okay, let's talk about the oceans.
Are any of you
No,
guys?
I'm not.
Are any of you guys into sailing?
What does that have to do with the fact that the surface of the
resounding? I'm going to take that as a
Excuse me, there is somebody in here that is a sailor. Hold on a second.
Is it you? Is it you?
It's not me. You want to talk to the sailor? Is Sonny in here?
So nobody's in here that's a sailor then? Okay, so
hold on. If Sonny's in here, dude, if you're spazzing out, don't spurge out on me. Let's have a conversation.
Well, I am
not going to have a conversation. Okay, then let's just talk about the ocean and why it isn't curving at all.
That's actually what I'm doing. So you're actually trying to stop.
So what does sailing have to do with whether or not the surface of the ocean is curving? You're freaking out. Relax.
Listen, Bob.
Yeah, I can hear that you're freaking out, and if you're going to freak out, listen. All I want to hear about you in the ocean, because I don't sail, and if you're going to kind of affirm the consequent with sailing or routes or anything like that, it's just going to be for nothing. So can you tell me why the surface of the water all over the Earth isn't curving?
So literally, to make my point, which supports my argument, you're going to tell me that I'm not correct and that you don't want to hear it? Is that what you're going to say? Because
I don't even know what you were going to say, but
I'm going to explain to you the laws of this Earth. Right, and how that correlates with sailing.
Awesome. I already hear bullshit coming, but go ahead.
You always see the tip of a sail before you can see the ship. The curvature, you can literally see. You can literally see the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You know
perfect.
I walked into the nest.
Then
I walked into the nest.
The horizon is Earth curve. Then, right?
That people here are.
Bro, I'm asking you. I'm talking about the thing that you're bringing up. So the horizon is Earth curve. Yes.
Yeah, you can see a curve in the horizon. Yes,
so the horizon is Earth curve. Okay, so according to the geometry of the Earth, if you don't, but aren't you saying that the horizon is blocking the boat as it's going away from you? It's a physical obstruction.
The curvature of the Earth is a physical obstruction, right?
Perfect. And so is that okay? So then the horizon is Earth curve. It is the edge of the sagitta of the ball. Correct.
Okay.
Is that what you're saying? I'm just asking.
I suppose so.
Okay.
I mean, you can see beyond. You can technically see beyond that curvature because you can see the sail peeking over.
Right. I'm just asking you if that point is the sagitta, is the edge of the Earth, and that needs to be at a certain distance from the observer and his height. It just so happens it's supposed to be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we went and checked that out, that geometry. Guess what? The horizon isn't the Earth curve. In fact, it's well in excess of the geometric limitations of the radius of 3959 size sphere Earth. So the horizon is not Earth curve, although you've been told that.
Can you show me something? Can you show me a diagram of this?
No, I'll show it to you in reality.
Oh, well, a diagram would be a great way to like. Are you gonna show it to me, or are you gonna explain it to me?
No, I'm gonna show you.
Okay, perfect.
And this is something that you can go out and verify for yourself. Wouldn't that be awesome if you could go check and see on the Earth if the horizon is Earth curve or not? Like, you can go to California and check out this spot right here in the chat. There it is, right off the coast of Santa Barbara.
Are you gonna show me does this have any diagram showing the mathematics, the study.
You can
of it,
look
or
on
specific?
Google Earth. You can look on Google Earth the distances of these oil rigs and everything. You could check out the geometry of the supposed Earth curve. You can do all this yourself. You can check and see. You can fact check my ass all day long. So where's the horizon at in this photograph, since the observer's at 1 foot?
What does this prove?
Well, you just told me that the horizon is Earth curve, so it should be at definitely a geometric location.
How does this
He won't
support
tell you
your
where the
argument?
horizon's at. He won't tell you
It's
where it's
lower.
at.
It's lower in the water from your perspective than platform millhouse. Platform habitat is lower in perspective, right?
Where's the horizon?
What does that even prove?
Because you told me a second ago that the horizon is Earth curve.
God damn!
And it should be a
Horizon is
geometric
your
location.
view, right? Is where things drop out of your view, right? Correct?
You're saying that it is Earth curve. Is it not the edge of the ball or not?
Prove
We're
it's
freaking
not.
out. Dude, you're freaking out. Friend, you got to calm down. Relax, relax.
Breathe.
This is your geometry. The ball Earth geometry says that the horizon should be at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We have a 1 foot observer height, and the horizon is not at that distance. What do you think this proves?
I don't think it proves fucking jack shit, actually.
So the horizon can't prove that the Earth is curved, even though you said it did a second ago.
Oh. You can see what you can see. Okay, let's look at what the horizon is.
Yeah, define it. Go ahead and look it up. The apparent location where the sky meets the ground or sea. Apparent location.
Now he's going to fact check you.
Now he's going to fact check.
No, because I want to have a fucking understanding of what you're declaring, right?
I'm not declaring anything. I'm just using the math of the globe and comparing it with reality.
Okay.
That's all I'm doing.
Yeah, there's a geometric consequence of being an observer height above the surface of a sphere with given dimensions. So you have to understand that part first.
So where's the math that this validates or doesn't validate?
I'm sorry. Could you
check any online horizon distance?
I mean, I've never even argued the surface of the Earth before. So does anybody have anything
That's
where
fine.
to start?
No, that's fine. You can fact check me on all of this. So the radius of the Earth is supposed to be 3,959 miles.
I mean, I would rather read it, to be honest with you.
Then you can absolutely look it up. You know what I mean?
Like for me, I would love to read it.
You can Google it, bro. Like, this ain't my claim.
Well, you learned it somewhere, right?
You're a great science teacher. There's your source.
Okay, but that's not a source. I can't read that.
So are you going to say that you don't want to fact check me? You want to take my word for it? So anything that I provide you will be true, right?
Okay.
So why is it that somebody's interested in what you're saying, but you're not willing to provide them what you learned and where you've gotten it? Right? Like, I don't know.
Excuse me a second. I'm providing you a claim, and that claim is not my claim. No, right. And so if you think that if you're going to just take everything from me as gospel, then I'm telling you that the Earth is flat and you can believe me. Or you can fact check me and go see if I'm actually correct. Well, then go fact check me and look it up for yourself.
Showing yourself. Why can't you show me something?
So you just want to avoid it completely.
No,
you just want to say this conversation is going to stop.
Where you got
your claim. Well,
no, that's not at all what I'm saying.
Jedi.
That's not at all what I'm saying in any way, shape, or form. I'm interested.
Would you agree that we have a given size of the Earth?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, we're told the size of the Earth.
What, 44,000 square miles?
Well, it's radius and circumference. We're told these things, aren't we?
Yeah, its circumference is 44,000 miles, right?
That's what says who's telling
incorrect.
You. Okay, that's what he's telling
how is it incorrect?
That's what he's telling you.
The circumference of the Earth is 25,900 or 24,901 miles.
Okay, well, where did you get that?
This
If you're going
this
to
is the
avoid
main
this,
model.
Well, hey, I do want to do
We're
this. I
all
do
told
want to do one thing here before we continue.
we're
Shout out
all
to
told
T-Dub
Steve,
for
Steve,
actually giving me something. Thank you, T-Dub.
cool. We're all told this though, aren't we?
Okay.
Everyone's told the circumference of the Earth. This is how we have like a day-night cycle of 24 hours because the rotation of the Earth around its circumference is 24,000 miles in circumference. Right? We're told these things. All says he was pointing out to you is this is the thing that we're told, and we're testing the thing that we're told. Of a radius ball given of 3,959 miles, then every horizon is going to depend on your altitude above that curved surface. That's why this
Correct.
calculation of 1.225 miles times the square root of that observer's height in feet will give you the geometric horizon. It's just pointing that out to you. You can fact check it, but this is what we're all told.
Okay.
Cool. Sorry, Cersei.
No
worries.
I just think that asking for so just a foundation, right? Like T-Dog did, right? I think I'm pronouncing your name wrong here. T-Dub.
T-Dub
did is that he gave me something. So like
So
I don't know
if
why
you're just gonna,
you couldn't says who.
so we're just going to go back to the fact that this conversation is not going to continue because you're upset that I didn't actually give you a source, even though you could check, right?
Well, I just don't know why it's on the you guys want to change what 2,000 years of science Well, that's exactly what it is, right? Because it's an old science. It's an old science.
Dude, let's not go there. At the moment, this isn't even science. This is geometry, trying to figure out the
Okay.
shape
Well,
of an object.
geometry is a science.
We're gonna stick to this point. Natural sciences experiments. Let's not go there. Let's not follow this red herring. No, let's stay on the point of the geometric horizon. You've been given an image by says who. You've been given the mathematical equation as associated with the ball with the dimensions that we agree to. And with this, we don't find the geometric horizon where the mathematics dictates. It's further than it should be, beyond the oil rigs at a safe estimation of 10 miles away, where it should be at 1.22 miles away. If it was physical, it should be there. It's not.
So you're saying that it doesn't add up to the one at sea level. What is it? 1 foot
1
above sea
foot.
level is what you're 1 foot.
Yeah, 1 foot in this observation. We can give you observations at 2, 3, 4, 5, probably all the way up to 35,000 feet. And we can show you that from altitude, doesn't matter which, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use, the whole horizon will not appear in its geometric location. It's always beyond that, unless it's really foggy and you can't see it. It's not geometric. It's the limitation of your view across the surface of the Earth.
Where does the horizon end in that photo?
Where does the horizon end? What do you mean
Okay,
by
well,
end?
where is it? Like, well, right. So
that was the question
let's
to
put it
you.
like this.
Actually, where is the horizon in that photo? You answer that first.
To
You've
me,
got distance markers there, right?
right. Well, you have platform habitat, right? That's the distance. That's the furthest distance marker we have, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's the furthest,
So where's
right?
the horizon?
So it looks like to me in the picture it extends just below. I don't. Okay, here. Let me just stream this real quick. I can share my screen. All right. Give me a second here, okay? That's where the tip of my arrow is, right? That's where it looks like to me that it ends. Is that where it looks like it for you guys?
Yes. So I would suggest that the horizon is beyond those oil rigs.
Yeah, I would agree.
Cool.
I mean, it's only 9.9 miles, right? 9.4 miles.
Cool.
It's not a far distance.
But for this observer at 1 foot, that horizon should be at 1.2 miles.
I mean, okay, so 1.2 miles?
Yes. Calculation is 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So the observer's height is 1 foot. Square root of 1 is, surprisingly enough, 1. You times that by the distance of 1.225 and you end up with 1.225. This is where you get a horizon for a 6-foot observer, 2.9 miles away. See, this guy could be standing up, right? And the horizon should be 2.9, let's say 3 miles away. But we still observe the horizon beyond the oil rigs at a safe estimation of 10 miles away. Anyway, I've got to jump out.
It just sounds weird to me because even in Earth you can see at least 15 miles, right? That's the given. That's the given average. If it's a clear day, is 15 miles.
They tell you on TV how far you should be able to see,
So,
and that's wrong on a ball.
So what's the opposing math?
There's no opposing math. A bigger
Well, there
ball.
has to be opposing math.
You live on a
right?
gigantic ball that's 500,000 mile radius. That's the next option.
I posted the math in chat.
Thanks.
There's an excuse that is given.
No, I'm just interested now. All right, I'm interested in it regardless. So
His DMs are probably going crazy right now.
I have them turned off, dude.
Oh, you're lucky because they would be going crazy for
Yeah, I
you
don't
right
fucking
now.
accept DMs, and there's one. There's two.
There you go.
Oh my god, Troll Team 6 have changed their name to GF6. What's that, Globe 46? That's cray.
I guess they don't want to be trolls anymore.
I say it stands for get fucked.
To be fair, the name wasn't verified. Oh, sorry. It's just so it doesn't trigger you all thinking we're all trolls, to be honest.
You guys are.
As long as the ratio approved to trollage is in a good ratio, we're good. We're good. Don't worry.
I don't think Banafactitum has read the email. He's still got Troll Team 6.
He's a Roman dude, you see. But yeah, just understanding of geometry. That's a good thing. Changed my mind after 8 years anyway, once I got a full grasp of it.
You still don't have a grasp of how to make a right angle on the surface of a ball.
Oh, I see you gave him a clue, Radwin.
I think I know what your problem is, Redwin. So you're after like two lines which intersect at 90 degrees, right? And the base of that, not a triangle, yeah, it's just two lines, right? But if it
No,
was a triangle,
no, that was somebody else. So if you're going to say you have a vertical, it has to be vertical to a horizontal, or it's not a vertical. and the horizontal, since you're holding a string, is at your feet. And that's a horizontal plane because that's where the sky meets the ground, the horizon.
Yeah, you're asking for it from the surface of the Earth, right? So 90 degrees from the surface.
So you can't do celestial navigation
No,
on a ball. You can't do anything. You can't do any
no
math
elevation.
on the surface of
Zero
a
elevation.
ball.
Okay, we'll do it zero elevation. It's easier for the geometry then. So essentially, a quarter of the Earth's circumference is 90-degree angle difference in the elevation. That's how it works, man. Square in the circle. Essentially, what you're doing on the greater scale, you're just putting a square around a circle, but we're not able to do that length of the edge of the square. So we have to make it on a smaller scale.
You're not.
Yeah, right. We're doing flat geometry right now, mate. Circles are flat and not, not shapes.
You guys can try all day long. You can't demonstrate a 90-degree to the surface of a ball.
So you don't think it's possible? Or you don't think it's demonstrable?
Put a ball in your hand, put your finger on it on the cam, and point to where 90 degrees on the surface of a ball is at.
There is one. I don't see what your problem is.
We're waiting for you. We're waiting for it.
Do you understand that a ball would have a center, and then you extend a line from the center to the surface?
Stop.
And that's 90 degrees, my friend.
Stop. Nobody said anything about Earth having a center that you can get.
But we're talking geometry.
You can't use Earth's center as a starting point. Sorry.
No. What measurements are we assuming? Have we got a measurement for the surface? Because either way, we're going to come out with the same kind of circumference on average,
Nope,
so
you won't.
In virtue, we find the radius.
No, you don't.
It's just short of 70 miles per degree of sky or degree of Earth,
not on the
whichever you want
ground.
to work off. That's it.
It's in the sky, not on the ground.
It's a simple geometry. Most people in here will understand you can get a 90-degree. It would be coming from the center, just like
have a 90-degree on the surface of a ball.
That compass is a perfect example. There's 4 of them at least. There's 8 of them. There's literally 8 of them. Is he stuck on it being 3D? Because that's 2D. Sorry, Jedi.
He's saying from the surface. So one of the lines is curved.
From each reference point where you measure, the surface, right, is curved, but your vertical and horizontal are perpendicular to each other. That's the rules, independently to anyone else. And then using the sky and distance measurements, we're able to figure out there is a curvature, and that's simple as that. It is.
Where's the curvature at again?
Right. A basic fundamental would be like 1 degree, 1 arc every one. Distance wise, it's about 70 miles.
Are you trying to peddle the arc of the angular measurement as Earth curve off of a flat surface?
No,
the arc above.
Just giving you the greater scale, because we use the term r, and that's all relative to r. So
the radius.
Yes, it's a magical number that nobody can get a grip on how they got it and how it's able to be calculated from shadows.
It's fascinating. What in the world are you talking about?
It's angles, dude. A sphere in the sky.
Angles, dude. The sphere in this. There's a sphere in the sky. Where?
You could imagine that. That's how celestial navigation.
You can imagine. So an imaginary sphere in the sky, and that makes the Earth a sphere.
We're not talking about the surface. When we're measuring this angle, I'm going to.
You're not allowed to have imaginary shit in the sky. Remember?
Say what? What, Redwin?
You're not allowed to have imaginary shit in the sky.
Well,
yeah, man. Don't make me think and shit. That hurts my brain.
That's right. It's like having a hood around you. If you know north, you automatically know east, west, and south by virtue of knowing north. when we're taking this measurement and this angle, we're taking the virtue of the vertical, which is given to us by a plumb bob, which gives us the down vector. Okay, 90 degrees can be corresponded from that, and there we go. There's your plane of reference where you measure angles from. The flat surface where you measure for everything from flat.
Yeah,
and you
where you
write
said
out.
you're going to call that 0, which is the ground. You call the ground flat. You're right.
No, that's not the ground. If you want to work out distances from like and relativeness to another reference point on the surface of the Earth, you have to know the elevations of both objects in the math.
Both what objects?
You lost, dude. Just give up.
So you got an observer and a target. What are you trying to look at? A horizon, a person? You know.
What's the target?
The target over distance. You know, there's a known distance. Yeah, rather than
what is the target? What is the target?
Anything. Same elevation. We'll have it on the
so
same
you're not
elevation.
measuring an angle to a sphere or to a star?
Yeah,
because it's 90 degrees. If it's like, you know, it's from the zenith point.
Are you drinking usually when you're online here? Because you keep jumping around and you don't make it a whole lot of sense. Are you drinking right now?
You're stuck on. I'm trying to give you options to get it in your head and the idea of it.
I'm asking you. You said there's an observer on the ground and he's measuring to a target. Is the target the star?
He measures like a relative depression angle from his location to that location.
Depression angle or elevation angle?
Depression angle, relatively from the zenith, not the horizontal.
Whose zenith? Your zenith?
Wherever the measurement is coming from at that very moment in time and space.
So 90 degrees above the observer. You're going to measure a depression angle instead of an elevation angle, even though in celestial navigation they use elevation angles.
Right. Forget about that for now.
Yeah, he's changing.
Forget about that for now.
No,
forget about that for now.
Yeah. Anything he can do.
No, you don't understand. The distance experiment.
No, I know exactly.
You're not looking at no horizon.
Experiment. What experiment?
Elevation.
Are you talking about an experiment or a measurement? This is an experiment now?
It's both. Yeah, it could be. I'm just giving you an example to make it more
could be.
lifelike.
It could be. Yeah, just a thought experiment. So this isn't reality. This is just a thought experiment. You said imagine this a second ago.
You'd rather make fun of him than understand what he's saying?
Yeah, I can get you the
I know exactly what he's saying. He does this all the time. But thanks for chiming in, White Knight.
Experiment? I can drop you the real experiment.
So this is an experiment. Is this a scientific experiment?
Yeah, there's a hypothesis. There's rules.
Okay, so what's the observed phenomena? What's the observed phenomena?
Whoa. Give him some credit, right? Yours was an experiment, right? The one that you posted at 1 feet, that was technically an experiment, correct?
No, that's not an experiment. So you don't know what science is either.
Well, that's what it is.
It's just an observation with distance demarcations.
You don't seem curious about the truth. So much as
no, actually, I'm dealing with three White Knights. You're White Knight for one another. Apparently, you've all been triggered. So you have to jump in. You don't know what an experiment is. Everybody relax.
Well, what's an experiment then?
An experiment.
Look it up.
Why do I have to look everything up?
Because I don't want you to take my word for it.
Me.
My goodness.
Because you
said
show
me, dude.
You said you wanted, dude. You said you wanted to read everything. So go look it up.
Nice distraction, anyway. But if you want.
Anyways, so what's the observed phenomena in this experiment that you were talking about, Turquoise? What's the observed phenomena?
It would be obstruction or something in your sight.
Obstruction or something in my sight. So I'm holding my hand out in front of me and it's obstructing what I can see. Now what? You're a clown. You're an absolute clown, Turquoise. This is pathetic.
Now move your hand. Move your variable. Move your hand, and now what happens?
I can see.
The variable could be elevation, okay? And then you've got horizontal planes from an observer to a target, and then the kind of conclusion in the end would be higher.
You moved on. I'm giving you my obstruction is my hand, bro. So in the experiment with my hand that you think is apparently the obstruction of my view, what do we do now with my hand?
You can start again and be sensible.
Why don't you actually give me the observed phenomena that you want to use instead of being very vague and stupid about the whole thing?
Well, measuring the curve. Well, how do you want me to phrase it, man?
What curve? What curve where?
Measuring points on equal altitude, elevation, sorry.
Points on equal altitude. Okay, so give me the scenario. What's the observed phenomena?
So what the axiom of the flat Earth is that these horizontal planes.
No, don't jump up to the axiom. I want you to show me in reality what the observed phenomena is. You said this is an experiment, so let's do an experiment in reality. What is it?
Okay. I am one of them sneaky guys who looks through telescopes at people through windows, right? And there's this building on the other side of the mountain, and it's kind of on the same level as me, right? And I really want to look inside that window, so I level off but because I know it's equal elevation in my flat Earth model, and that should be on the same horizontal plane, right?
You have a flat Earth model? Can you post it for me? I'm very fascinated.
This is the axiom I was going through, sir. So like
on the other side of a mountain.
Yeah, so are you going to? Yeah, on the other side of the mountain. I caught that good.
This needs just.
No. There's no fundamentals unless you're just going to straw man people, right? If you're going to create a straw man and then dismantle that, that's absurd. It's lying essentially. So have you created a straw man model of the flat Earth?
I'll do a Steelman edition, right, from 9 years experience, right? So flat earthers assume that it's a flat plane. Okay,
it's a stereotype fallacy. Flat earthers assume that's a stereotype fallacy.
Let me run through the geometry of it.
There's no geometry. No. Don't straw man. That's disingenuous, and don't stereotype.
I'm trying to Steelman it. Do you not hear? Do you believe it's a horizontal plane? That's the Earth, essentially.
I don't believe it. I observe it. The Earth is horizontal in all directions.
Right.
That's the reference point.
Axiom 1 agreed upon. Okay. Next axiom, right?
So horizontal. So the Earth is horizontal. Yes.
No, this is the next tricky one, right? Verticals are all in the same orientation for all.
He doesn't want to agree, right? He doesn't want to agree. Is the Earth horizontal or not?
He brought it up. He's going to say, yeah, it's horizontal. Earth is horizontal, right?
To the observer, yeah.
Okay, there you go. Earth is flat.
To the observer?
But you need a point of reference to measure from, and you're right. You're saying the Earth's surface, or what?
Is the Earth's surface horizontal?
I'm perpendicular to the surface when I stand on it.
Perpendicular to the surface, so the surface is horizontal.
So you must be standing vertical. Vertical to the horizontal. Once again, as I said before, you're not getting away from it.
No, what you like to go to first is the spirit level, or any kind of leveling device first, rather than going from the vertical. That seems to be the major issue with this whole debate.
Well, the vertical is always in relation to horizontal, so there you go.
I know.
All of us in here built shit before.
Yeah, I agree.
We don't start with hanging strings around our house. I can tell you that.
What?
Talking about looking at stars, though, so this is a bit different.
So the stars are perpendicular, like the zenith is vertical, perpendicular to a horizontal.
Yeah, if that's what you believe. That's what you.
No, that's what you said earlier. You said there was a zenith and it was vertical and perpendicular to horizontal. You said that.
Yeah, it has to be on the flat Earth.
Yeah. Is it not in reality? Is it not in reality? I'm asking you.
I mean, it could be. Not really.
It could be. So where it could, but if it's not vertical, then it's not horizontal.
So this guy.
You wouldn't even have down. You realize you don't even have down unless there's a horizontal. You use a plumb bob and you reify everything into a sphere, then it would be in. You wouldn't even be able to say down. Everything is in. So is everything in? Is vertical in?
Yeah, into down or to the center or whatever you want to believe, right? It's
the center. The center of what?
Yeah, so the flat Earth.
What's parallel to the surface? What's parallel to the surface?
The vertical.
Horizontal?
Oh, it's
vertical is now
not vertical. No, horizontal.
Horizontal's parallel with the surface. Hey, great! Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm saying I'm steelmanning this flat Earth before we just tear it down a little bit.
Out of the club, you know that, right?
Yeah.
No,
You
right.
just like
I've got to get
destroyed all
8
the
years of knowledge, you know, that's the
obfuscation.
thing. 8 years of knowledge, and then just you learn a bit, and then it all
What
comes a bit
knowledge?
clearer.
Knowledge
Yeah.
about what?
Yeah, simple geometry.
Yeah. You are
just
drunk. Are you hammered?
Yeah, he is drunk.
Just,
Bro, the Earth's not flat, you twonk.
yeah, I'm not spinning.
Oh, he's
Or
triggered.
am I? You know, he thinks
That's
I'm
why he won't
spinning.
say
Okay.
no. He's not
No,
drinking.
not you. No.
So,
No,
and
you are
horizontal
not.
is always in reference to the surface of Earth, right?
At a reference point, yes, you're right about that. 100% right about that.
So the Earth's surface is horizontal. Great.
No, nothing
No,
about the
it's
surface.
not. No, it's not. It's not then. It's curving.
He just said it was, and he said it's
You
not.
have no point. You have
Okay.
no point of reference. You're not giving me no reference point, and you're trying to trip me up on this like horizontal, vertical
Reference
bullshit.
to what? Reference
Yeah,
to what?
exactly.
Even the definition of horizontal is in reference to the surface of Earth.
So it would be curving.
So horizontal is curved now.
Yeah, not a horizontal plane. A horizontal plane wouldn't. That's a 2D shape.
See,
Okay.
I knew I'd always get you this point. You say that level is curving and horizontal is bendy. It's bendizontal, right? So you don't have any flat spots, no horizontal, no straight, nothing level. Everything is curving, right?
No, you kind of debunk. You kind of
Horizontal is curving in your world.
Oh, let me just change this word.
I'm not saying I'm asking you a question. Is horizontal curving or is it not?
So I know what the problem is, right? Sorry, let me rewind. It's because you're saying
The
surface of the
problem is
Earth,
you're
right?
answering a very
No, it's
simple
because you're saying
question.
surface
It's a
of the
very
Earth.
simple question. Is the surface of Earth horizontal? Is that straight, flat, level, or is it bending and curving? It's very simple.
Horizontal to what?
The reference point of horizontal and the definition of it is in relationship to the surface of Earth.
Orientation. It's an orientation.
Yeah.
And it's a reference to
So
what? This is relativity.
horizontal in reference to what? Vertical? 90 degrees?
It's always 90
words,
degrees.
kid.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Radwood.
We're not going to start defining words. That's not happening.
It's most of these problems in the debates that we have anyway. And simple semantics.
You think horizontal is curving, right? Let's just hear it from the horse's mouth. Is horizontal curving?
No engineering jobs for you, kid.
Well, are any of you guys engineers?
Yeah, there's a lot of engineers in here. I'm not one, but there are, yes.
None of them are speaking, it seems.
Well, they come in from time to time. There might not be one here right now.
Destroy ideas or
That's why I asked
destroy
the question.
people. What's going
right?
on? Yeah, we here to
What would it
destroy
matter?
people or
Does
ideas.
the
What's going
engineer
on?
being here have anything to do with the fact that horizontal is in reference to the surface of Earth, the definition of it?
Well, I guess if it's assuming relative to the whole surface, then it'd be a concentric.
What centric?
Equal elevation, dude. That's all it is. It's a point of equal elevation. I can agree upon that. Whatever the surface is doing, it's whatever it's doing. But it's
Equal
horizontal
elevation
is
in reference to what?
I guess a mountain to him. If you went up, if you had a flat and then a mountain started, that would all be horizontal, going vertically up the mountain.
Like surveyors do? Rise over run?
His would just be an angle straight up. That would be his horizontal. His head would tilt, and he would say, "Yeah, that's level."
Right.
You can infer horizontal by having vertical, dude. You just can't let that drop, can you? We spoke about what down means for like half an hour yesterday, trying to get a fucking concept into people's mind, how it could be like not saying gravity or a sphere or anything, man. Just a fucking vertex down, man.
That's your problem.
Down is, yeah, right.
And how that
if you're going to conflate down with in, then we're not going to do that today.
Well,
is down or is down in?
Downs can be both. It's not. It depends what you're standing on, I guess. Right?
What are you standing on?
It depends. I don't know.
What are you standing on?
It can measure it as flat, but the math comes out that it's
what
a
do you
ball.
measure as a ball?
Because
when do you measure that you're standing on a ball?
With the degree of
Pretty
change in the
question.
I'm going to post
Yeah,
a picture for you. If you either agree with the top one or the bottom half of it, top half or bottom half. Okay, here you go. Which do you agree with?
it's just with the different degrees in the sky, basically.
Which way is up?
And the distance
Which
from the
way is
Earth.
up?
That's basically it.
It's up in all directions.
It's a relative to all them, right? Literally, the bottom one could be true and the top one could be true. Should I tell you
And that's
how?
why we're not talking to you.
Your
I mean-
plane of reference could be looking at them differently, and that up could be
funny, just
it could
making
be lying on the
making
side.
them
It
just
could be
babble. You can hear their brain scrambling.
on green screen
Oh my god.
with fucking wires. Up's relative to whatever the fuck you're asking what up is. This point of reference,
Wow.
you're just missing the reference point in all your geometries, and that's your problem. You count the horizontal plane as the base measurement, and then you work off that, and you assume the whole thing's that without measuring from the zenith down, and you lose the curvature that way. You're just not seeing it.
No, we're not assuming that, Turquoise. This is the problem. You're measuring to a star, and its zenith is 90 degrees below it on the surface that you're measuring to.
That's correct.
Right? And you got a distance of what?
So it's a plane the whole way. It's a plane the whole way, thousands of miles. It's a plane.
The math of that equates to a quarter of the Earth's surface and then 90 degrees. It's just chopping the sphere into a quarters, man. That's all that is. If a quarter, half of the sky at night. Do you understand how the sky works? Like a dome, right? I'll explain it like a dome. Jeez.
No, you said to imagine it that way. So is it a dorm, or are you just imagining it that way?
Have you been to the dome? Have you been to your dome? Who fucking knows, man?
What dome?
I'm as speculative as
What
you.
dome? What are you talking about? Are you
heliocentric belief? I am merely.
What dome are you talking about?
The conceptual dome that many flat earthers insist
the concept
that exists. Yeah, the concept.
It's a concept.
Listen to my words. It's a concept, right? Belief could be afterwards. You can believe a concept. You don't have to believe it. It's a concept.
You're strawmanning me again? You say many flat earthers. Are you including me in that particular?
I'm saying any model or any belief system obviously starts.
Why are you talking about models and belief systems that I'm not talking about? Why are you bringing up another straw man? What is wrong with you?
You're going to bring out models as soon as I bought out the dome because you're all attached to having no model and the dome's speculative.
Now
you need a container.
Stereotyping me and you're accusing me and you're ad homing me. I'm asking you about the claims that you made. What dome are you talking about?
Well, what would be on the globe model, right? It's a celestial sphere surrounding the globe, right?
Is it literal?
Whatever.
Is it actual? Is it physical?
Maybe.
Are the heights of the stars actually at the heights that they're at?
I don't know. There's no parallax, man. I measure.
So why are you bringing up this dome then?
Because this is the difference. So the flat Earth model measures angles to the stars, right? And it's on a plane.
What flat Earth model? What flat Earth model? Why do you keep doing that, dude? You're being really disingenuous. You're being incredibly disingenuous.
The basis of the flat Earth. I'm explaining what flat Earth means. Right?
What is the basis of the flat Earth? No, you tell me what flat Earth is. You don't get to decide what the flat Earth is. You understand?
I think I do after 8 years of it, man.
So you're going to create a model, and you're going to straw man everybody with it, and then you're going to burn the straw man. That's disgusting.
Relate my model that I once had. We've been in the collective of the flat Earthers.
Your model. Listen. Your garbage model is not my problem. Don't make your model mine. Okay? You decided to believe in that religious, stupid straw man that they gave you, and then you got your ass handed to you, and now you want to burn it because you got destroyed. You got ripped off. That's not my problem. Yeah, it is. It's your problem. You're upset about getting ripped off, and so now you're going to go ahead and straw man everybody with the thing that you got ripped off with. That's not my problem. So don't straw man me with the model that you got ripped off with.
We asked 100 people, survey says, and all these quiz shows where they ask 100 people, we ask 100 flat earthers, simple description of the flat Earth or whatever, and
once again, you're going to go ahead and stereotype everybody. This is what you want to do, right?
No,
you want to
well,
stereotype everybody.
like, at least
This is disgusting, Turquoise.
beliefs.
Dude, this is ridiculous. Who cares? Who cares what people believe? We're talking about reality. Who cares?
Okay. Forget about that. So container thing. Okay. Anyway, forget about that. This normally ends up with a container. That's all. Once they start mentioning models, and then you can't explain it, so you just deny all models. So
what model? See, now you're frustrated, just like the Globers are. Oh well, you won't give me something to burn, so you flat earthers don't fight fair.
The funny thing is, you don't have to attach yourself to every aspect of the entire cosmology model of it. In a way,
once again, I'm not. That's the whole point. I'm not. You are.
It might share some aspects of one.
King David.
You did this. You attached yourself to it, and then you found out that someone ripped you off. Too bad, Turquoise, for you.
I don't know what you mean rip me off. I know. What do you mean rip me off? Rip me off from flat Earth?
You said for 8 years someone's been ripping you off, and now you're going to show that rip-off, it doesn't work. No doubt, we figured that out.
I didn't say ripping me off. I said I was an avid flat earther, researcher and studier of anything you can possibly think of to try and debunk it. And all these line of sights, all these observations, all this measurement showing flat, right, was overcome just by geometry. And that's all you need to know. And the fact you can...
What geometry? What geometry?
The geometry that's determined on axioms. And there's two outcomes from it. Either higher or lower than outcome predicted, right? One model is more insistent on a flat one or a horizontal baseline.
What are you talking about? I'm asking for the specific measurements that you're talking about, and you won't do it. You won't talk about the specific measurement. You just refer to like this vague geometry, right? Geometry took care of the problem. Okay, specifically, what are we talking about? And then you don't want to talk about it. Instead, you start talking about vertical in relation to what? Oh, a horizontal. Well, what's horizontal? Oh, it's in relation to vertical. Oh, it's bendizontal. Like, this is sad, dude.
Because you just want to go to the fucking surface of the Earth. We're not talking about that yet.
Oh, so you're not talking about the surface of Earth. You're just talking about vague geometric concepts that have nothing to do with the surface of Earth. Fine, go to a math forum.
No, this is a fundamental geometry practical demonstration. Anyone could try, and I implore it.
Okay, and let's go ahead and do it. What is it?
So, an observer and a target at two different locations of known distance on the surface of the Earth.
How far apart? How far apart?
I'm gonna put like algebra in your head now, so I'm not gonna give you numbers.
How far apart?
Known distances. So 2 points.
Can you just go ahead and give me the distance, so I can go ahead and check this out? If you don't have, if it's in reality, then this is all just an exercise for you, right?
Yeah, like
this is all just math
or something. Can you hear what
this is all graphic view? Where did this happen at, bro?
30, 40 kilometers.
35. Okay, where's the observation at?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter now. So what are you measuring at 35 kilometers?
If you want confirmation and verification right at the end once I've explained it, maybe then you can ask for all this shit. Because right now I'm trying to get as basic as fuck so you can just get the idea in your head and try and not make it as
What angle are you measuring at 35? What's the observation? Where's the observer and what's he measuring to? What's the object?
We've got a known elevation height of an observer and a known elevation of height of a target, and we've got a known distance to the target on the surface of the Earth. Okay. We've got an angle from the top.
What is the target? Are we talking about here?
It's a building or something. It's a building with a known altitude height, and there's a window on it or something.
So the top of it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. 35 miles. What is the device that we're using to measure this?
Maybe a half decent theodolite.
So you're already going to use a tool outside its maximum effective range, and then you're going to rely on these results.
Yeah.
So you're just going to use tools like you're not supposed to use tools and say this is no problem. This is ironclad. No worries, fellas.
Listen to this logic. With the tool working not to its full extent, the variance on the two models we had in, like we were running it through,
models?
From far distance, a parallel one and a curving one. So
you're going to use a tool already that you're going to use it outside of its maximum effective range and say that the measurement's going to be accurate, even though I'm already using it. What is the maximum effective range of this theodolite you're using?
Yeah, it's not maximum. You can look forever, man. Dude, it's less like a window with a
What
line
is
on it.
the maximum effective range of the theodolite that you're using?
So is it going to curve after so long ago? What are you trying to argue?
So you're not going to answer the question.
You shouldn't
You're
have
not going to ask. You're not going to answer the question.
No.
You're not going to answer the question, are you?
No.
We're using it.
You're going to use something the way it ought not be used.
A little bit.
That's stupid, dude.
I don't know that specific theodolite, but you know, it's a line. Work on the conditions. You know, who knows what's the variance?
What is the maximum effective range of any theodolite?
I don't know.
Oh, so you're just going to use tools that, you know, shouldn't be used in this scenario, but the results are perfect, right?
You're assuming. Oh, well, the variance was taken into account. Don't worry about it.
What variance, since we're already using it beyond its maximum effective range?
Yeah, you don't even know what the fuck the variables to put in yet. How are you putting them in if you don't even know how far you can use it?
Up or down. They're the two variables, my dude. The angle is going to either be up or down. They're the two outcomes, up or down. It's going
By
to be
how
higher
much?
or lower.
Since it only has a maximum effective range of how much?
Ignore that. We're getting an outcome anyway. Listen to me. Don't you see this in your?
I'm not going to listen to you. I've already done this with you 1,000 times.
Well,
I just think you missed the point of it and what.
No, I haven't missed the point at all, Turquoise. I know exactly this little trick. I don't understand how you, who supposedly was a flat earther for, 8 years or whatever, once again fell into the trap of the globetars, where they just go ahead and say, oh, refraction, but only when we want it to be refraction. So, we use a tool outside of its maximum effective range, then we get variances. Well, that variance must mean that the Earth is curving, because the tool certainly is perfect, and there's no refraction that could do what we think is happening here. So it has to be Earth curve. Now you're using our argument again. It's stupid.
You have to build triangles with theodolites anyway, and those all equal 180 degrees, unless you want to be wrong.
Yep. Vertical is down. Oh, so perpendicular to horizontal. No, not that. Well, what is it? It's just vertical. It's just vertical. In relation to what?
He couldn't say horizon.
What they mean is, yeah, like vertical is in. It's in towards the center of a presupposed sphere. Well, that means your verticals aren't parallel. And that means you're not going to have 90 under the star on the surface that you're measuring to.
You guys, so I do have a question for you, right? Because right here, the purpose of this place, and it could be, I could be mistaken, right? But it seems to be a place to argue of the merits of both either the spherical theory or the flat theory. And I'm assuming, since it's a flat Earth theory, I'm assuming it's the latter, right? To express the the theory itself and to try to change people's opinions,
No,
or at least
no.
acknowledge them. Correct?
It's not that. No,
So what is it then?
We just show you that there's no globe, and that's all we have to do.
That's why it's a theory, right? That's what a theory is.
It's not a
But
theory,
but I
there's
do have
no
a question,
globe.
right?
Not
I
a
don't want to say.
theory,
Hold on. The globe is just a theory?
Well, it's look, your flat Earth theory. I said your flat Earth theory. It's a theory.
No,
You even say it.
you said the globe
flat Earth
theory.
Calm down, right?
You got
We
it
need to get our
wrong.
panties in a bunch. We need to get our panties in a bunch. Okay.
You got
Yeah,
it
your
wrong,
panties
so
are in a
I'm trying
wad
I'm
because you're.
listening. Hey, I'm
Yeah, your
listening.
panties are in a wad because you're already realizing that the globe is just an idea.
Then we'll use it as a theory. Okay, I'll placate a little bit.
No, that's if that.
Settle
Listen,
down.
if you're here,
Settle down,
I'm
dude.
settled.
I'm not
Dude,
coming at
if
you.
you're here just expressing your belief in the theory, party
No,
on.
that's not what I'm doing. Well, that's what this place seems to be doing. But I want to add this, right?
Water. Listen, the nature of water isn't. The nature of water isn't reliant on a theory.
Okay. Hey, dude, I'm not here to like go all the way on it, right? But the purpose that you guys are trying to do is to prove a negative. Right now, the flat Earth theory is currently a negative standard in science.
No, you got it wrong. Like I told you, we're telling you there's no curve.
Well, I get that.
Your positive claim.
I get that. But
that's all we have to do. We don't have to do anything else. We don't have to do anything else.
I understand.
Okay, so don't ask us.
You guys are extremely combative
theory
in
of some
how
kind
you
of
do
theory.
it.
There's no flat Earth theory. You can't argue with water.
Well, you can argue with anything, right? I could argue if I'm drunk or not. In fact, I do it all the time. But I could be drunk, I could not be drunk, right? But I'm arguing it either way. My point is,
but there is an answer. There is an answer. No, dude, you're the one that comes in here throwing around phrases like panties in a wad.
Well, yeah,
I'm going to listen to you. I'm going to listen to someone who listen. I'm going to listen to someone who comes into a Discord and starts throwing around the phrase panties in a wad. In a wad.
Well, right.
What's up, dude?
But you guys want to interact with society.
Now you're going to lecture me.
It's good. No, I think what you're doing is good, right? I'm not lecturing you. I'm simply stating that it's difficult to entrench these positions when you take an aggressive stance, right?
Cheeky, I hear what you're saying. So I want to answer to that for just a moment.
Shame.
So, fair enough. The exchange that you just kind of experienced there was between me and somebody who lives in here, right? Like, we have these conversations all the time. He's on repeat, usually using fallacious reasoning and bouncing all over the place. So the hostility or the argument that you heard is between me and somebody who just wants to kind of maintain this combativeness. I don't want to.
I understand.
I just want people to concede with certain, simple geometric principles, and they want to kind of switch around a whole bunch. Now, if you say we want to, be more kind to the outsider who's coming in for the first time, totally, like we do. Okay. And if you're new to this topic, then we can have definitely a pleasant conversation as long as we just kind of like agree that reality is what it is, and that's we don't have to argue about it.
I hear what you're saying, Sesu, but I'm going to actually kind of prove that that's not what happens here. So I'm actually not using him as an example. I'm actually using myself as an example, right? Because it was pretty combative, right? It was entirely combative. I asked a few questions, right? I did ask for
that's because you come in here throwing phrases around, bro.
Settle down, man. I'm not coming at you.
Listen, you're the one who's being a spaz. You want to lay down phrases like globe theory, flat Earth theory, and just carry on. Take it deeper. Do you just wait to talk, or do you listen?
I am waiting to talk, and that's what listening is.
Yeah,
like, you did interrupt me.
How about listen next time?
I am listening.
I responded to you. I responded to you. Listen, I responded to you
before I made my point.
In the beginning, I responded, and then you started blabbing.
Point. Taken at this point, right? So you just kind of proved my point that it's incredibly combative. But I appreciate the time that you guys have taken to relatively explain the photo. And T-Dub for the win, for giving me a source on that. But I'm not convinced that.
Oh, that's no problem. We're not here to convince anybody. That's not the point.
Yeah, the main
Oh no,
purpose of this,
I'm not convinced on
dude.
the flat Earth. I'm just not convinced by the
Jim
behavior.
Dow. The main purpose of this place seems to be is globe enthusiasts come here and bellyache.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
And then the YouTubers hear it, and they actually turn into flat earthers after they listen to the ridiculous shit Globers say.
Who were the YouTubers that turned to flat Earth theory? Do you have their YouTube channel?
What flat Earth theory?
Isn't that what the title is called?
That's what you keep saying.
No.
Well, that's what the title of this chat is called, correct?
It's called Flat Earth Theory. You should probably read it again. You're not real good on reading, are you?
Well, I can't see it because it's broken
These
off.
people don't claim to know anything, bro.
Yeah.
They only reject globe Earth.
Yeah. And then you've got another one who lives in here.
Yeah,
if it's all BS, I don't know why you guys are here.
Yeah, Jim Dow, since you read it wrong, theory is not in the title of anything.
Okay, I see that now.
It's interesting, though, that you express the globe as being a theory. That's wild.
I express them both as being a theory, right?
Oh, I know. That's wild.
Substantially a theory, correct?
That's wild.
No, I'm okay with that. That's
you're
fine.
obviously
So
arguing against it, so that literally states that it's a theory because there are people arguing against it, and that's what a theory
it's
is.
okay.
It's not proven. It's not.
So how would we prove? How would we prove? How would we prove? If you think they're both theories, how would we prove? You think the Earth would have to be curving?
How do we prove it?
Let's see if the Earth is curving. That's the thing to do, I think.
Okay, but we have to prove it, right?
I could have swore they already proved the Earth was a globe. Right, Jim Dow?
Well, right now I'm not really hearing a convincing statement from you that it is or isn't
about
a theory,
like the last
right?
30 years of. I'm talking about the last several decades of your life.
Several decades, maybe for the last what is it? Two millennia? I think.
Two millennia. You're 2,000 years old, sir.
I think they found,
dude.
I think this.
Oh, so it's not a theory.
So it's not a theory. It's kind of circulating for 2,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's just. Oh, I didn't know it was just a wild idea. I thought it had been substantiated. Wow, I feel embarrassed for believing that globe on the show.
That's my position on it, that it's been substantiated. But how was it? Was it says who was bringing something up?
How did that occur?
I don't know. That's why I'm here. How did that occur?
Yeah, how was?
I'm asking you. How did they substantiate the globe?
That's right. I said to you, says who? I don't know. How do we go about doing that?
Right. You measure the surface for curvature.
Okay. And how do we do that?
Okay. Well, long distance observations, but those could be sort of unreliable. Apparently, refraction is just so prevalent that you can't use the horizon anymore as Earth curve. At least it used to be until we showed that the horizon is in excess of its geometric limitations for the ball the size that they say it is. So now they threw that out. Now everyone is saying, no, the horizon is not Earth curve. So, great. We'll just go ahead and, measure it using other ways. And we figured out that celestial navigation and even surveying only use the surface of the Earth as horizontal and flat, and that's the only way it works. You can only measure the Earth as a plane to get to where you want to be. You can only measure the topography as rise over run. And then they do the rise over one, and then they add the Haversine formula, which is stupid because if it was a ball, you don't do that. They added the curvature afterward and wrapped it around a geoid. So the Earth has always been flat, always been measured flat, always been used as flat, navigated flat, built on flat. No curve anywhere.
So I'm very much a visual person, right? My especially after the loss of a lot of hearing. Now I'm going to ask it again, right? Because I am curious, right? I like to look at things, I like to read them and read over them several times to substantiate an opinion, right? Do you have anything that I could read that that points to this, right? Because from my understanding of history, right? I'm a big history guy. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a geometrist. I'm not a geologist, right? I don't do that thing, right? But I do know history. And the Vikings themselves, they used astronomy, and even the Greeks, right? They used astronomy, and they actually accounted for curvatures in their navigation.
No, that's incorrect.
Well, that's why I'm asking for something to combat
So I guess he needs to
what I've learned.
give him the FE core, the whole thing. He wants to read 192 pages. Let him read it.
Okay. Yeah, 192
or-
pages
or-
isn't a whole lot of reading, right? Like, let's be honest.
Or I was going to suggest, you said you don't take DMs.
I can accept it if you got it, right? I'll look at my.
Alright, okay. We have a home server, and towards the bottom of the channel list on the home server, we have a section called Additional Information, which is all alphabetized, A to Z, with all the different topics that you could possibly think of to do with subject. So, and you could just peruse it at your leisure, and thing, a topic that like celestial navigation, or gravity, seasons, just anything that you're interested in. You can look there, and if you don't find what you're looking for there, you can come back and then ask, hey, I didn't find the exact thing I was looking for. Anybody got anything additional to that? I'll go ahead and I'll give you that. Hang on a sec.
Thank you.
FE core was posted for you. Go ahead and read that. That'll be a good read for you. You'll have that done in no time.
We also have a VC live stream voice chat on the home server as well. Doesn't look like it's very populated at the moment, but it has its busy periods where you might want to jump in there too and have a chat with people in there as well. A lot of us are back and forth between here and there. As well as other text channels. We have the lobby, debate, text, where you can go in, and the lobby is probably, but if you wanted a text chat with some people might be able to answer questions, you can go into the lobby and ask some questions in there. Do you guys think he's been reasonably respectful and could give him the VC verified role over on the home server?
Yeah, man, that's fine. If he has an idiot, we can always take it away again.
Right, no problem. Yeah, just make sure you, Cheeky, just make sure you read the welcome page right at the top of the channel list. It's just a summary of the rules and things. Yeah, just read and agree to that, and I'll just go ahead and I'll give you VC verified. That'll allow you to open your mic freely within the voice chats on the home server.
And you won't even have to worry about asking them about a flat Earth theory because there isn't one, and you don't want to ask that question anyway because now you know.
You will need to join the server before I can VC verify you.
What is that last link? I wonder if I should click on it.
Oh.
Hello?
Morning. He's here anyway. Right, bunch.
Right, I'm back. I got a whole half-hour lunch break here.
Hey, what's up, wife?
Oh man, just fixing problems, man. Just another day in paradise here. People call up, their shit don't work. I tell them what to do to fix it. They say thank you, and I go on to the next call.
Awesome. You're making someone's day easier.
And you know, that's something I really like about the job that I do, is because I get to help people. You know, it's not like I'm taking advantage of somebody and trying to sell them something that they don't need
Yeah.
or try to make a profit off of them. I get to people that they're frustrated because their shit ain't working, and by the time they get done, their stuff's working, they're happy, I'm happy. So I feel like I've earned my paycheck for the day.
Yeah, it's fulfilling.
Now, if I could just figure out what's going on with this crazy world that we live in. I know that
I
it's
don't think anyone can, man.
well, you know, but that doesn't mean I can't be curious. And I've got a
Yes.
very, very big interest in Nikola Tesla. And, you know, his whole philosophy is if you want to know the secrets of the universe, think energy, frequency, and vibration. And as the wave mixer, you know, I've already been working with the frequencies and vibration and energy type stuff. And I'm just fascinated with all the different uh, hypotheses that might have to do with our reality.
Yeah.
So champagne, something up here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bouncing around. What's going on with that? Do you know? Here in the
What's that?
live stream. In the
I'm
live
not.
stream
I'm
chat.
driving. I'm not really watching.
Oh, okay.
Graham
Yeah, it's
Payne.
just an interesting animation.
It's the Tesla equation, yeah.
That's what it
369.
kind of looks like to me.
Yeah.
6-9. And you know, it's interesting because I was just working with the 396 frequency this past weekend. And that is supposed to be the frequency for love and harmony and peace. If you're feeling anxiety, and you listen to that frequency, that's supposed to help. So, but I've been working a lot with biofeedback and frequencies, uh, that kind of stuff, interesting stuff. I've
Yeah.
actually got a friend who's got something tapped into uh, Tesla's ether and able to go ahead and broadcast healing frequencies, targeting people in specific areas through the ether, using a lot of Tesla's information. And I got a sample of that this last weekend, and I'm going to be back with them again this weekend working on some stuff. But you know, I've got that biofeedback machine that I've been using to go ahead and treat my diabetes and everything. That's fascinating.
Yeah, I remember you were speaking about that.
Yeah. And so, you know, it's fascinating. Everything in the human body has a frequency. Your eyes work on a different frequency that your lungs, that your cardiovascular system, that your pancreas, and getting those tuned up to the right frequency. It's kind of like, you know, if you play guitar and one of those strings is a little bit out of tune, it sounds off. Once you get
Yeah.
that string tuned in with everything else, everything works in harmony and it sounds good again. And, you know, speaking of guitars and tuning, you've heard of the 432 as being
Yeah, of
the
course. Yeah.
frequency.
Yeah.
So by the standard, everybody's been tuning to 440. My guitar has a built-in tuner, and I've got a tuner that I can clip onto it. And by default, it tunes everything to 440. But I went out and I bought this little tuner. It's made by a company called Click, Kliq, and it's called a Metro Pitch. And I can actually choose which frequency I want to tune to. So middle C, instead of being 440, I have it set to 432. And I went ahead and took my favorite guitar and I hooked it up to this tuner at 432, and it was a little high, and I dropped it down just a hair, and it fell right into that notch, right at 432, like it was meant to be there. It wasn't just above it, it wasn't just below it. I just gave it a little notch, and boom, went from 440 to 432. Like, this is where I want to be. And I have to admit, you know, my ears aren't trained well enough to hear the difference between a guitar tuned in 432 and 440, but I'm working with that. I'm not the world's greatest guitar player, probably one of the world's worst, but Flat Earth Man, conspiracy music guru, you know, I really like his music played in 432. So I'm going to give that a try and see how that works for me. I don't know if it'll make me a better guitar player, but maybe it will make it sound not quite as bad.
As long as you're getting those frequencies through the guitar, man, you don't really need to be a good guitar player.
So I've got a grandson. He just turned 3 years old, and for Christmas I bought him his first guitar. And it's just a
Cool.
little, it's an electric guitar. It's a smaller one. It's only like a quarter scale or something like that.
Yeah.
And there's a little amplifier with it. I think I don't know if I posted something in that on the other channel, on the main channel around Christmas time.
Back home.
But I'm really looking forward because with three of my grandkids, well, two of them I provided a guitar. Three of them I've given guitar lessons to. And now this will be my youngest grandchild at 3, and I'll be starting it with him at an even earlier age. And I'm looking very much forward to spending that time with him. Right now, though, as of Christmas time, what he did is he put the guitar on and he's just strumming the whole thing, just ba 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 back and forth. And he heard the amplifier. And he goes, "Oh wow!" And bum 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 bum, just strumming it, all the strings, you know, no chords or anything. And then he takes the guitar off, hands it back to his mom, and says, "That's the way it's done."
What a little dude.
Yeah, so he's going to be a kid, but he doesn't have quite the attention span and quite the interest yet to go ahead
Yeah.
and play guitar. But I'm looking forward to spending many years with him and playing with the guitar. And he's got a little brother who's 6 months old.
And so he's
Cool.
next. He's next in line to go ahead and get started.
Well, he can hand that guitar down, and you can get him a different one.
Exactly, as he grows out of it. And his brother's going to be getting a lot of hand-me-down clothes, so he might as well get a hand-me-down guitar too when he's ready.
Yeah, I was the youngest. I got all that, but I didn't really care because I thought all my brother's clothes were cool. So
Well, my oldest grandson, I think, is 26, and he has made me a great-grandfather. But in total, we've got 8 grandkids and 1 great-grandchild. So it's really a blessing to be around him. I really enjoy it a lot. What's even better is when we can give him back and have our privacy and home sweet home.
yeah, yeah,
There's nothing like having a child come up and just giving you a hug and seeing that love and affection, in their face.
yeah.
It's an unconditional love. They haven't learned the evil ways of the world yet. You have kids, grandkids?
Yeah, I've got so we've got 4 kids.
Yeah, I think I remember yesterday you were saying that you've got 4 from your first marriage. Your wife's got, or you've got 2 from your first marriage. Your wife has
I've
a
got
couple.
2. She's got 2. Yeah, so we're a bit of a Brady bunch.
Yeah, so
But
my present wife, she had 2 kids when we met, and I'm the stepfather, but I've been known as pops or father and grandpa, with the family for 30 years now. So I kind of
yeah,
get in there.
yeah. Well, the younger one of her daughters is I actually spend a lot of time with. I get home early, so well not early, but earlier than everyone else. My missus got an office job, so I tend to get home at 3:30, 4 o'clock. She won't get home, so I'll run her around and do all her sports with her and stuff like that. So we've got a pretty close relationship. Good.
I was a professional auto mechanic working at expensive European car dealerships
Yeah.
for the first 20 years of my professional career. So I've always had auto mechanics and working on cars, tinkering cars, modifying them, building race cars. That's been my hobby. So I got to share that experience with my son, who was 9 when we first got together, and now he's about 39. And then with my grandson from my daughter's side, 2 oldest grandsons, I'd have them working on the car with me. They'd come out, help me jack it up, change the oil. So I've gotten
It's
to
a good
touch all
skill to
kinds of
have,
things.
isn't it?
Well, it is, and it's not necessarily I'd recommend anybody would necessarily want to do for a living, but if you know how to change your own flat tire, you know how to change your own oil or do a tune-up,
Yeah.
you know, an oil change is going to
Find
cost
it
you about
hard to believe
$100.
that people can't even change their own oil and air filters and oil filter and fuel filters and change a spare tire these days. It's really bad.
Well, we've gotten into a simplified existence. People don't have to remember phone numbers anymore. They program it in, they push a button, and it calls. Oh, I still remember phone numbers of my best friends when I was a teenager 50 years ago. I haven't called them in 50 years because they all have different numbers, but our brains are being taught to not have to think. You know, you don't have to know how to grow food. Just go to the store and pull it off the shelf. You don't have to know how to fix your car. Just go take it into the dealer to have it do it. You're not feeling well. Go to the doctor, have them give you a pill or give you a shot.
Yeah.
Far be it from trying to take care of your own physical health by eating the proper things, taking proper physical exercise, and you know, the community is being dumbed down. I don't know. Did you ever see a movie called Idiocracy? Check it out. The movie's called Idiocracy. Um, and what it's about is this they put this guy and this lady in these little pods, and it's supposed to just hold them, for so long, like 10 years or so, just to freeze dry their body and bring them back to life. But it ends up holding them in for like a couple hundred years. And when they come back into existence, everybody is stupid. Nobody knows how to do anything. And I see that's the way, we're going now. And you take a look, and people,
you know, well, for example, with the flat Earth, you try to say, well, take a look at this distance and look how far you can see. You shouldn't be able to see that far. And people just want to say, oh no, the book says it's this, so that's what it is. I don't care what I see or what I experience. I'm just going to go with this knowledge because it's put in front of me and I just have to believe it. So I don't have to remember phone numbers. I just have to remember, okay, here's John, push the button, that's his number. I don't have to remember how to cook food. I just go to the freezer, pull out the box, stick it in the microwave, push the button, and my nuclear food is done. So now everything has become so convenient and so easy for us. And one of the big issues that I have is if we ever do have a reset, people aren't going to know how to do anything. It's going to
Nothing.
be crazy.
They won't know how to survive. We go out in the bush a lot. I take my sons camping and exploring and stuff like that. Sometimes I just say, all right, we're not setting up a tent tonight. I've got a rooftop tent, so it kind of opens up on top of the four-wheel drive. We're not just going to sleep in that tonight. We're going to make a shelter. So the boys run around, find the straightest logs you can find. You can't find straight trees in Australia, so it's as straight as possible. And we make a shelter. And we start a fire and we sleep in there for the night.
Well, my wife has some relatives in New Mexico, and where they live, it wasn't until, the past 20 or 30 years that they even had electricity. They don't have running water from the city. They have a well. They would go ahead and chop down firewood and put that in the fireplace to go ahead and stay warm. They have a wood burning stove for a toilet. They have an outhouse, and they just have a big old pit, and that's where all the poop goes.
Yeah.
And they've lived this way.
You just throw lime down there, yeah?
Well, they might. I don't know. I didn't go into that much detail.
Yeah, you gotta. I think it's lime or something like that. You sprinkle lime on the top of it, and it helps with the smells and things like that.
Yeah, in their backyard, they still have it's a wooden covered wagon. It's missing the cover and stuff off of it. But when they first moved to Mexico from wherever it was they came from in I guess the late 1800s, early 1900s, and they got granted land. They have a land grant, so they got something like 100 acres or something like that.
Really?
They've had that family for well over 100 years, and they've divided that up. So some of the family has on one side of the road, the other parts of the family have on the other side of the road. They've got piñons there, and what they would do is they grow these piñons and they'd take them to the town and sell them, and that way they could get toilet paper or soap or any kind of stuff they needed. But most of their own food, they've got animals there, so they've got goats, cows, horses, and stuff like that. And they want a chicken, or if they want some eggs, they go out and get it from the chickens, and they let a few of the eggs hatch, and the chickens grow up, and they got chicken dinner. And
It's
we're in.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, is there any water on the land?
Yeah, they have a well.
Oh, yeah, you did say that, yeah.
Yeah, and it used to be they had a bucket, and that well is still there, where they'd go ahead and take the rope and have the bucket go down into the well and scoop it back up. But now they're in the 21st century, so they actually have an electric pump.
A pump.
Water up. Yeah.
Yeah, a solar pump?
I don't know. I haven't been back there in almost 20 years, but I know they have an electric pump, so I don't know if it's solar powered or I think they have electricity there now. I believe they do.
Okay, cool. Nice.
So that, as I was saying, there's just so many people, that we've become so dependent upon technology, and once you're dependent on that, then you're basically held as a slave. And you
Yeah,
have to
there's
go
no
ahead and
turning.
conform to all of those rules. Yeah.
No turning back. I'm very kind of technologically illiterate, but I don't really need it for my job. So, of course, for quoting and stuff like that. But You know, I don't do my drawings, so I have someone that does all my drawings and engineering and stuff like that. So I don't need any of that. So I don't need technology. Oh,
Well, as a kid, I was always interested in science fiction. And, you know, the Jetsons, I love that cartoon. I thought, man, that'd be so great to have a job like George Jetson, where you just go sit at a desk and
making
push buttons.
sprockets.
And, well, yeah, but he would sit at a computer, though, basically. He had a screen there and he pushed buttons. And this is before PCs were around. I
Yeah.
basically have that same kind of job. Right now, I'm sitting at home. I've got 4 computer monitors in front of me, a keyboard and a mouse. And I sit here and I push buttons and look at screens.
Does it be careful what you wish for, Wave Mixer?
Yeah, because you just might. And like I said, I was really interested in science fiction and space, the day the Earth stood still, Lost in Space, all that kind of stuff. And I really believed in space. And now, you know, I've got a hard time watching science fiction. Like I see something about them, you know, going off and conquering other solar systems and stuff, and I just don't get that same sense of adventure. But what I
Yeah,
did
I'm the
really
same.
what I did really enjoy this weekend, I was watching a show and they were talking about Mars and how the little rover thing they've got, the little remote controlled Jeep, they only thought they'd get
Yeah.
something like four missions out of it, and they got like 70, and they have a drone there. And I think you were probably listening to me when I was talking about that. They were saying how the atmosphere on Mars is only 1% of what it is on the Earth, and it was really hard for
Yeah.
something to fly. And they got this little drone that looks just like the stuff that you could buy here, you know, and it's flying around. But what I really
Exactly.
noticed was, you know, this had to have been filmed here on Earth in a desert. They changed, you know, put a filter on there to make it look like the sky was kind of a brownish orange and the dirt was more orangish. But in the sky, you could see remnants of chemtrails. And I thought, well, the first thing I noticed was that camera was panning to the left and it was following that drone as it was flying by. And they're talking about this will be the last as the drone flies. And I'm thinking, who the hell's monitoring that camera panning to the left as that drone flies? That must have been the same person they left on the moon that was panning up as the lunar module went up. And then
Yeah, and what's
that
the delay to
chemtrails.
what's the delay to Mars as well? so called. What do they claim it is?
Yeah, and so then, you know, that and the chemtrails, and I think, why are they making this so obvious? I mean, do they just think that we're so stupid that we'll believe
Well,
it?
if they had that technology for a drone to fly with blades, it's only got chopper blades in 1% atmosphere. Why aren't they rescuing people from Mount Everest with that same technology?
Well, because that drone's on Mars right now and it's too far away to bring back.
But they've got the technology they claim to have the technology to fly in 1% atmosphere. So use it.
Well, so I enjoy watching space stuff like that. When I used to think how great, you know, Americans are because we could land a man on the moon, I look at it now and think, how could they think we're so stupid? But what really gets me, I know that a lot of the people that work at NASA, they're not lying to us. They believe all of this stuff. But they've
Yeah.
got that stuff right in front of their face. Why can't they realize it?
Or compartmentalized.
Actually, I know somebody that works at NASA. I know quite a few people at Caltech and JPL. And this one guy was my neighbor, lived across the street. And what he was, is he was the cost estimator. So they'd say, here's a project that we want to do. Here's our requirements. Tell us how much this is going to cost. So, you know, he'd come up with a big old estimate. Okay, this is going to cost like $6 trillion. Okay, thank you very much. And they'd go away and they'd have their budget. Okay, look, $6 trillion for this project. This was approved. So, you know, and he thought he was doing, you know, he thinks he's doing, you know, the world a service. And I don't even want to tell him that his job is bullshit and what he's doing is helping rip everybody off because he gets paid quite well for that, and I'm sure he's very happy with it. So we've got somebody in here that likes to look like Professor Dave. Santiago to Sydney. Oh, but he's got his earphones off. Wondering if we had a Professor Dave fan. Anyway, so I've probably filled up my half-hour lunch break here with a bunch of nonsense that had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I know that we're on a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. Kimbo, I know you know we're on a flat, stationary, non-rotating Earth. I know Crit knows. I know Heretic knows. Quasi-Codal, I know he knows. Morgan. Is there anybody else in here that thinks we're on a spinning ball?
Old dude's in here too, so I think he must be listening on YouTube and typing in the chat.
Okay. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and mute up. I think I'm going to grab a bite to eat before I have to get back on the phones. Kimbo, as always, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah, you too, mate. I've got half an hour before I start, so I'm just going to chill out for a bit.
تكبير عندكم كوس ربك أرس.
Hey, cupcake lover. Hello. Hey, dude.
Cupcake lover, you're hot miking. Cupcake lover.
Oh, my fault.
What brings you to the room?
I don't know, I'm bored.
You bored? Okay, cool. Let's see if we can squash your boredom.
Well,
what do you think about
what,
the topic? What do you think about the
what,
topic server?
what topic server? What do you mean?
Did you just stumble into a flat Earth room and not know where you are? Or?
Oh, that's why I am. Okay, no, I didn't see. I just picked. I just did the eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Oh, really? That's random, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Do you think you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space? Can you change your mic, man?
Yo, what's up, guys? תגביר אותם כדי שאני אוכל לשמוע אותם. הוא כזה הומו אחי, אני מדבר איתו, אני...
Thank you.
What a bloody wanker.
Hey, Cupcake Lover, if you want to come back on and talk, you need to turn your settings down on your headphones or put a headset on or something, mate, because it's inaudible, and you're obviously not here to talk about the topic server, so we'll give you one more chance. What do you think? There you go.
All right, thanks, guys. No, my family is just in the background. I'm just telling them to stay quiet.
Okay. No, I don't think it's them staying quiet. It might be your output on your headset or your speaker output. Maybe I'll just turn you down a bit.
I don't know. I guess I'll try to.
That's better, man. That's much better. Hey, so what do you think? Do you think you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
I'm living in a pizza pan.
Hold on, guys. Can you be quiet? Sorry. Yeah. What?
Do I need to ask you for the third time?
Yes. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What are you saying?
Do you think you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space?
Not.
Sorry?
No, I'm living on a plate.
Okay. What says you're living on a plate?
Because it's flat.
Okay. Got any evidence for that?
No, you guys. The planet is flat.
The planet is flat.
Or there's the construct. There's matrix.
Matrix? What's a matrix?
Computer simulation.
You live in a simulation?
Yeah.
What's the evidence for that?
Basically, you're just a first-person shooter. Walking around in this construct.
So everything is not reality.
No. And it's
How
flat.
do you know? How do you know that your reality is not reality?
Because it's flat. That's why.
You're just saying words. You're not actually saying anything.
No, if you guys say it's the planet is flat, I mean three-dimensional universe is flat, then you're from the two-dimensional universe.
Who said anything about two dimensions?
Well, you say that the planet is flat, yes?
What did I say? The only thing that I've asked you is if you think you live on a spinning space ball. That's the only conversation we've had so far.
Yes, I think that we're when we're talking about three-dimensional universe, the planet itself is a space ball. I mean, sphere, but it's perceived as a flat surface because of our size.
Okay, what size is that?
I mean, compared to the planet, we're just a little ant.
What size is the planet?
What's 3,600 something?
What is it?
It's big. The planet is big, you know.
You don't know.
3,700, 3,600 something.
3,600 what to what?
Kilometers or miles.
In relation to what?
Oh, sorry, my phone shut off. It doesn't play on the background.
But you're just saying, I said, how big is it? And you said 3,500 miles.
Yeah, somewhere.
3,500 miles what?
Square miles.
3,500 square miles. You think that's how big the Earth is?
I don't know. I'm just guessing.
It's not very big.
I'll take the over.
Okay, if we're talking about three-dimensional universe, if I walk straight, how do I end up at the same place?
Who's done that?
So we're talking about the physics here.
Yeah, but you just claimed that someone did something.
No. When you walk in a straight...
Oh, you're talking in hypotheticals.
Yes, but you think the planet is flat.
I didn't say anything about that. I'm just trying to work out where you live. So far, you live on a 3,500 square mile globe, which is very small. And the Earth is a sphere, but it presents as flat. That's all I've got from you so far.
Yes, it presents as flat because of our size.
3,500 square miles?
I mean, I don't know how big is the planet. What I'm trying to say is our size.
So it presents itself as flat because it's so big, but I don't know how big it is.
Yeah, compared to the
Okay.
planet, our size of our bodies and our...
How do you know if you don't know how big the planet is, what in comparison to our bodies?
Okay, the planet's size is size of a pea.
Okay, that's weird. But so you live on a pea.
No, but it's interesting that you guys think it's flat.
I didn't say it's flat. You keep on saying that. You've said that 4 times now. I haven't had a conversation with you saying it's flat.
Where do you want to take this conversation?
I'm just trying to work out where you think you live. So far, it's 3,500.
I don't know. I'm living on planet Earth with stupid monkeys.
See, I knew it wouldn't take long
psychotic
for you to
monkeys.
turn into a retard.
No.
Think about it, man. You came in here arguing that you live on a sphere, but you got no evidence that you live on a sphere.
Yeah, I do live on a sphere because I've been to the CN Tower. Okay.
Yeah, great rebuttal, man. That's about as retarded as your first claim.
Okay, have you been to the CN Tower?
Yeah, I was actually born in Toronto, so yep.
Okay, born and raised here, same. I went up to the CN Tower and you could actually see the curvature.
You can see the curvature from the height of the CN Tower. So why do they claim you can't see it from 35,000 feet up in a plane?
Yes, you can.
Can you show me that?
I didn't go on an airplane yet, but I'm going to film it if I do.
Okay, so now your claim is you can see it from the CN Tower and you can see it from a plane, but you haven't been on a plane.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Evidence is getting stronger. I'm gonna work my magic with you.
Like how?
Well, I'm just being sarcastic, saying that, you know, you don't really know much, so I don't know where this conversation is going to go. What height should you see the curve from?
I mean, I've been up to the center, so that's all I. By
Yeah,
my,
but mathematically, what height should you see the curve from?
I don't know yet.
Based on the size of the planet that they give us, not the size that you gave us, because that's.
I mean, what they give
Anyway.
us, so it should be.
I don't know. You're the one using it in comparison to things, but you don't even know what you're comparing it to.
Oh yeah, so it's a petri dish.
Petri dish. Okay.
You motherfucker.
Control yourself, man. Yeah. All right. So your evidence of a curved Earth is climb up CN Tower.
Yeah, I think you could actually see the curvature.
So that lake that you're looking over, is that lake curved?
Yes.
Okay. Can you show us a measurement of that curvature? Because as far as I know, water lays flat at rest.
Not really.
No one's ever shown me otherwise.
Not really, because I seen a documentary where they did a experiment.
A documentary, an experiment?
Yes,
Let's
in the documentary, there's
define
an
an
experiment
experiment.
where they
What's the
took
experiment?
a helicopter and they have to go up to 16 meters into the sky to start seeing the helicopter over the water.
16 meters. At what distance?
At 1 mile.
16 meters at 1 mile. So you're on a tiny Earth now. Because at 1 mile, well, at 1 foot, the distance to the horizon should be 1.22 miles. So why would they have to go up 16 meters to see the helicopter?
No, they have the helicopter has to go up 16 meters.
But at that, the helicopter's above the water, and you're saying it's a mile out. It shouldn't be blocked by any geometric curve in the first place, anyway.
It was.
It was.
Yeah.
Okay, well then it's not Earth curve that was blocking it, is it?
Oh, okay. Then it's water curve.
I think you need to go away and have a look at what you're saying.
There.
So far, you're incoherent, and you don't know what you're talking about.
That's the people who say it's flat.
Okay, if I say it's flat, then what's your evidence that I'm wrong?
Okay, where's the edge of the planet?
Why does there
we're talking
necessarily
about,
have to be an edge for the surface of the Earth to be flat?
yes, but if we're talking about the three-dimensional universe, yeah. Okay, if we're
So
talking
there
about
has to be an edge
three-dimensional
for
universe,
you to measure a surface.
if the surface is flat, then there should be an edge where you can jump off, or you can head to the universe, or
Why? Why do you say that?
so so the planet is infinite.
Who said it was a planet?
Okay, then this plate, this flat surface that you guys
Plate.
were
Where's this?
talking about.
Where's this plate? Because I've never said where this plate is. I've never said it was a plate. Never said it was in anywhere. I think you're confusing heliocentrism with the flat Earth.
Okay, then what? Okay, you guys
Is
talking
what
about the planet flat,
what
right?
what's what are you picturing when someone says to you flat Earth? What are you picturing?
A planet that looks like a plate.
In space,
Yeah,
just floating there.
yeah.
Why would that be the case?
I don't know because that's what you guys are imagining, you know.
Imagining. You're the one that brought that up. You're creating a straw man to make us look ridiculous. No one ever said it was a plate in space.
Okay, then a plate on a table.
Why would it be on a table? How big's the table? This is how retarded it is.
That's what I'm trying to understand. How is the planet flat?
Well, instead of throwing shit out, why don't you ask a question?
How is this planet flat?
First of all, it's not a
In
planet.
3 dimensional.
All right. So planet, what's the description of a planet? And then we'll go from there. What's the
Okay, a planet
definition of
is
a planet?
a body of mass that floats in the universe around a spot.
Okay, so what makes you think that the Earth is a planet?
Because what I read about the scientific journals,
And what do they say?
that the Earth is a planet.
Yeah, and what observation do you see that makes you say that the Earth is a planet?
Well, I actually look up into the universe with my telescope, and I saw Venus, and it's a
And
sphere.
what relationship do those things up in the sky have to the Earth?
What
What
is up?
similarities? What's similar about those things?
That the planet is a sphere.
You're going around in circles though. What
No, you're
about
going
the
around in
thing that
circles.
you're standing on has any similarities to the things up in the sky?
No, I'm trying to say is that the planet is a sphere, a ball that's
Yeah, okay.
floating
So
around in the universe.
have you confirmed that the planet is a sphere?
No, I've seen pictures of the planet
Pictures.
from the
Be careful
1960s.
with that word. Are you sure you've seen pictures?
Yeah, like your 1960s from the moon.
Oh, from the moon. Okay. Yeah. So, if that were the case and it was curving, then we should be able to measure it on the surface, yeah.
It's a curve. That's why.
Yeah, okay.
That's all I know.
Where's the curve been measured? Yeah, because first of all, your claim, we got to establish that the Earth is curving to view ball in the first place, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Who's done that?
in your mind, what is this planet? What is this here?
It's just where we are.
Yes, but in your
Where we
conceptualization of it, what
I
is?
don't do concepts, mate.
Or you're just a floating consciousness?
Who said it was floating?
Okay.
I would say it's the bottom of the universe, all right? So we are the ground, and everything above us is above us. Can you disagree? Can you tell me otherwise?
I don't know. So the universe starts from planet Earth and upwards.
That's what we observe.
Okay.
It would be
Let
strange if
me,
it
let
float.
me send you a picture. One sec.
Sorry, what was that?
Let me send you something. One second. Message.
Just put it in the chat if you want.
Yeah, but usually they delete that shit within a few seconds. What do you think about that one?
What one?
I saw your picture
Where in the chat?
in your DM.
Oh god. Whereabouts? There we go. Shrek. Yeah, what's that?
That's called the multiverse theory, meaning that there are
Theory.
more than one universes within this thing what we call reality. And
That
there's
you're
more
calling
than
the
one
you're calling
type
that
of.
reality?
Hmm?
That is reality, is it?
Yeah,
How?
I actually know how to astral travel and go to other dimensions and realities. And
Um,
the in between, what you're looking at, that is called the in between two universes or all the universes.
any evidence of that?
Hmm?
Got any evidence of that?
No physical evidence
Okay.
because we don't have the computer brain interface yet.
So how do you know it's
Meaning that
reality? They call that future proof, yeah?
if I have the technological capability to put a computer into my brain and record everything that I do when I astral travel, then I have your proof. You understand?
No.
No, it's okay. You have love to evolve. You know, so
Well, you're showing me something that you even said is not reality.
it is reality,
Okay.
and I know how
Show
to
me that.
access it.
Show me this in real life.
Okay, tonight I will enter your dream.
Okay, man.
Yeah, stop the cap, Shrek. If you're recording yourself and playing it back, you're not going to be able to understand it later.
I'm not recording myself.
You said when you recorded yourself astral projecting or whatever you said you were. I said when you play that back, you'll have a hard time deciphering it.
Uh, Actually, if we have the computer brain interface, then no.
Yeah, if ifs and nuts were candy and nuts.
It might take you guys another 100 lifetimes to understand what I'm trying to say.
Well, dude, no offense, but if you thought that the Earth is 3,600 square miles, it's going to be rough for me to stick around to your lectures after that. But yeah, I get your enthusiasm for never ending nothingness. Noted.
Well, I wonder that there are things that you that we all know that they are true, but are hard to physically explain, right?
For example,
I don't know. We all dream, but can you physically prove that we are dreaming?
what? Well, you wake up, and if you can recount your dream, then I guess you didn't have that much. I don't know. Most times people struggle to remember the dream, let alone explain it.
That is true. But we all claim to have seen something or have a dream. But somebody can always deny it, and like they can always say, "No, you haven't dreamed."
What?
I mean, some things occur, but they're hard to prove to other people.
Fun.
I'm saying that not everything can be proven like with a physical thing or
A
easily
dream's
shown.
physical.
Listen here, cunt. Not everything's fucking physical.
Shut up.
So, Gyla, are you a glober? Oh, what's the deal with you? Flat earther, glober, earther? What are you?
I think just
Is that a hard question?
no, it's not. I don't believe in a flat earth, that's for sure.
I see.
Because I'm just wondering, like, all the flat earthers are denying globe, but they all agree on flat Earth. I just wonder why they settle on flat Earth and not just 1,200 different kinds of Earth.
Where's the evidence for that?
Well, there is no evidence for flat Earth, and there's no evidence for 1,200 different kinds of Earth.
Sure about that?
I mean, the amount of proof people flat Earthers want to have for a ball Earth, as you say it, is enormously high.
What is flat Earth? What is?
I don't know how you want me to explain that. It's your concept.
Yeah, I know, but you're arguing against it, but you don't know what it
No,
is.
I'm not arguing against it. I'm saying why.
You were, because you were saying the evidence. There's
Why
no
would you?
evidence for something that you don't know what it is.
What is curvature?
No, I'm asking why you would all settle on the same idea, and if that
Why would you settle on the same idea?
no, but now you're just replacing my question with a question.
Well, it's a valid question, isn't it?
Well, my
You're
question
asking
also
why we
valid.
would settle
If you
on the
don't
same
believe A,
idea, and I'm asking
why do you all
why
believe
you
B?
would settle on the same idea.
Because we have seen pictures.
Pictures.
We have seen
Okay,
evidence.
so if those pictures are real,
I've
then you
seen
should
the
be able to measure that curvature on the surface of the Earth. Yeah.
How many curvature?
But you do know that there's a concept as of scale, right?
Shouldn't you be able to measure it on the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, for real.
From your point of view, probably
Yes.
not, because it has
Why?
to do with scale.
So what's the scale?
But where is the star?
Well, you're a tiny person on a giant Earth.
How big is it?
I don't know. I can Google it.
Google it.
But it still doesn't answer the question. So
Yes, it does. Okay, how far?
No, but
What's the drop? What's the
question
drop
before.
over distance in 10 miles?
I don't know, But my question isn't about Earth.
66 feet. So should that not be measurable?
I don't know. But my question
I
is,
don't know.
why have this
I
high
don't know.
demand for proof for a globe, but have a low amount of what need a low amount of proof for the flat Earth?
Proof?
But how many are stars?
What proof? What proof for the globe? What? Explain it.
But I mean, why is your demand for proof to believe in a flat or in a globe really high, but the proof for a flat Earth not so high?
That's a good point.
Okay, so you don't know.
No, but my question is just a logical question. I'm not asking about any proof for anything. I'm just asking why.
Okay, what do you
why
observe?
A but not B?
What do you observe?
What do I observe?
Yeah.
I observe that every planet around us is round.
On the Earth. Let's get into reality, man. Talk about the Earth.
So looking through a telescope is not reality.
Christianity.
Well, how is looking into the sky going to determine the shape of the Earth? Let's look away from something that we're trying to determine.
It's not showing the shape of the Earth, but it's showing shape of every other planet. So my logic is, is
the Earth a planet?
Well, you can assume that if every other ball around us is a planet or a star or whatever.
All right. So I'm looking around, and there's birds in the trees. Am I a bird?
Like round is she?
So there are different animals or.
Yes, there are.
So it's
and you know how we know that? Because we can confirm that.
This is comparing apples and oranges. If you're a part of the grass and every other grass is around you is green, what are the chances that you're also green?
0.
Okay. Well, I would disagree with that, but.
Are you green?
No, but I'm asking.
Well, 0 then, isn't it?
No.
Tell me why not.
Wait, I got a phone call. Sorry, second.
I miss you. Miss you.
Sorry, where were we?
Timbo, I just recently drove from Darwin, Melbourne, and back, and I noticed something as I was driving that made me question whether or not the Earth could be flat. And I was looking up in the sky, right? I looked up in the sky, like to watch the stars, and the stars all lowered in the southern sky by about 30 degrees between Darwin and Melbourne. And I can't come up with an explanation that fits with me driving on a flat plane that matches that. And we know the globe model says 10 degrees for 600 nautical miles, 1 degree for 60 nautical miles of travel. So I travelled 3,500 k's, whatever it is, which is about 3,000 nautical miles, 30 degrees. So, yeah, that aligns with what the globe would predict, right? So that's one of the reasons people that believe the globe model believe in it, because they see things that align with the model. And in this case, actually, there's no flat Earth explanation that can provide that.
I think they left or something.
Hey guys, I think it's time.
Cool. Time for dinner.
I'll just do a quick mic check. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Dazza. The big man's in the chat now.
Morning.
What globe proof have you got for us today, Dazza?
I got no globe proof today.
Oh,
Might have
come
a few
on,
questions for you.
Dazza. Dazza.
As Gregory said yesterday, I need to practice my logic, because you can't have a conversation about a proof. You have to be logically sound in everything you say. So I'll wait till I can do that. But yeah, I might ask some questions though.
As
I think we had a conversation
said,
yesterday.
As
Sorry.
Gregory once said, unjustified negation retort. That's one of his best lines.
I like the part where he says that you cannot dominate the conversation by dominating the conversation. That's what. That's my favorite.
Yes. And the bit about absurdly repeating the same thing over and over again. We had that coming out of both directions, but anyway.
And the thing about non sequitur, I remember this word for some reason.
But it does amaze me that his fluency in the language and the speed with which he can identify all of those things.
No,
I find
Dazza,
quite
no.
impressive, right?
Don't kid yourself.
Or is it
Dazza.
just word salad and I don't understand it, but it sounds impressive?
Yes, exactly. I mean, I was taught from a young age to speak in plain English, right? Throughout my academic career. So I'm never impressed by flowery language. That's the first thing. The second thing is, if someone says non sequitur in response to a question, they're not using non sequitur correctly. All right, you gotta know, like, past the flowery language, what's going on.
But there are so many of these debate tactics that and specific words that they're just flabbing out, and it's so hard to answer if somebody throws out 12 of those words to even fucking understand what the original I don't know what meaning
Plain
was.
English is a virtue where you can articulate your point and not confuse the person you're speaking to. That's what Gregory suffers from, the inability to just be humble and speak in normal English and not confuse their opponent.
Yeah, and he likes to ask questions. If you ask a question back, then it's not allowed.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of the guys they accuse Globers of sophistry with their maths, but they are effectively applying the same tactic. Well, you're going to call it a tactic of using complex language to make it difficult for their opponent to respond.
Yeah, and they like to give you an A and an B choice, while both are ridiculous, and then your idea of C is not logical.
If someone asks you a yes or no question, I'd say that's when you should start to think about disengaging, because yes or no questions are, they're effectively a dialogue trick. I mean, They want you to pick one or the other because one or the other they're prepared for that answer. If you have any nuance, they're trying to exclude that. So
It's
yes or
called
no
a
questions are
false dichotomy.
so yes or no questions.
Yeah, it's like fisheye lens and stuff.
Last time
yes
he
or no
asked me if
questions always
everything is
supposed to
physical
manipulate
or
you.
everything is non-physical.
Exactly. Everything. Yeah, it's literally supposed to manipulate you and trap you.
But I said that everything is physical, and I still believe everything is physical because you can always explain it by physics.
Depends on what you consider physical.
I mean, even I said even things like love are still physical because it's just chemical.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean, if
that's a
you're saying
challenging
like
one though,
everything
right?
that's like a thing is physical, then I'd agree with you. Like everything that's like, because some people might like ascribe like physical to something they can touch. You know what I mean, and feel.
Yeah.
So it really depends on how you consider physical.
But I mean, you can buy ecstasy and feel more love. So I mean, it's just chemical.
I mean, if you consider yourself feeling air, then you can basically consider everything physical. Then at that point,
Yeah. So if you had to pick one from these two options,
Yeah.
would your thoughts be considered physical?
it's my
Yeah,
what?
I was about to say a similar thing.
I said, would your thoughts be considered physical?
My thoughts.
Thoughts.
Oh, I think they're just connections in your brain. So yes.
Oh. Well, then yeah, in that way, then you can consider everything physical.
But then they would throw things like I would hate to live in a world where everything is physical and believe that there's an endlessness of nothing and nothingness, and then you get all this sentiment.
What do you mean?
Well, if you live in a world without Jesus and without anything like love and just everything is there because it is, and there's no meaning to it, then they're all like depressed.
Yeah, so I don't know why you ascribe Jesus to love, but
No, but I mean, for some people it's the same.
yeah, I think that atheists can feel love. I think that religious people can feel love. I think anyone can feel love. Most people can.
Yeah.
I don't think that it's just ascribed to Jesus or a specific religion.
Well, things like morality, right? They always claim that without religion there's no morality. But I agree.
But
I
who claims
disagree.
that?
And after reading what was the book, Moral Landscape, I think there's a pretty good case for having another base for morality.
I wouldn't ascribe morality to any religious text or anything because we've always, well, I'm not going to say we always had the same morals, but I would say
Yeah.
that human beings always had a sense of morality. Like laws, for example, are basically built upon stuff that we don't want other people to do to us. We don't want people to.
But I read the book from Sam Harris about that. It says, what was it, The Moral Landscape? Yeah, you should try it.
Yeah, you can't use atheists for that, though. That's the problem. Yeah, just real quick, just to get control of the conversation. I let it go for quite a while because I feel like it's kind of good for globalists to kind of get some of their emotional hangups off their chest.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was kind of good to hear, kind of off the cuff how you guys are really thinking. It helped troubleshoot the problem with a lot of your hiccups and why you can't seem to get to a full logical conclusion on anything you say or do. Because there isn't one. You really don't have a conclusion to your thought processes.
What do you think about that, Dazza?
What do you mean?
Well, apparently we have no logical thought processes.
No conclusion.
Sorry, no logical.
So, Craig, what do you mean? What about our conversation that I was having with Gillard reached a no conclusion? What do you mean?
Yeah, so you went into some sort of cringe atheism thing about Sam Harris.
No, I just said
Sam Harris. His full conclusion is violence. I mean, I've read what he talks about. His conclusion is that you turn on violence or no violence based on whatever threat or perceived threat that you feel towards yourself. So he does have a morality. His morality is might makes right. The more violence you can project in the world, the more right you are, the more justified you are. And the only thing holding him back is that he lives in a Western culture who's got layers of protections, many soldiers and fighting overseas for him. Yeah, the dude's brain is scrambled much.
Really? I think he makes
I
sense
never
in
bring them up, to be
all the
honest. I
subjects.
don't know if Killer did. I don't even know
Yeah,
who that
that's
is.
what I kind of wanted to put a stop to it, just to get an idea here, because I think it's going down this morality and using subjective atheist point of views. The reason why let me say it this way. This is the best way to explain flat Earth. Observer dependency. It's simply that easy. If you, from your point of view, the Earth is flat and stationary, then you don't go any further than that. You don't go into systems of power and
Correct.
control, federal government photos of this. Yeah, go ahead.
Right, correct. So the only problem I see with that is you said like, okay, you observe it as flat and stationary, and then you said you don't go any further than that. I think that's where I have a problem, where you're telling people not to go any further than that, not to do more research, not to try to figure things out and learn science and learn math and everything else. That's the one thing I don't understand.
See, why'd you add the science and math part to it?
It doesn't have to be science and math. Like for
Well,
example,
what
like
science and math do you use that you will ever use that includes curvature or rotation of the Earth?
I don't personally. I can still prove it
Okay,
without curvature, or I mean, not without curvature, but without science. When I try to prove the globe Earth, I don't even use science or geometry. It's just simple stuff. But the only problem I had with what you said is because you said that we shouldn't go further. We should always go further into everything, not just on the Earth's shape, just on anything. For example, politics. It's like you see one thing on politics, that's like the first thing you saw, but you don't actually do your research, so you don't understand the backstory and all of the stuff in it, right? So I think everyone should research everything to its core. I
yeah,
shouldn't limit themselves.
and then what? And then you invoke state-sponsored violence.
Oh, then you reach a
If
conclusive
your if
decision
your
in your mind about
ideas
what you think.
require the force of the state, your ideas are worthless. They're actually there's worth as much as violence you can project. That's how worth your ideas are.
But
The Sam Harris
You're
bucket.
saying that you
That's
shouldn't.
where you
So you're
are.
saying, yeah. So you're saying you shouldn't listen to anything that like teaches you anything, like school and
No, that's
everything
not what I
else.
said. Violence. You stop at violence. Basically, Tyson wrote a book about this called Accessory to Murder. And you guys are, I mean, this is the best part. Is a lot of you guys don't even follow what the globalists talk about, the ideas they're putting out. You basically stop at the fifth grade education. The teacher rolls out a globe, paper mache, and says, hey, the earth is a globe, and here is your lesson for the day. You never went further than that. You just said someone told you that, and you believe it for reasons you can't explain or articulate, and even trying to get you to a full conclusion about what it means, you can't get there. And if I try to troubleshoot it and find a yes or no to get you locked down to some sort of path, you just see that as a trap and squirm even more. You're like a kind of like
Correct.
a rabbit caught in a
Like,
snare. Yeah, go ahead.
but yes or no questions are traps, though. It's a false dichotomy. What do you mean?
Yeah, when you come in this room and you say, hey, I've debunked a flat earth. I said, do you think flat is an adjective or a noun? Or a verb or whatever, and you don't answer that because you think it's a trap, then there's really no place to go from there. Because I'm trying to troubleshoot what you think you debunked, what you have to show for it, and you really don't have anything. You can't even articulate or explain it to somebody else who's asked a question inside your own worldview that you can't even answer.
Hey, Crit, what are you talking about? We were literally just talking about morality. Where are you getting to this other stuff from?
Yeah, that's why I pumped the brakes on the conversation because it was going into this cringe subjective idea about projections of violence from speakers like Sam Harris.
But I don't read Sam Harris and conclude violence. I don't know where you get that from, but
Okay, here let me show you.
I mean he said a lot of things publicly, so maybe there's something you can send me. I don't know.
Yeah, here.
But his case for morality is a pretty good case without any violence, and it shows examples of when things like when people become amoral because of X, Y, and Z.
And sometimes the violence of the state is necessary.
Yeah, that is also true. In some cases, that's true.
Because they've got science. So the violence of the state. This is what I think you weren't listening. So the violence of the state goes against what they're presenting as science, logic, and reason. They say, "Here, I've got some science." You're like, "No, thank you." Okay, here is a gun to the head. That makes sense to you? That their science is so good, it's so compelling, and so repeatable, observable, and measurable that when someone says no, thank you, their only fallback position is to shoot you full of lead.
But where do you get that?
Do you have an example of that?
Yeah,
Did Stonehenge stop working?
I don't know.
It hasn't. Still works today. Druids go there.
But
Everyone
then,
goes there with fucking cameras and observes the sun appearing between two stones.
yeah,
This is observed in, oh my goodness me, what's it called? Petra.
okay.
You know, the place with all the caves.
So
Certain time of year, solstice, there you go, see the sun.
So it still
Produces a light ray onto a throne or something.
So it still counts for the sun.
Yeah, yeah.
Just a heads up, the YouTube is back on. It's too bad that it missed like all of this conversation because it's been a good one.
Thanks for giving us the heads up, man.
Yeah, I didn't even know it was recorded, but yeah.
Trying to figure out what the overarching point is. The sun, moon, and stars have always been doing the same predicted things. They do it in cycles. If you say we've got more precise, yeah, that's because our timekeeping mechanisms have got more precise.
But I mean, as far as I've seen documentaries about this subject, that they show that some of them used to be correct, but no longer are correct, and they can calculate the time between that civilization and the stars.
They still tell time in cities and ancient sundials that could tell you the month as well.
But yeah, okay, Moner, shut up. Listen, listen. What you're saying about these ancient civilizations being incorrect? Do you think that
No, they
heliocentric?
were correct,
Do you,
but
do you
not
think that
now
modern
anymore.
science has done better? They have not. Like, for example, the Saros cycle, which was already mentioned to you. It predicts eclipses. That was done by the ancient Babylonians like 30,000 years ago, and it is what NASA uses to predict eclipses. They don't use anything new, anything that they came up with. They cannot model it. They cannot predict it. They have to use the Saros cycle.
I don't know about that, but I can look it up. That's not
More observations gives us more understanding as to the periodic motions of the sky. For example, there's a 19-year motion in the sky with regards to how the sun, moon, and the backdrop of the stars work. There's multiple, but ultimately they work like clockwork. Haven't changed that position. And if you're going to point to this or that architectural structure, then maybe not. We've had earthquakes in the area. Maybe the Earth has moved, so it's a little bit out of sync. I don't know, but these stars haven't moved out of that position. We've used them today like we did 3,000 years ago to navigate.
But what about the different constellations then?
What
Well,
about
no, hold on. I'm gonna just real quick. When you said I don't know about that, like, yeah, I'm sure they can they can model it, but only because they're using the Saros cycle. It's admitted by them on the NASA.gov website that that's what they use in order to model it.
So what?
Oh well, that could be true. I don't know. I have to check it.
I can give you a again. You maybe didn't notice this before. A US government sanctioned flat Earth model that predicts eclipses, that can give navigation, that works on a terrestrial plane within a spherical planisphere. I can give you that. That's a flat Earth model. It was invented by Thomas Edison.
There's a government sanctioned map that panders to flat earthers.
No, there's
What the fuck?
There's a conceptualization, a model sanctioned by the US government and some scientific institute that you have. I don't know. I'm not American. Headed by Thomas Edison with several patents to the model because
Okay.
it works.
But is there a link for it? I want to see it, and I'm curious.
Give me a minute, and I'll drop it again. I've dropped it 2 times.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
But I want you to remember this. This is not our model. This was sanctioned by the US government about 150 years ago. Works.
Is that a way of them making a model for like a talking point, or?
No, I'm going to give it to you.
But then again, 150 years ago was a long time ago.
They still did eugenics.
We're talking about at the turn of the last century, so maybe 120, 30 years ago. But yeah, still, I'll give you that. But the model works. It's it's based on star charts, navigational charts with a flat plane within the sphere of the sky.
And if you're going to try to write off 150 years ago, go ahead and look at your cities and your buildings, your architecture, society. Like people were.
I know that stars
People
were
were
used
pretty.
for centuries, but
We've degraded since then. We haven't done better. We have done worse since then.
I mean, my people used the stars to travel the whole world and colonize everything, so it's probably worked.
You're my uncle?
Could be.
No, I'm older than you.
Maybe my grandfather is.
He's not. Believe me.
Is this at the Edison thing?
Yes. So, like it says, Thomas Edison's involved, along with a whole load of other smart people of the time. It had patents they needed to, keep the model secure. And it works. Flat plane within the hemisphere of the sky. Works for celestial navigation. Works for predictions of sun and stars.
Oh, you mean how the celestial the stars match with us on Earth?
Yep. Now, I want to say this really, really clearly. Two things I want you to know. One, I realise that I'm reifying a model. Models aren't reality, but we can make models. Two, this is an appeal to pragmatism, right? Because the model works, this is reality. I'm very well aware of what I'm doing, but this is your flat Earth model if we're to take it from the government, for example. So this isn't ours. It's a model and it works. Do I think it's the true depiction of reality? How would I know? I'm not reifying this model, but I'm putting it down for everybody to see. I'm not going to gatekeep this. But the model works. That's the thing.
But does the model work because it's flat, or does the model work because the stars are coherent with the spots on Earth?
It works because it's flat. If you watch the video, and obviously you don't have to go and do it right now, in your own time, I'd like you to do it. That's why I've given you the information.
Yeah.
If the information comes straight from literature, it's read out for you what they did, how they did it, why they did it, and they needed to do this for a specific reason. Because the Earth wasn't a ball. They needed an actual model, proper one.
Well, I have some homework to do.
I also want to kind of point out, like, you're a cordial person to talk to. Unfortunately, I feel like you're a very stubborn person, and that no matter what we give you, no matter how cordial, no matter how much you seem like you're accepting of the information, I don't think that you're willing to shift. However, you're doing a great justice to everybody who's listening by behaving the way that you're behaving, and maybe somebody will see it might not be you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm an engineer by trade, so it takes a lot to convince me.
You're a what?
Engineer by trade.
Really? You ever play with vacuum chambers?
No, I do civil engineering.
Really? You ever use a theodolite?
I have to look up what that is in my language.
You didn't use one.
It's like a telescope with a crosshairs on it and a level.
Well, I am like the guys that work for me. They use the measurement tools to see where the pipes and cables have to be.
So you've never actually used anything. That's the scary thing. That's why the engineers that we bring in our company have to go for 4 more years of on-the-floor training. And
Yeah, no, I don't want to do that, man. I don't want to go in the mud and make myself dirty all day.
Do you work with fiber optics?
What type of engineering do you do?
He said civil engineering, but he doesn't know what a theodolite is.
Oh, Yeah,
No,
that would be
I mean
pretty awful. That
we speak a
how would
different
you?
language, my friend. So if you translate it to my language, then maybe I will know.
Are you finished?
Telescope with a
You
crosshairs
speak
in it.
English pretty
Well,
good, though. You speak English pretty good. You would think that you would have come in your field. You would have come across that name, like
oh no, no,
outside of
no.
your language.
I'm doing cables, pipes, water, electricity, glass fiber.
Do you know what
Fiber, did
What's
you
your
sledgehammer?
say?
native language? Sorry, what's your language that you speak?
Dutch.
Dutch.
Hey, do you know what a sledgehammer is?
Yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah,
So,
same thing.
do you lay fiber in the ground?
Yeah, I did a whole project to put it in the whole city of Rotterdam.
Wow. Do you know how to splice the fiber?
Uh, I know how to splice it. I don't know how to weld it.
He knows how to theoretically splice the fiber. He's read about it. He's never done it.
I've seen the video that you heat up the
Yeah,
double point,
he's an
both,
engineer. Let's be honest here.
that you
He
see
doesn't
both
know how
points.
to actually do it. He just knows he has an idea of how it works.
Well,
That's how.
it's a
Well,
specialist job,
it,
right?
in Dutch, the
Yeah.
theodolite is heraldelie. Heraldelis.
No, I've never.
H-E-T-O-U-D-E.
So yeah, I've never used it. No.
Well, this is
Do you know of him?
incredible. This
Do you
really
know
is
of him?
incredible that he actually was able to go to school without knowing how to measure things.
Well, I measured like dikes and water and
Oh,
you
you're a
know.
Dutch guy. You know about sticking fingers in dikes.
Well, yeah, I know about the story, but there's no scientific basis for that story. It's just that's a funny story.
You might as well be the Don Pettit of Earth.
But you do know that we have the best waterworks, right? So that's the thing that I'm focused on, not really theodolites.
Yeah, that joke is kind of funny if you know English.
It was really funny if you actually know anything. Like if you're a smart guy, that was a good joke.
Which joke was that?
How come the water there is always flat and level, and you have to make your dikes flat and level and all that shit?
Well, there are two reasons why we make dikes, right? It's the battle between the water in the ocean and the water in the river.
You know what I've noticed? This might seem kind of funny, but the more flat the terrain the person comes from, and they're a globalist, the more freaky they are. Like, bear with me for a second, all right? Like Florida, okay? Florida's really flat, and you've got like Florida man, just memes just rolling out. My take is I think the Netherlands is Europeans' version of Florida man.
Well,
They do smoke that weed.
that is true. That is true, and I've scientifically proven that myself. But yeah, my country is flat. Yeah, but I mean, it's a flat spot on the earth.
Oh, so there's flat spots all over the place?
Yeah, there are flat spots. Yeah, they're very flat.
When do they start bending so that you can stand on one flat spot, then kind of look up and over and down and see the other flat spot?
It's what the water did, and we just dig it. We just
Yeah,
the
water. You as an engineer should know that water lays flat and level,
yeah.
finds its own level.
So
So if you don't
water.
know that, then I'm kind of gonna start second guessing that you're even an engineer.
Well, I can post my degree if you want it. I can do that.
No, not required. If someone believes or doesn't believe someone's credentials, it isn't really a hold my beer moment, okay? There's
No, because
lots of
the truth is that people get degrees without it being like there's a lot of idiots who get degrees and then they stand on their degree. They think that they hold some kind of high ground over others because they have a degree. But really, you just paid for a degree and you put in the time to get it. It doesn't mean that you have a better understanding or that you're more
To be honest,
intelligent
Mr. Lou,
or anything.
I failed. I almost failed because my thesis was taking way too long because I couldn't figure out if I had to do more or less work, and eventually you have to close your case, right? And I was
Do you know about the multiplexers?
multiplexers. Can you write it in chat so I can read it?
Uh-huh.
I gotta say, Gilbert, hearing you talk today is kind of. I mean, it's 100 times better than the other day when you were on here talking to Gregory. I think.
Yeah, but
That's
Gregory
what
is not really the
I
same
was.
as the other guys.
Yeah, I was chiming in a little bit, but I
Yeah.
was on my way to get my husband from the airport. So I just it was a nice conversation still, but today you're up there, buddy. I appreciate it.
Gregory's always looking for a fight, and like he's standoffish, and so of course they reel back and they fight back. Like you're not
Well,
going to get anywhere that way.
Well,
yeah,
I don't
but
see the point in using the kind of vocabulary that he uses. I get it. I mean, it's fine, but I like using layman terms because there's a lot of people listening on YouTube, and people that just sit in here and that don't say anything. So people like to have clear cut language, and that's what I like to cater to. And I can because I'm from down home Alabama. So
what was that? Is that chicken and what was
Oh,
it? And a vinegar sauce, or was that different country? A different area.
I don't know what Alabama has to do with it.
I'm just kidding. It was just supposed to be a joke. I guess it was a poor joke. My bad.
You're thinking of Kentucky, dude.
So would
That's the
Flexi
chicken
be an
state.
Alabama mama?
No, what I mean, people are just debating with all these argumental. What is it like? All the debating terms, and I mean, after asking 1,200 questions, it's hard to respond with any decent answer, and especially if it's not your main language.
Multiplexer term was posted for you.
I don't think he knows about it, but it's okay.
Oh, should he get into the demultiplexer though, or no?
I don't know what field we're talking in here, but a multiplexer is a logic circuit used in electronics to choose between
Yes, that's
two
right.
Oh, okay.
I don't know whether I don't know what the conversation you guys were having before and why this is relevant, but I just figured
I don't know
I don't
either.
think
But
it's actually
It
relevant.
proves that the multiplexers prove that the Earth is flat.
oh,
Hey, you got to ask that Cam guy. I don't know. He's
No,
the one
no,
who
no,
asked.
I don't believe that. I just wanted to know about his job.
well,
He said he was a civil engineer, right?
Mm.
Why the
Well,
fuck
you
does
need
he need to know about multiplexers?
for the fiber.
That's
Well,
right. Yes.
for the dikes, so no more fingers need to be
It's
shoved
funny
into
how I
them.
know that, and I don't build dikes.
You know, Holland. They love the color orange.
is that because they like to come here? Because I've seen a lot of them here.
Mhm.
Ah, but I mean, it's always good to learn new words and.
What did you what gravity class did you have in your engineering when you were taking it?
Well, we used it for like soil measurements, how long it takes to for soil to be stable. We used it for the
gravity.
Yeah, it's a part of the formulation, right? So
All right, so
So
living in the Netherlands, where you're surrounded, I mean, where you're underwater,
Mhm.
you must know that water finds its levels. There's certain things here that you have to understand.
Mhm.
Like,
But what does find its level? Yeah.
okay, and in your mind, is level flat or is it curving?
Well, I think that has to do with scale. So for me, what I can see, it's pretty flat.
So in your mind, it's at least the way that we here on Earth can utilize it. It's flat and must be treated as flat, right?
well, when you're laying fiber optics, yeah.
Well, I mean, fiber optics are being laid on the floor, right, with a ship. They do J laying or S laying. You can look it up.
Right.
It's
You have
pretty
to
interesting.
calculate
So
that flat distance across, not a curve.
Wait, you do underwater?
yeah.
Yeah, the whole
Oh,
Netherlands is
wow.
underwater. water. The only reason that they have land is because they held the water back
Yeah.
with the dikes.
We have a wall, and if the wall breaks, we're fucked. But that being said, well, like half the country will be fucked. The western part will be fucked. Yeah.
Like you should know better than anybody how this works.
Well, yeah. Well, my main interest is the water part, right? So
Yeah, I mean you're a civil engineer in the Netherlands
yeah,
that understands that water lies flat.
yeah. Well, yeah.
Okay. I don't even think anything needs to be said after that, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. It is what it is, but yeah.
Yeah, I think the issue is when you guys talk about flat. Like, what do you mean by flat?
I just tried to freaking pull it out of him. I said, "Do you think flat is curving, or do you think level? Is it curving or is it flat?" He said, "It's flat. For all intents of use, anyway, it's flat. You can treat it as flat. It's how we experience it. It's flat. It's how
Yeah,
we
if
use it. It's
Right.
flat."
He responded with, I think it's a problem of scale, right? Like in a localized area, so we can determine something as flat, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
Just depends on like how precise you
Yeah.
want to
So
measure
how big do
things.
you have to get? How far do you have to get in your scale till it starts curving?
Well, that's the real question here, right?
Yeah. See, well, no. The question is where in that line of thought does it become imagination?
Well, like the question would be,
Is it that?
is the curvature that strong that you physically would ever feel like or can see that the Earth is curving?
We're told that when we look out to sea, for example, the Earth curve is the reason why we can't see things. So if we're talking about scale and us not being able to perceive it, it's the thing that's obstructing our view from seeing other things.
The curve, yes.
Yes, but we don't perceive that.
Well, that's why I asked for last time. Like, why can I not see England?
Because it's too far away for you to see. You
Yeah,
might
I
need a
thought
better. You might need a better optic. What was it? 100 and something.
100
So wait,
miles for me.
something's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
obstructing your view from seeing England?
Well,
Yeah, thing
Jedi?
I
is
think
that
that's the bait. That's the cross where we meet, right? That's the exact point.
I think I might be able to show you observations from the Netherlands of wind farms closer to England than they are to the Netherlands. But that's going to take me a while to dig out.
but like
No,
how
I
far?
only remember that because that's the distance. I think it was quoted of about 80 miles, something like that. So 20 miles off the coast of England and 8 miles away from you.
and if you ever want to look into it a little bit, especially the math behind it and whatnot, the Earth curve doesn't take account in for perspective with angular change of size or angular size change over distance. It hijacks it and says that it's Earth curve.
The rate of descent of an object in orthographic projection is because of the curve of the Earth, making the thing look like it's dropping down, where in reality this is just an operation of perspective. With distance, things above your eye line will recede down towards the horizon. It's the hijacking you pointed out, isn't it, Fats?
Exactly. If you take that into account, your Earth curve goes away completely. So it's hijacked for Earth curve, and you can
What do
look
you?
into. You don't have to believe me. You can look into it for yourself, of course. I wouldn't expect you to believe me.
What is hijacked? What do you mean?
Okay, let me try and imagine you're looking down a street at night and you've got street lights above your head. As you look down the street, those street lights appear to descend downwards in your angle of view, off into the distance, correct?
No, they are the same height.
Yeah, they are the same height, absolutely 100%. But you, the observer, they appear to you to recede downwards towards the horizon. For example, to see the light above your head, you have to look up to see it. To see the one off in the far distance, you have to look directly across the horizon to see it. The ones in between are going down, not actually, but observably, because of perspective, correct?
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, that yeah.
Yeah. Within the Earth curve calculator, the reason why things appear to descend downwards is because they're on a surface that is curving downwards.
But can not both be true?
I guess. But the calculator doesn't take account for that optical change with distance. It's an orthographic projection like an engineering schematic. But we don't see the world in that because things in the distance reduce in angular size.
But let's for example the picture or the GIF that or GIF or whatever you want to call it, the refraction sent, where the sun disappears in the horizon, right? It doesn't appear, it doesn't go behind the horizon. It just appears or disappears in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
This distance, compared to the scale of the Earth, is not that big.
Where should we? What do you mean by scale of the Earth is not that big?
Well,
What do you mean by that?
let's for example, where the guy is standing with the camera now, and he sees the sun disappearing in the distance.
Mm-hmm.
The point where the sun disappears, that could be 100 miles, 200 miles, 500 miles.
Mm-hmm.
But the whole area of the Earth would, for you to reach the other side of the Earth would be 20,000, right? So the scale doesn't add up for you, what you can see and what the reality of the distance is. So the sun disappears on the picture in maybe 200, 300, 500 miles. I don't know how far you can look at. I don't know how that works with the optics from your point of view here. But I do know that it's not as big as you cannot look at the entire world from one point of view with your camera.
Of course not.
So
how far away do you think that horizon is?
Well, that's my question. Is it 500 miles? Is it 200 miles? Is it 100 miles? I don't know.
The horizon's a limitation of your view.
Yes.
It will appear in different places depending on, for example, your altitude. But if we keep our altitude the same, it will appear in different places because of the atmospheric conditions.
Yeah.
It'll appear in different places when you compare your eyesight to looking through binoculars to a high zoom telescope. There will always be a horizon at the extent of your ability to see.
Yeah.
If the horizon was physical, then you'd think that with your ability to see further, you'd see over that horizon where it wouldn't appear in your image anymore because it's physical, like the top of a hill.
But in my mind, when I look at the picture that from the guy, why he's changed his name now, it's now Redwen. But when that picture, when I look at that picture, as soon as that sun disappears, in my mind, it travels further over the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
And in your opinion, it just goes out of range.
Yeah.
But for me,
it's gone too far away for you to see.
Yeah, but for me, he it goes too far away for me to see, and then it drops down behind the.
It drops down beyond the limitation of your view, like the street lights. So there is to
behind
go
the curvature.
No, beyond the horizon.
Yeah.
If the horizon
For me, it's the same.
If the horizon was something physical to hide behind, it would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 6-foot observer, 3 miles away.
But that
How do you
sun,
get that?
that sun is much further than 3 miles, right? In my opinion.
Yeah, the sun much further than 3 miles, but we're talking about the horizon.
Yeah, but I mean, as soon as he disappears, that is not even the point where the horizon, maximum horizon is.
Yes, but okay, so what's the horizon in your view then? What do you think the horizon is?
Well, it's further than where the sun disappears in that picture.
What's the horizon?
It's the point where you no longer can see.
Cool.
Yeah,
Is that an optical phenomena, or is that because of physical obstruction, the Earth curve?
I mean, I don't know. I guess it could be both. Like it could go behind the building, you cannot see it anymore.
I think that
That's a physical building.
the horizon depends on how high you're standing.
Right. Yes, that.
Depending on, we can keep the altitude the same, but as we just discussed, depending on the atmosphere that you're looking through, we can have visibility that appears in weather broadcasts and on your weather app. How far we can see today, that can range between 3 miles and 15 miles.
How do you get that?
That's a weather app. Visibility. Like a weather broadcast, but an application on your phone. So you can get the visibility for the day, depending on the
And what's the
atmospheric
definition of
conditions.
that visibility, Jedi? What does it mean?
The atmospheric conditions. So how far
Yeah, but
you
what
can
does
see
the visibility mean?
How far
It's
you can see.
the aviation visibility, right? It's how far they can safely see.
Yes.
It's not the limits of the optics.
How far you can see on any day. That's what the weather, when you turn on the weather on your news, it's the visibility. How far you can see because of the clarity of the atmosphere.
If something was bright enough, you'd be able to see it further away, like the sun, right? We can see the sun far beyond the astronomical.
We can see the sun, yes. We also use this for sailors at sea.
Yeah.
Yes. So how far the horizon will appear.
NASA trying to swoop in for the save. It's not going to happen.
It says the sun is 91.571 million miles from Earth.
I gotta say, I mean, this guy.
It changed.
If he's gonna come in and save, this is the time because this dude is like sounding like he's ready to teeter to the flat side. Like, I know it'll be more. It'll take more work, but he has had no points on his side in like 2 hours.
Wait, could I ask a question? I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. What do you guys think about other claims that the astronomy community makes besides that the Earth is flat? I mean, it depends on the different point, but I mean, the on the specific point. I mean, but that's not the only claim that astronomers make.
Like the Aurora Borealis.
What the fuck?
What do you mean? Can you be a little bit more specific?
So, for example,
No, this is a distraction. Honestly, we're winning too much. We don't need to be
I just
taken
came
off.
in. Oh, I just came in here. Like I don't know if it's a bad time, I could just come ask again another time.
Or you could sit and listen for 5 minutes until we're done talking to this other guy.
Okay. Yeah, I'll wait.
Well, I mean, I'm. What was the question again? I don't know.
Oh, at the moment we're trying to figure out what the horizon is.
Oh yeah. Well, I think the horizon depends on the height. So if you move, the horizon also moves, right? So it's just a line to where you can grasp or view the.
If you were, say, for example, at sea in a boat in a crow's nest, and you were able to look around 360 degrees, we have a 360-degree circle of vision around us, don't we?
Yes. So so the guy in the crow's nest can see further than the captain. Yes.
Yeah, for sure. Now the question is this: is the horizon a limitation of your view based on optics, or is it the curvature of the Earth?
Well, I think that it's after a while. There's one of two is like if it's foggy, then it's what you see. If it's completely clear, then I think it's the curvature of the Earth.
Completely clear. So the curvature. When you say completely clear, do you mean without moisture in the atmosphere?
Without any, just barely anything, right? You can never have 0% moisture, but yeah.
Okay. Do you
Minimal.
think temperature would have a variance on how we perceive the light at distance?
Yes, it does. That's why you have these things in the desert that shimmer right in the air.
Mirage.
Yeah. So it's going to be an optical range, isn't it? You go
Yeah.
down to the beach. Oh, sorry. Let's stay in the crow's nest. Right? You
Yeah.
look out
Yes.
with
Yeah.
your eyes, and you look out the horizon,
Yeah.
and
So
then
if
you
you
get
if you have a scope, you can look further than with your eyes.
yeah, and the horizon just appears. The limitation of that now, your new
Yeah.
optical device. Doesn't matter what optical device you use, you will still have a horizon, right?
Yes.
Cool. So it's optical then the horizon, isn't it?
Till a
It's not.
certain point, and then you're not high enough to look beyond that point, and then it
Well,
becomes behind the horizon.
okay. So let's remember that if we use the mathematics involved for the geometric claim, right, without all the funny business of what the light's going to do, just for the geometric claim, 1.225 miles multiplied by the square root of that observer's height in feet. So for the 1 foot observer, keep the math simple. Square root of 1 is 1. Geometric horizon, 1.2 miles away. When we go up into, when we stand up 6 foot, 2.9 miles away. But when we show observations of a horizon that's well beyond this geometric limit, what doesn't matter the optic that we use, we always see a horizon.
Yeah.
So it's optical, not physical, because if it was physical, we'd look over it. We wouldn't see it anymore because it would be a physical curve, like the top of a hill.
Well, if that's what you say that the math shows, but that's can you link that as well? Then I can look at it.
Any Earth
It's
curve calculator.
indisputed. Like that is the globe math. Yeah, we're I'm not exact to say. Yeah, if you want to see it, if somebody has it, great. But like, dude, this isn't flat Earth math. Like this comes from your side of the argument. That's where the geometric horizon is supposed to be based off of the radius of 3,959 miles.
So
It's just it's a geometric claim.
So the geometric horizon
an image
is the real horizon.
Say it again.
So the geometric. So the claim is with the math that the geometric horizon is the real horizon.
Oh, no. Okay, so I guess the premise goes like the idea goes like this: like if you live on a globe that has a radius of 3,959 miles, then geometrically, so a physical obstruction, you could not be able to see any farther than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So you would have an actual physical obstruction there. That would be the farthest that you could see
Distance to
without a
horizon.
physical obstruction.
Do you sorry, Flatsy, do you want to say something?
I was just trying to correct Lou. Just he was saying you shouldn't be able to see any further than. No, that should be the distance to the horizon. Sorry.
Right. No, that's the same thing. Like, okay, I guess if you're looking above the horizon, then you can see farther. But the horizon line should be there.
So let me
sorry,
ask you a
Martin.
question about the picture. Like Redwan sent the two pictures of the sun, right? On the bottom one, he zooms in with the camera, and then you see the last bit when he zooms maximum. When the maximum zoom is on the ocean, there's a line there, right? That's the maximum you can look. Is that the exact point of where the atmosphere creates a barrier so you cannot look further, or what's the reason?
Camera can see.
It's your optical range, which is
So then it
limited by.
stops. Your vision stops there.
Now
you can
that's a flash you just said. No, it's not that your vision stops there. It's that's where that's the edge of the sphere from your point of view.
Yeah, from my point of view, but I want to know. I want to know what you explain for that phenomenon.
Above disappears from the bottom up.
Your limitation to perceive across a flat surface before the rest of that flat surface becomes unresolvable to you You can see things beyond the horizon, like a mountain, for example, but that's because it occupies a bigger angular portion beyond the horizon, so higher, right? But as you look across the surface, this is where the surface, the limitation of view across that surface, appears to meet the sky. Do you see the image that I posted with the bottom of 6 wind turbines?
I was still looking at the some pictures. Let me check.
Okay.
Wait, your name was Jedi, right?
Yes.
Where's the horizon? That picture?
Yeah. So the reason why I bring this to your attention is because we're looking to see if we can measure out approximate distance to the horizon. The observer's height, let me just look at this better. So the one of the wind turbines. The reason why the wind turbines are there is because they're at known distances from the observer. Starting from left to right, they go from 8 miles to about 11 miles or so. The observer in this... Go on, carry on. What's your question?
In my opinion, this 8 to 11 miles is not far enough to measure the in your viewpoint the curvature.
Well, if we're to use the maths, yes, it is.
Yes.
Mathematically. So you got to come up with some kind of like magical reason, like why you're able to see farther than the physical limit of your range should be.
Well, that's a question mark for me as well, because I don't know how that how that math makes sense to what I see.
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth, I guess.
Well, that's another leap, but yeah, let me just figure out where the difference comes from.
Okay. So the maths is in the description below. This is why you were talking about with observer height. Yeah. Absolutely.
And the difference that you're getting is one is imagination and one is reality. And now you've been hit with reality and you don't understand.
No. I understand what he's saying. I just want to know where the difference is in my.
Well, what can you come up with an excuse why we're seeing past a physical limit? Like, what is just rattle something off? Maybe in one word, starting with a number if you want.
He shows me the math, and I know what I've seen, so I have to figure out what the difference is between that, right? So how can I?
It has to be a ball, and you have to figure out the math for it, or is it just flat?
Well, maybe, or the math is wrong, but I don't know. I have to look into it. Right?
Yeah, that's fine. We can give you time to redo the math that like every freaking person in the world agrees with, that knows how to do math, like in spherical geometry and like this isn't like you could just Google it, and tell me how. Yeah.
I think
You
that
said spherical geometry? Wouldn't that just be geometry?
no.
No, trigonometry is different. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you don't need spherical geometry to explain the sunset.
Either way, I think that this is a good point where, if Gilbert wants to look into it, you've given him everything. You don't have to keep pressing him to make excuses. You can move on. Somebody had a question.
Yeah, that's true. Give him his time to work out the math. Next guy.
There are none left. Dazza gave up.
I don't know. There was some snide remarks in there. Who are those guys? Come on in.
Oh, you really want to talk to Twanger? And okay, go ahead. You guys can talk.
we can deal with them quick. We're just filling time while this dude does his math.
Yeah, David, it's got the floor. You and him can have a dance.
All right. I have a feeling it won't be just me and him, but yeah. All right, let him come in. What's he got?
Boats disappear bottom up.
That's what he said? Okay.
He's been in here since we opened, so.
That was who? That was Daza?
Twanger.
Twanger. So boats disappear bottom up. And? What's your claim?
I don't hear anybody talking. Is there somebody talking?
Now he muted his mic.
I think he's in the side chat.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I agree. Boats do disappear bottom up. So now what?
Don't they have a lot of windmills in Netherlands?
Cars disappear bottom up too.
Yeah. Ice skates.
So why do boats disappear bottom up?
Can I give the Glober answer for that?
Of course you can, mate.
I don't want the
The
global answer.
boats,
I want the
the
real
boats
answer,
disappear bottom up because the only thing that can obstruct your view is Earth's curvature. So there you go.
Well,
Sounds reasonable.
What's the horizon then?
Thank you, Glober Dave.
You're
So
welcome.
the horizon is the reason why boats disappear bottom up, is it?
That's exactly the only thing that could make a boat disappear bottom up, Jedi. I don't think you got anything for that. My bad.
Yeah, I wonder how Nikon figured out that they can build a camera that sees around the curve.
That's just refraction, and you guys know this. So I don't know what you're talking
And
about.
with a voice like
So it
Dave's,
turns out that there's another way on a flat surface that things can disappear bottom up, and it has to do with angle of resolution that your eye has, like what you can perceive. So when things reach a very finite, very small angle of approximately, now this isn't even an approximate number, approximately 0.002 degrees. That's actually a pretty accurate number. Your eye can no longer take in the data and resolve it.
The data?
Yeah, everything that you
Thought you were
perceive is
gonna make
data.
this quick, buddy.
Say what?
I think he means photons, like light photons,
Oh
data.
yeah, that.
As
Yeah.
Glober
So
Dave, I want to say that Blue is just saying word salad right now. Go ahead. Sorry.
like if you think about all of the it's all information. It's all information. It's all data that your brain has to take in and perceive, and so do your eyes. When you are looking down on a surface, you have a good view. When it's on a steep angle, you have to squint a little bit and lower your head and raise it and freaking try to get it from different angles. Harder to see. As that angle becomes very, very, very squished, you can't do anything with it, and you don't know what to do with it, and your eyes cannot resolve it. Okay, like it becomes muddied in and grayed in with all of the other surroundings. So the
What the
surface of the
fuck are you
water.
talking about right now?
I don't.
That's
If
factually
you
incorrect,
don't
what you're saying.
understand it,
Let me
He's
tell
talking
him.
about optical effects. Try to listen.
It's like if you look at a sheet of paper from the top down, it looks you can see it the whole thing. But if we take it to the side, make it flat, and put an eye to it, it's very thin. You know, you can't see it very well.
and you'll see the things that are closer to you better than the things that are farther from you. Correct?
I
Yeah.
get it. Yeah. So the bottom of the ship is lying sideways. That's why we can't see it. It's not perpendicular like the top of the ship, which we can see.
Right.
What's causing the obstruction?
Now we're talking about angular resolution here, Jedi, right?
Yeah. There's nothing.
So the
There
angular
is no
resolution of the
obstruction.
bottom of the ship and the top of the ship is the same. If you can see the top of the ship, the angular size of the bottom is also the same.
Yeah, there is no obstruction. It's just how you see. Like,
It's
and
too close to the
unfortunately, you can't
surface.
see forever,
Yeah,
and there's
it's
a
too
lot of
close to the
optical effects.
surface. Too close to the surface, and it gets squished in.
Nope.
It's where two things are meeting. Right. Direction.
Yes. Yeah, they get kind of turned into like this gray matter, like an area that cannot be resolved.
Nope.
It's
Or maybe
Can we say a limited angle of view at the bottom part of the surface, next to the surface?
and there's surfaces are all like they all have some sort of reflective properties, and especially on surfaces with more reflective properties. Sorry, my husband gave me. uh, Never mind. Yeah, those surfaces with more reflective properties. Um, they distort your vision even more near the surface. So there you go. That's why.
Well, that was a retarded answer.
How?
Serious.
Never mind. That's fine.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Don't forget that the surface might not be static.
What do you mean?
Always moving.
Yeah, it's always moving. There's undulations. So something that's so a 7 foot. You're 6 foot looking out. You're at the beach looking out, and there's a 7 foot swell or wave, like maybe 2 or 3 miles away. You're not going to distinguish that from the rest of the surface. And guess what? That's going to do. Taller than you. What's it going to do?
I mean, it all just looks flat so far out.
Hmm. So it's about
Was it Timbo then, was it?
T-dub.
T-Dub, sorry. So, yeah, Aussies all sound the same, right? So T-Dub, is the ship being blocked by the swell or because everything's getting fuzzy?
I'm just saying it's not limited to one factor. There could be multiple variables at
Cool.
play, right?
That's excellent.
Yeah,
I'm glad
that's
you
a good
said that.
answer. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
thank you.
your buddy who said that was a retarded answer is unwilling to accept anything other than what he was told, instead of considering that there could be other factors or other ways for things to disappear bottom up against a flat surface.
That's right. So we have a combination of refraction and curvature involved. More than one thing is impacting what we can see.
It's not refraction, because refraction it can only be qualified as you have to have two media for you to even be able to qualify something as refraction.
That's not
And
correct.
the
Refraction happens every
Lunatic,
time
the
there's a
reason I
sound
chose that in the first place is because I've observed it many times myself. I don't need someone to tell me that boats disappear bottom up. I've observed it with my own eyes, buddy.
Yeah, no, we're agreeing with you, you dipshit, you dumb fucking motherfucker, dude. Boats do disappear bottom up as they go off into the distance. Now, what is the reason for that? Are you telling me that there is only one fucking reason?
Yes.
You can imagine. Okay, there's only one reason that you can imagine. You're unwilling to accept other reasons that anybody might present. Is that what you're also telling me?
It's a closed-ended question, yes or no?
He only likes to say things and then he doesn't respond.
He gets bricked easily.
Next time he pipes up.
I want to point out real quick, the guy that said curvature, that's never been proven, but we know this. Go ahead.
Well, I think it's worth pointing out to him after Lou says that, it would be reasonable to think that it would be curvature of the Earth causing that if you had directly measured it and demonstrated it in the first place. But we're still waiting for that.
And also, if the globe horizon ever would consistently appear where it's supposed to, but it doesn't.
Again?
The alleged curvature of the Earth never consistently appears where it's supposed to be located.
Oh.
If it was a ball of the size they claim. I'll shut up now.
Where is it supposed to be located?
If you're at a 1 foot observer height, it should be 1.2 miles approximately away from you.
That's where the curve is supposed to be at?
That's where the leading edge of the sphere should appear in your vision, yes.
So you shouldn't be able to see beyond it, that's what you're
Yeah,
saying?
or also better for a person not laying down on the sand. Like if let's say you're 6 feet tall, your eyes will be at like 5'4". It should be around between like 2.7 and like 3.2 miles away for like an average man.
Well, I mean, technically, on a clear day, you can see much farther, like you said in the news broadcasts.
Yes. And if you get your telescope or binoculars out, you just keep seeing a horizon. Doesn't matter that the landmarks, you can always see a horizon beyond those landmarks. So the horizon is optical, not physical Earth curvature.
Next question. Did I disconnect?
Man, the Globers are already attacking Gillert or Gellert, or I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but they're already attacking him, and he's not even a flat earther.
It's
Well,
Geilert.
they're trolls, and they're just trolls, and they're just trying to do anything. Actually,
Is that cat doing a salute?
Maybe I can teach flat C Klein the proper G sound.
I know it in Spanish. Okay.
In Dutch is G.
Hey.
Geilert.
Geilert.
Okay, gotcha.
But Dutch is pretty similar to English.
Yes, except that sound. That's
Well, we have in Ballbusters we have a lovely lady Betty from. She's Dutch also, so.
Ballbusters.
So how's it pronounced? How do you pronounce your name?
mine.
Yeah.
Geilert.
Sorry, say it again.
Geilert.
Is that
Tyler.
French for Tyler?
No, it's Dutch. It's Dutch for a horny person.
Yeah, I was just joking. Okay, so are you apparently. Cool.
That's not really your name that your mother gave you?
No, it's my game tag.
so you trying to tell other Dutch people you're horny?
Well, it normally is spelled with a D, but my name is with a T, so it's not the proper word. But everybody gets the joke.
Radwin, I thought that would just go without saying.
Yeah, I don't know if you figure anything about Europeans, they're always horny.
Is that a good conclusion?
I don't know.
It is a bit of a cliche, yeah.
Do you guys have any accurate maps of continents, or like not accurate maps, but like a map that like would illustrate like what continents look like?
Yeah, I gave you one earlier. Thomas Edison made it.
I mean,
Gave me
like
one?
they
Which
have
one?
the world map.
Yeah, they do. Wait, which
There's all
world map?
kinds of maps, man. Have fun researching those. There's hundreds or thousands.
Like Google Maps.
I want to
is
find
a
one that
good
you guys are like
representation.
okay with.
I've also given you a video about how maps are contorted and can't really be reliable.
No,
So.
I think most people agree that maps are distorted.
Yeah.
In some way.
So you're asking for a distorted map?
Oh, just yeah, and there's like more accurate maps, right? The ones that are like kind of flat,
I
look
guess,
over
yeah.
and scale. You can
So, so
measurements. Yeah.
what I've done is I've already given you one, and I've also given you lots to look into.
Which one is it called again? Is it a UCM?
No, that's the planisphere. I dropped it about 3-4 times a day.
I can't go up in there and find it. A lot of messages came in here today.
Yeah, I know. Thomas Edison made it.
I'm assuming it's the one on Sun Tools. I don't know if it's that one or. That's an accurate one because you can like just put 2 points and just see distance between them, I guess.
On that conceptualization of a model, yeah.
That'd be a decent map. It's not even. I'm not talking about a model. I'm just talking about a map.
Depends how you're going to account for scale and distance and so on.
Yeah. The one that the guy in the video that you that you represented, or not that you represented, you showed the video. He was using center tools to
Who do you
map
think
point A to point B.
who do you think would need really accurate maps?
Said what?
Who do you think would need really accurate maps?
Mariners.
Yes.
Probably
Anyone
people that
else?
want to see the distances between stuff and see,
Who would want to do
the
that?
size of the continents
He's
and whatnot.
interested in navigating and controlling the seas, getting to places quickly. He's interested in that all
No,
the time.
you don't even have to be interested in that if you want to
No,
see like how
we're trying
big.
to find the most accurate map. So to do so, maybe we should find the people who do require such a thing. Yes.
Yeah, and somebody mentioned
Right,
Mariners,
find one of
which
them.
is obviously a
You
good
know what?
answer. The another one that somebody might give would be like pilots, but I'm gonna just hit that one right away. Like international pilots, like commercial pilots, like when they're going over the water, they just sit back, kick back, and relax and let the machine do its job. So like it wouldn't be them.
I mean, they do it anyway. I mean, even over land, but that's beside the point, I guess.
No, they're not.
Come
They're not
on, autopilot.
navigating. They're not navigating up there. They just fucking kick back.
Well, they have
Yes,
a flight computer, flight management computer,
but they
which
have
has
learned
waypoints.
everything just in case when the computer stops.
Right.
But
Hey,
on
Matt, the
sea,
thing is,
on sea, on the other
when you
hand, they have to stop every so often and make sure that they get their bearings. It's critical for them. Like these guys know their stuff.
Well, that's because the sea is constantly changing in its state and its, the nature. It can move the boat around much more than air can move the plane.
Is it okay, this map, what I posted?
what's the map?
It's from, I think it's in Belgium or France. It's from Dunkerque to Calais. And it's showing elevation profile from another to another, from
Calais,
one place to another place.
pas d'anglais.
I'm looking for like a map that would like show continents.
Yeah, this map is showing elevation profile of land between two places.
I know, but that's not what I was asking for.
Yeah, but that's. Can you tell me? This is the land, man. This is the tour for the bicyclist.
I can't tell you anything because I was asking a question
Yeah,
about
can you tell me
continents
with
and
the
maps.
base? What is the base of all these elevation profiles?
Can you show me a map that just shows continents that you would consider
Can you show me
somewhat accurate?
the map? One map when elevation profile is measured by curvature.
It doesn't answer my question.
Can you show me any map showing measuring of elevation profile using the curvature?
Lucky, do you want to have a question war? That's what we're having here. We're just having a question war.
Oh,
Let's keep
like
asking each
Google
other questions.
Earth.
I asked an
Yeah, but
original
I
question.
posted the map. I posted the map of the part of the France or Belgium. I'm not sure.
And that's not what I. That's
Why
not what I just
why that?
asked for a map that has continents on it.
Oh,
You would consider.
continents. Okay, can we use the England, UK, entire UK?
I don't know. I just want like
Do you want a
continents, like
map of
entire.
UK? You find the
I
map of
want.
UK. You
I
can find
want
it
a
on
map.
Google.
He wants a
Hold on,
he
hold on,
wants
hold
a
on. Let me.
world map that can be used for navigation. That's what you're saying, right? You want to use a world map for navigation?
Essentially.
You want the one
Essentially,
from
yes.
World War II that they used for flight paths?
You can go ahead. Oh, that's for flight plats. Go ahead. Show that to me. Go ahead. That one doesn't. That one's not accurate. Pretty distorted.
They don't
Really
use
distorted.
world maps for navigation.
They're always distorted.
Hold on.
That's the thing. If you cut like a
This one's
globe,
the AE
All
map.
straight
The
lines,
AE
so
map.
they know how much fuel to use.
Yeah, that's a globe map though. I don't want a globe map.
Globe
Flat.
map. Globe map
Straight
doesn't
lines on a
exist,
globe.
man. Can you show me globe map?
Huh? It's a flattened globe. It's an AE
Can you
map.
show me globe
It's
map,
basically a
please? Can
globe.
you post the globe map, please?
What do you mean a globe map? You mean a globe model? What do you mean by globe
No,
map?
who
That's what
is
a map
using
looks
globe
like. A
model?
map.
Does anybody
Yeah,
using?
show us while you're at it. Show us a globe model.
Hold on, I'm looking at what he just posted, the AE model.
Does people using
Oh
the
wait,
globe in navigation or
hold on, hold on,
map?
hold on. So how would on this map, how would well it's super distorted. On this map, how would you go from Santiago to Sydney over the
Which
Pacific
map?
Ocean?
Which
I've heard
map?
this one
What even
before.
is? I'm talking
You
about the
don't.
AE
First of
map.
all, first of all, you don't know how to read that map.
I don't know how to read it. Map. Show me how to read the map.
Okay, you have to use the scale, the legend that's on the map.
Oh, got it, got it. Right, because this one's distorted with the flight paths. It's like extremely distorted. This isn't the flat Earth. This is like this is again an AE map.
Yeah, basically a globe map, isn't it?
Let me open and yeah, it's a globe map. Yeah, it's representing a globe. So do you have ones? Do you have like a map? I'm not saying a model. I'm just like saying a map that would represent like the flat Earth kind of any sort of way.
No, we don't have a map or a model. We don't claim to have one.
Not even a map.
Why
I
would
use
we?
I use the one in my car.
Do you
What about
think
you? Oh, you don't drive yet, Matt. Remember, you don't have a car. Yeah, I use the one in my car.
I don't have a car. Oh, I didn't know that.
No, driving your mom's
Maybe.
doesn't count. You're 17. You keep telling us that.
17-year-olds can't have cars?
one
You
that
don't
your
have a
mom bought?
job.
It's your
Yeah,
mom's
you don't
car.
have
She
a
bought it
job.
for you, dude.
Okay, sure. I'm not gonna have a discussion about that though. We're here to talk about flat Earth, right? Because I can talk about you guys are like 30 on Discord,
Yeah,
but we're
so
not gonna go
just
about it.
talking about going out and doing real life things, that requires your
Oh wait,
parents.
what'd you do? Wait, my bad. I wasn't listening to you because you were talking about something else. What did you do that proved something to you? Did
Who
you
are
do
you
something
talking to?
specifically?
Who did something to prove
He said
something?
something
What?
about he drove his car or something, so I was like wondering what he did.
No, I think
Oh
it
yeah,
was referring
I
to.
use the maps on my dashboard.
I think it was referring to my
Oh,
analogy earlier,
and
like where I was
what
talking
maps
about
are
a
those?
model of a car,
What
like a
map?
model of a car. Is a model of a car the same as a car?
No, he was
Oh, I already
asking what
you know I made
maps
a
I
video on that.
use.
Hold on.
He asked what maps I use. I told him maps in my car. I don't know. Go
Oh, that's pretty
Google
good.
it. Whatever maps come in Cadillacs.
Whatever maps come in Cadillacs, perfect. Natick, when you said something about the model of a car, here I got a video for you. Actually, I made this specifically just for you. I'm gonna post it in chat. This is a video I made in response to your little car model thing. You can go ahead and look at it.
Okay, so
Specifically
you're
for
gonna
you, by the
defeat
way.
me with a model car.
Yes, I'm gonna defeat your argument that you made about is a model car the same as a real car. Just watch that video. If anyone's curious to that response, you can watch the video I made on it.
Does any of your that video showing the reality or is it that cartoon?
So hold on, let's just make sure we're clarified here.
Is this video about reality or this is cartoon?
What about it? What cartoon are you talking about?
That's what you have posted. Is that cartoon or reality?
What the video that I
I'm
posted
in the chat.
is a
I'm in the
real
chat
video.
waiting to see this model car defeat me somehow. Like,
It's in the chat. I already posted it. You have to look up just a little bit. You can watch the video too. The other guy that just asked me a
Yeah,
question, you
I
can
mean,
watch the video.
I don't plan on watching the video. Can you tell me what happens in it? Like how it
It's
defeats
only
me?
50 seconds and it literally responds to you. It literally responds to exactly what you say. It's like a clip of what you say and it literally responds to you. So you might actually want to
that
take a look at
video
it.
Right?
presentation
No,
of
can you just
reality.
tell me what it can before I watch it? Can you tell me what it shows?
Yeah. Just basically responds to your whole model to car analogy and how it's not
All right. So are you
reality.
trying to
That's
tell
what
me
it's
that
doing.
models are real? Like the same? They
No, I'm
equate
not
to
saying a
reality? Is that
model
what you're
is a
saying?
real represent. So I'm not saying a model is a real car. So a model of a car would not be a real car. Watch the video. It's 50 seconds, man.
No, it's
Watch
fine. It's not.
15 seconds of it.
It
You
might
see it.
be a cool video, but the only way it would refute me is if you said that
Watch
models
it.
are
See if it
always.
refutes you. See if it refutes you.
Yikes, dude! It can't refute me if it doesn't prove that models are reality.
Okay. So you watch the video and that's what you got?
No, I haven't watched it, but it can't refute me
Watch it.
unless it proves
It's in the
that.
chat. It's in the chat. Watch it.
It's in the chat like a mile up. I'm looking. I have no fucking idea
Okay,
what you're
let me
referring to.
repost it for you. Let me repost it for you. It's literally right up there, but let me just repost it for you so you can see it. Just posted it. The newest
Oh, that
video up
one.
there. Yep.
I don't
52
know.
seconds.
All right. Let's do it. Thank you for illustrating my point.
And no problem. I just needed to make sure to clarify to you that a model is not supposed to
No, but
match reality, because that's what you
you're
said.
acting as though I said something else than your own point. Like you all you did is agree with me in that, but called me a dumbass while agreeing with me.
Oh, I didn't agree with you. I actually
Yeah, you did.
clarified something. You asked a question, I answered it.
You
So you asked the
misunderstood my
question. You said,
point.
"Is a model supposed to match reality?" And to that, that's what I took. I took is a model supposed to match reality? And I
Yeah,
responded to it with
my whole
no. A
point.
model is
My
not
whole
supposed to
point.
match reality.
That was my whole point.
Yeah, a model is not supposed to
So
match
you
reality.
agreed with me and called me a dumbass. Welcome
I
to the
agreed
fucking
with
club,
you in the fact that
dipshit.
at first you didn't even say. At first, you didn't even say that you agree that a model is not supposed to represent the real Earth. But if we can
No, you
agree on
clipped
that,
it,
then
fuckface.
why would
You
you discredit a
fucking
model?
clipped it. The whole point
Why
was to
would you
point
discredit
out that
match
models
it?
are
Okay, go
not
ahead.
reality. And you agreed with me by
Yeah,
saying models
exactly.
are
They
not
aren't. They
reality.
aren't. They aren't, and that's why they can't be discredited either. Because a model is, for example, if we have a globe model, it's not supposed to be as big as the real globe. Why? Because it's a model. It's supposed to represent,
Listen,
illustrate.
Professor Dave
So
wannabe.
what do we
You go
not
ahead.
agree on here?
Hey,
Do you agree
Professor
on that
Dave
too?
wannabe. You're a fucking retard. You're fucking so stupid. Dude,
No, I made you look
you
very stupid
agreed
on
with
that video,
me
though.
and tried to claim a win.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agreed with you while answering your question. You asked a question. You didn't. You never
It
actually
was a
asserted the fact that a
rhetorical
model.
question.
Oh, so now you accept it. Now you agree with me. Before you didn't. Before you never accepted that
Oh, now
fact.
I'm agreeing with you? Oh my god. You're fucking
Yeah.
so twisted.
You asked a question. When you play the video, you ask a question: is a model supposed to match reality? I answer it with no, it's not. And you say you agree with me now on it. So if we both agree on it, then
Now
what
I'm
was your
agreeing with
point of
you.
bringing up a
All right,
model?
you made an
Models
excellent
aren't
point,
supposed
dude.
to match
You
reality.
made
They're
an
supposed to
excellent
illustrate
point. I
reality.
retract my statement. I think this dude's right.
Thank you.
Models like the globe are not reality.
Yeah, they are not supposed to be reality either. No one asserts them as reality. They're illustrations and representations.
All right, you're welcome to Flat
Description.
Earth. You are so right. I agree with
Yeah,
you, dude.
represent the flat Earth. What? Welcome to Globe Earth, buddy. We use models. You know what?
You're
Models
fucking
aren't
show me,
just
show me,
specifically
show
for
me.
Globe Earth. They are to illustrate anything. We have
Dude, you're
models for
dumber than
cars,
fucking Professor Dave.
models for guns, models for houses. We have models
Sydney, you're
for
getting
everything.
crushed, dude.
You're dumb.
He is getting crushed, actually.
Good
Yeah,
job, Sydney.
get crushed.
I'm getting crushed, or
Dollar
am I
store
crushing him? Oh, I
Professor
thought you said I'm
Dave.
crushing him. Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Dollar store
Like these
Professor Dave. Who
models
said that?
supposed
That's
to match
hilarious.
reality. Like the dumbest question I think like a fourth
Dollar
grader would
store
ask me: are
Dave.
models supposed to match reality? No, 5-year-old. A model is supposed to illustrate what reality looks like, not match it. No one's claiming it matches reality, buddy. So to
So
answer
the
your
globe doesn't
question,
match reality. The globe on
no,
the teacher's school desk
globe
is not
model.
matching reality.
No, it's not even as big as the real globe. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? It doesn't match reality.
The
Can you
real
believe it?
globe.
Okay. So what
It's an
does it represent
illustration,
then?
Tetsu.
It's
So
just an
it
illustration.
represents
So
the
it
globe. It's an illustration. So it's like say you have a real house, right, Sesu? And you basically made a model of your house. You made a 3D model of your actual house. It would be like saying, well, is this 3D model of my house represent reality to my real house? No, it only illustrates what your real house looks like.
You could show me the
It's
real
not supposed
house,
to
though,
match.
right? You could show me the real house, though, right?
Of course, you could show him the real house if he made the real house. If he has a real house and he made a model, it's the same thing.
Can you show me the real
I mean, I
globe?
could also show you the Earth. You just wouldn't accept it either.
Could
I
you
could show
show me
the
the
Earth
real
too.
globe?
How are you gonna do that?
The video had a picture of an Earth of the Earth taken from the ISS. I'm gonna deny that picture though. Hold on, I'm gonna deny that picture. So
Is this the guy that showed us the blue marble last night and didn't know that it was
hopefully,
CGI?
well, it's actually not CGI. No one said it was CGI. I admitted that it was photoshopped, but
Photoshop.
it was not CGI.
It's composite.
That's Photoshop.
Computer generated
It's
image.
not.
Who cares to split hairs over that term? That's retarded. It's just a Photoshop.
You know that
Gee
CGI
whiz.
costs like $1,000 per what again? I forgot what it was.
Yeah, okay, that's
It's
a red herring, dude. That's just a red herring. It's a Photoshop. It's not a photograph of what we live on. It's a
not a
composite image
Photoshop,
made in
it's
Photoshop.
No, if you're talking about making a fucking like blockbuster movie, like showing Transformers, like looking somewhat realistic, yeah, that costs money. That costs time and a lot of money. But to create a computer generated image, anybody here can do it for next to free.
Okay, do you know that the blue marble is not a computer generated image? It is. They basically took strips of pictures that they had. They fucking put it together to look the best for you, so you can have an illustration of the Earth. It is Photoshop. I will admit that. I will admit something because flat earthers won't admit anything. I don't know if you guys will admit that food is real. I really don't know, but yes, it is photoshopped for a reason. Yes.
Does it have to be? Does it have to be photoshopped?
What, the blue marble that they took photo
Yeah.
of, the 2010 model?
Yeah.
Does it have to be photoshopped? I mean, I'm not sure
Yeah.
if it has to be photoshopped.
Can you?
Why did they do it that way?
Can you take an actual?
They probably did it
photograph?
because it would
Can you
look the
take
best.
Can you take an actual photograph of the Earth from space and get it in its entirety, like a full hemisphere, like lit up the way that they show us? Is that possible?
I would assume it would be possible. I mean, again, I don't work for
Has it been
NASA. I
done?
really don't know
Okay,
how
you
they do
assume it
stuff.
would be possible. You
I
assume it
would
would be
assume it's
possible.
possible.
Has it?
I'm pretty sure they
You
actually have a
assume
photo of the Earth
you
from the moon.
assume that it would be possible. Now, the second question,
Yes.
follow up, would be: has it been done?
A picture from Earth, like a
ISS is
full
not
picture
far
from
enough, so
of
it
a
takes
whole
only.
hemisphere. Yes, it has been done. I'm pretty sure they have a picture of Earth from the moon, actually. Oh, yeah.
How about that? What's the telescope called?
I
The
don't think
very
they
famous
shipped
one,
anything
the
together for
Hubble,
that
right?
photo.
Yeah, how come the moon's
Since you guys
curved in
got
the
some of your
picture?
questions
How come the
answered, I
moon
got
is
some questions
curved?
for you
How
guys.
come the moon is curved in the picture of from the moon to the Earth, but when you take a picture from Earth to moon, the Earth isn't curved?
Distance.
You take a picture from Earth to the moon, the Earth isn't curved? What are you talking about? You're inside of
Yeah,
the
he's making a
Earth.
comparison.
You are
If you're
looking at the
standing on the
moon. You are
moon,
looking at the Earth from the moon. What are you talking about?
yeah, in the pictures from the moon
It's like
has a
being okay. It's like
curved
okay. Say
horizon,
you're
right?
inside. Huh? So say you're inside of a blue
Oh, you're
marble,
not listening.
right? And you're outside of
On the
that blue
pictures,
marble, and now you look at that blue
from the
marble from a
moon,
far distance. That's basically what you're looking at.
the pictures from the moon show a curved moon horizon. Why wouldn't you have a curved Earth horizon on pictures from the Earth?
What pictures from the Earth? What pictures? What are you talking about?
Like nobody's taking pictures of horizons from the Earth.
Yeah. What about them? What are you saying that doesn't look curved?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Can you show me a curved Earth horizon?
It looks curved to me. I mean, maybe we're just seeing two different things, but it looks curved to me. Again, if you're inside of a blue
From
marble,
where? From
right,
where?
it is going to be probably harder to see the entire curve or curve that you want to see than when you're from the moon or you're looking at it from the moon. You're going to be able to see basically the entire planet. So you're going to be able to see curve easily, really easily. Just basic understanding. Doesn't even take anything.
I'm talking to a schizophrenic.
Oh yeah, sure you are. You're the grown man that can't understand stuff. I mean, you're having a 17-year-old answering questions for you, grown man.
You're a child who sees things that don't exist.
What am I seeing that doesn't exist?
Curved horizons.
What is a horizon?
Limitation of your view, depending on the optics that you use and the atmospheric conditions of the day.
Is it the definition of horizon?
And where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky.
Let me look it up. Definition of horizon. Just so we're both on the same page. The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. So the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet at the horizon. So, hold on. Well, apparently, they say that the concept of the horizon does not make sense on the flat Earth model, but its characteristics would differ from those observed on the spherical Earth.
What do you mean?
So I wonder how they illustrate
You looked up the definition of horizon and it threw in flat Earth like understandings of a horizon.
What flat Earth are you talking about? So it says here, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Uh-huh.
So the horizon is the limitation of your view across that surface. Depending on the optic that you use, your eyes, binoculars, telescope, and the atmospheric conditions of the day, the horizon, where the surface of the Earth appears to meet the sky, will appear at different distances from you, the observer.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why does it change with altitude?
Oh, wait, sorry, I did forget. It also changes with altitude, yeah.
Why?
Because of the angle you're looking across the surface. You can see more of the thing the further you get away from it.
But you're not, if you're say that you can see something right on the edge of the horizon, in your example, like the sun or a mountain, okay, when you go up and down, the angular size of that thing doesn't change. If you go up and down 100 meters and the thing's 5, 10, 15, 20 kilometers away, the angular size does not change.
Okay. Okay.
What's your point?
That how far we can see varies with altitude, and the angular size change cannot explain that.
No one's talking about the angular size change. What the heck are you talking about, dude?
Always happens. You
The
can go.
horizon.
Anybody that's on this voice call can go verify that right now for themselves. The angular size changes with distance, no matter what the distance.
Altitude.
So we can calculate that, right? We can calculate the angular size of something if we know how far away it is. So say it's 10 kilometers away and it looks to be like 1 degree in size. If we go up another 100 meters, it's still 10 kilometers away. It will look 1 degree in size.
Radio silence.
Saying words. 1 degree. It looks 1 degree in height.
1 degree is an example, right?
Are you on a different topic? Because we're talking about the horizon here. What are you talking about?
Yeah, talking about the horizon.
He brought
And you're
up the
saying
topic. Let him go.
it's a vector of angular size. You're telling me.
Oh, so the horizon has a size now.
No, it's an optical phenomenon caused by angular size. That's what you were just saying.
How many
can't
degrees
see
can
past
you
because
see? How many degrees can you see left to right in at any given point? Like the human eye, the human perspective.
it's only like 15 or 20, something like that. It's very your central field of view is quite narrow.
Wrong.
What is it then? Sorry.
It's more like 120 degrees. You can't quite see 180. If you had your eyes more separated, you could see like 180. Now our best focal, like your peripheral vision doesn't give you much detail. So if
you can't resolve anything at 180 degrees peripheral, right? You just can tell something might be there or not.
Yeah, so it's closer probably to what you said about the 15 as far as actual like focusing. But What we can see is much, much, much larger than that.
Yeah. So if we're looking at the horizon and things are disappearing at the horizon because they're becoming smaller than our resolution ability, then that is one thing. But if we can see something at the horizon that's within our resolution ability, going up 100 meters doesn't change the angular size of anything. But in reality, if we go up 100 meters, we can see further. We can see things that we couldn't see before. We go up 200 meters, we could see further again. But the angular size of where the horizon was at ground level has not changed, but we can still see further.
So why do we see curved horizons on the moon but not on Earth? What
do you mean by curved horizons on the moon?
And you're talking about something else completely.
What do you mean by a curved horizon on the moon?
From the moon, the pictures that they give us show an arced horizon, a very distinguishably arced horizon.
The Terminator line, you mean?
Wouldn't you not see an arced horizon on the Earth as well? Maybe not so pronounced, but wouldn't you be able to detect one?
So we're talking when we look at the moon, when we see the outline of it, is that what you mean by the horizon?
No, when we're on it.
When you're on it.
Yes, we're on it.
Okay. So photos
what
from
they're
the
basically
moon.
asking is they're saying that the pictures from the moon depict the Earth curved, and they're saying that when they're standing on the Earth, they don't see the Earth as curved.
No, completely wrong. Dude, you're so dumb. You're fucking absolutely retarded. No.
Yeah, go ahead and explain it.
The moon horizon from the moon has an extreme arc to it. The Earth horizon from the Earth should also have an arc, but less extreme.
Illustrate it.
Okay. Yeah. Can you show an image? And the other question is, the fact is that the moon is, what is it, 1/3 the size of the Earth, something like that? So the radius is smaller. The curvature is higher.
No, they say it's 1/4 the size of the Earth. Is that what you said?
Yeah. So the curvature is 4 times as great, right?
Gravity? Wait, is what?
What? Where did you get gravity from? You called me retarded.
No,
I said the curvature is 4 times as great.
The curvature, yeah, it would be 4 times as great, right? Yeah, if it's 1/4 the size, I suppose that mathematically works. It would be 4 times as great.
Yeah, something, and that was just an estimate, right? Yeah, so, which means that we're 4 times as likely to be able to see curvature in any given scenario.
Sorry.
It's like we can see curvature on a basketball, right?
1/4. You would see 1/4 the amount of curvature on the Earth's horizon as you would see on the moon's horizon, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be about right, I think. Yeah.
Do we?
Have you got the image in question? If you can post that, that would be good.
But do we see 1/4 of moon's horizon?
I don't know. I have to have a look. I haven't seen taken notice of the moon horizon image particularly, so I'd like to see what we're discussing.
You cannot stand on Earth and show me any curve whatsoever on the horizon.
Actually.
Well, we can, but you deny that it's there, right? The geometric horizon is the evidence.
Standing on Earth, you think you can show me a picture of a curved horizon?
You want to know why? Yeah, Natic, you want to know why there is a curved horizon on Earth? So, because if the Earth was flat, the horizon would be infinite. There would be no point in which the surface and
what is an infinite? What is an infinite horizon?
That's what would be on a flat Earth. There would be no lines to meet. It'd just be infinite. The Earth would be flat. It'd be plain. It'd be flat.
The Earth is not flat.
I'll show you a picture of what an infinite horizon is supposed to look like. Hold on.
What is the definition of a horizon? We did this already. Do it again.
I wonder if we'll ever agree that we have a 360-degree circle of view around us when we turn around.
Well, the definition of horizon is the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. Okay, that's the
Okay.
definition of horizon.
So what you're telling me
Now,
is that on a flat Earth there would be no horizon, or it would be all horizon.
it would be horizon, but it basically extend to every angle, right? And it'd be completely infinite. Like it'd be infinite to wherever the fucking edge would be. There
Infinite.
would be no
Sorry. Do you
like
think we can?
line where it'd meet. It wouldn't look curved. It would just be
Do you
infinite.
think we
I'll
can
show
see
you a picture.
infinitely? Do you think we can see infinite? Oh, picture of infinity. This would be fun.
Now we lose Christmas, right, with distance.
Well,
But
yeah.
if there was stuff on that infinite, on that very large plane, right, that's 10 times as far away as our visibility will allow us to see, we would see evidence of it. That the horizon would not look like a uniform circle around you as you rotate, as you mentioned, Jedi. Okay, that's an artifact of being on a sphere.
It's not a
There's
fact of
no
being on the
point.
sphere. What
Think
the
of
fuck?
perspective. Think of perspective. You ever take an art class, even in like middle school or whatever, where they taught you perspective and drawing?
Yeah, I know about perspective. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you do draw a
The
3-point
sky and the
perspective
ground.
drawing.
Okay, imagine a flat plane, and imagine the sky also. Maybe even as another flat plane. Like there would be no point on a flat Earth where those two would meet in perspective.
Yeah, that's right.
The
Yeah,
edge.
because perspective is the view you get of something that's physically existing, right? So it's the way that images, distance changes angular size, things look smaller in distance, and you get that linear
Code
relationship.
metrics.
So one thing you'll
I
notice
can
with a
post this for
perspective
you.
drawing, right, is the horizon is perfectly flat. If you were to draw
Fine.
something at the very limits of your, so if you had an image, you're drawing, you've got a page, you're drawing a perspective view of something, you draw a line across the middle, that's your horizon. If the angle between you and the corner of the page is,
Is it
say,
a straight
45
line?
degrees in reality.
When you do that to try to match reality, is that a straight line or is that like a curved line?
Yeah, so if you do this in reality, if you draw that straight
No, to
line, if
try
you're
to
able to
match what we
construct it,
see in reality, what do you draw?
when you draw the horizon,
Yeah, when you draw a horizon to try to match what we see in reality, is it a straight line or is it a curved line?
so we typically draw a straight line, right? Because when you've got like you said before, your field of view, 15, 20 degrees,
Right.
you don't need to put a curve in because it's pointless, right? You're making a drawing.
Now, if the sky through perspective moves downwards towards the center of your view and the ground moves upwards toward the center of your view, what do you get?
Sorry, can you repeat that again? I'm multitasking here at the minute.
Okay. This is having to do with whether or not flat Earth would have a horizon at all. Okay, so I'll just cut to the chase. If the flat Earth wouldn't have a horizon, what would it be? All sky or all ground?
No, you get a convergence. Which that's the definition of the horizon in most things, right? Sky meets ground in your field of view, right? But its cause is different.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. All right.
I need to draw something to illustrate this to you, but I can't do that
So
now.
you're contradicting the other guy. Flat Earth would indeed have a horizon.
It's a different kind of horizon.
Never
right?
said that.
It's
I said the horizon
you
would be infinite.
Yeah.
What is
It's
an
a
infinite
convergence rather
horizon?
than a
All right,
line.
you get to
I'll show
stop.
you
We're
a
going back to
picture
the
of
other guy.
somewhat what it would look like. But the
What
reason,
is an infinite horizon? What the fuck is an infinite horizon?
yes, an infinite horizon on a flat Earth would extend infinitely
What
in
the
all
fuck
directions, as there
does
is no
that
curvature
mean?
causing the Earth's surface to drop away.
He's just
What do you
using
mean? What does it
chatbot.
mean?
He's
You
just
live on a
using
flat Earth,
chatbot.
like you say.
You're arguing with
Yeah.
chatbot, so it's pointless to even do anything with this kid.
No, it's true.
What the fuck does infinite horizon
Your
mean?
research. Yeah, so we live on a flat Earth, according to you. So exactly
you're
what an
wrong.
infinite horizon means. So this is how
Sydney, the grown-ups are talking.
Unfortunately, there's no real picture of an infinite horizon because the Earth isn't flat. But let me try
Unfortunate
to
for
find
whom?
Fortunate for you. Fortunate for
when you
you.
say infinite horizon, is that your way of saying you should be able to see forever?
No, well, you should be able to see forever on a flat Earth if
The
you will
air's
see.
not transparent, dude. When
Air
stacked
isn't
upon each
transparent.
other,
Yes.
over distance, it's not transparent.
No one said it's transparent. But on a flat Earth, you should be able to stand
Well, you
on
just
any
said
continent
you
and
should be
find
able to
another
see forever.
continent. Are you saying that
You
the
just said
atmosphere
you
would
should
block
be
you
able to
from
see
seeing other
forever.
continents?
Oh,
You
Lord,
should
sir.
be able to see forever.
Yeah, the
Essentially,
air's
yeah.
not transparent.
The right optics. The right optics, you should be able to see forever.
Well, all optics have their limitations. And like I
I
said,
mean,
the air's not
if we
transparent.
lived on a flat Earth.
This dude's never left
No
his
one said
fucking
the air was
mom's basement. He
transparent.
only plays. He thinks that the world is
Well,
a
why do you,
video game and that there is no fucking air in between him and his fucking video game screen, his monitor.
Okay, this is, I believe
yeah,
this is, I don't know if this is real. I don't think this is real, but I'll post this up for you. This is what an infinite horizon should look
You're gonna
like. It should
post
look like
something you
this.
don't think is real as
Right
proof?
here. Yeah, because we don't have an infinite horizon because the Earth isn't flat. So what am I supposed to do? Get you a real one that doesn't exist? How does that make any sense?
the picture of
Doesn't make
the
any
ocean,
sense.
the picture of the ocean is an infinite horizon?
Oh, so you're just like incoherent or what?
Incoherent? No,
You said
I
you
can
posted an
see, and
infinite
Let me give you
horizon.
another. Let
I'm
me give you
asking. What I
another.
saw was a picture of the ocean. I'm just asking if that's what it is. I'm confused. Excuse moi.
Yes, it's supposed to illustrate a picture of the ocean. This is another
Does
picture.
the
So
ocean
the
does the
horizon
ocean
should
have a
look.
horizon?
Does the ocean itself have a horizon?
Oh
Yeah.
my lord!
What do you mean by that? So if the horizon, if we were on a flat Earth, the horizon should be infinite. There'd be no drop
What
point.
does that
What
It should
does
mean?
keep
that even
stretching
mean, dude?
completely out. Again, remember, you're talking about a flat
What
Earth.
does infinite horizon mean?
It means that
I
the
already gave you
angle
the
from your
definition,
eye to the
or I
horizon
defined
is
it for you.
always horizontal.
It would basically mean, you can explain it if you want to, Daza.
Yeah. So here's
Brilliant.
yeah.
What
You
do you
ready?
mean? He
So here's the
interrupted me,
key.
so I'll let him explain it.
Yeah. So
Well,
sorry, I
you
didn't
just
mean to.
made up a term, so it's going to be interesting to hear him define it.
So here's the key
Okay, you want me to
distinction
define it?
between.
No, you passed on your time to Daza. Remember?
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Daza, then.
Are you
Sorry,
incoherent?
man. Okay.
I'm completely
So here's the
coherent. You started
key.
laughing when I passed it on to him.
You'll be fine, dude.
So here's the
Go ahead,
key
Daza.
difference between what the horizon looks like on a flat Earth and on a sphere. On a sphere, as you gain altitude, the horizon drops relative to your vertical measurement. So if you measured from vertical to the horizon, as you get higher, that angle descends.
So
Yeah,
what's
at a
an
predictable
infinite?
rate.
Weren't you going to define infinite horizon?
And with a flat Earth horizon that extends infinitely into the distance, that angle is always perpendicular to vertical.
Right, correct.
Doesn't matter how high you go,
And
the
vertical is always
horizon will
perpendicular to
Yeah,
appear to
horizontal.
be perpendicular vertical.
Which is also proof that the Earth is not flat.
that's not true. Okay, so if it's an infinite flat Earth with no atmospheric effects, if you lived in like a Tron movie or yeah, that might be true, but you don't. You have
Even if you don't live in a
atmosphere.
Tron movie.
Huh? Listen, this is real world, not just like on math and graph paper. Okay, like we have a world that has atmosphere. We have a world that has like particulates in the air, like things that keep you from seeing infinitely.
Oh, you can't see infinitely. There's no doubt about that. We agree with that. But the
So what
point
the hell's an
is
infinite horizon?
So the horizon, the physical reality is that the horizon will be infinitely far away as the convergence point, right?
What?
Because the convergence point is infinitely far away of a parallel plane and anything parallel to it.
Well, I would
So
also point out, like, I think this is, maybe I haven't fully thought this out. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think it's a misconception that people have in this community is that it would have to meet eye level. Like, okay, so if you're standing with your toes touching the water on a flat plane, your eyes are still, no matter how far out you're seeing, your eyes are above that plane and creating an angle
Yes.
towards it. Okay,
No.
so
What towards
right?
what? The convergence point. The angle towards the convergence point.
The
That is
horizon in
perspective.
the distance. The
Towards the
horizon
wall.
in the distance is at the same level as your feet in that instance, not at the same level as your eyes. And
That's
as
on
you
a flat
rise
Earth.
up,
That is true.
and as you rise up, you are gaining in height. The water is still equal to your feet, not your eyes.
Okay.
You are now looking down on it.
Yes. What is the angle to the horizon in that case? Where is the horizon physically?
There is no physical horizon, and you guys admitted this like 6 years ago.
Cool. So
and that's your
say
problem
we'll go
too,
back
right?
to
There's no physical horizon, and there should be, dude. When do we ever see it?
okay. So we'll go back to
Never.
Jedi's not astronomical, nautical and aviation visibility definitions, right? As some rough guide, how far we might be able to see. But let's say we can see 40 or 50 kilometers, right? If you
no curve.
are looking at a point where the sky and the ground appear to converge 40 or 50 kilometers in the distance, according to the flat Earth, and you're standing on
You
it.
have a curve, or don't you?
According to the flat Earth, what does that even mean?
Why is he being interrupted?
It
Well,
means
I'm just asking the
strawman
clarity.
incoming. That's exactly what that means. Strawman incoming.
No, we have reality incoming. So
You need a curve to start with,
right.
dude, for all of this, man. You need
No.
a round
We're
ball.
talking about we are talking about the flat
Show
Earth.
me a round ball,
right?
man. Show me the curve.
Spouting out random stuff, are you, sub dude?
No, I'm not. This is flat Earth, right?
Yeah, we're
Show me the
talking
curve,
about the
man. You guys
horizon.
think you
So
live on a
stop saying,
ball. Where's
"Show
the
me
ball?
curve." He's going to explain to you.
Let's start with the
He's
ball.
explaining on the ball.
You need a ball for
Ball is
everything
literally
else.
you. You're in the ball.
I'm about to give you the ball. All right, just wait a second.
You're
Can I
about to
finish?
give us the flat Earth too. You somehow
No.
know like everything. You're about to give us the flat Earth and the ball.
Yep. So
It's a
lunatic,
simple
we're gonna have a
observation, lunatic.
Yeah. So we're going to be talking about your perspective here as well,
20,
right?
30 kilometers away.
I like how
So
they won't let you speak at Daza. They won't let you.
Yeah.
He's speaking. Relax.
Okay. So we're on a flat plane that extends, say, 10,000 kilometers or whatever. It's large, further than we can see. We see horizon in the distance, which is where the sky appears to meet the plane. Based on limits of visibility, we can say that the furthest thing we can see on that plane is 50 kilometers, say, just as an example, right? Now, if I go up 100 meters in elevation, my limits of visibility are still only 50 kilometers because of optics and things like that. But the angle where the horizon appears to be will not change. And I get higher and higher and higher. All I'm seeing is a flat plane and the horizon moving out, and the angle does not change. But on a curved surface, because the physical geometry of what you're looking at is two parallel lines, right? One is the ground, one is your line of sight looking out to where, as far as you can see on the plane.
Parallel line. Are you arguing for the globe, or are you just flat smacking yourself? What's going?
No. This is the flat Earth scenario.
I laughed
right?
out loud like an idiot.
So
It should be so simple, dude. You live on a globe. Show me it, man.
there is no explanation of the angle of dip to the horizon that fits with a flat Earth model.
Doesn't work at all.
You cannot measure an angle to the horizon that is not perpendicular to flat.
It's a height above
If the
sea
Earth
level.
were flat, the horizon would be flat.
Yes.
It'd extend every direction. It'd be completely flat. Again, you guys are arguing for a flat plane. That's how a flat plane looks like.
Horizon is flat.
Completely flat. There would be no surface touching any. There'd be nothing. It'd just be
No,
flat. It'd
dude,
literally
that
be
doesn't
flat.
even
The
make
horizon would be
sense,
flat.
Santiago to Chile.
Redirect.
The horizon is purely a perspective effect on flat Earth. And in
reality,
globe Earth.
as well.
No, that's
You live on a
false.
globe Earth, so unfortunately, you don't see that
Not
flat
just
out horizon thing.
My God, it's not just perspective; it's also the conditions of the air. It's both.
So there's that. But the conditions of the air only change the detail we can see, right? They don't change the relative position of the ground or the sky. Those two things will always be there. And
that perspective on top of that
Well,
is
hold on. Now, when we talk about flat Earth, you can't use refraction, right? It's only in the globe.
no, you can get refraction in flat Earth. Yeah,
You can't. Did you say can't or can?
two
I think you
media,
can.
Lou. You need two media for refraction to qualify, and a
No,
certain.
No, you need a change in refractive index.
no. I'm just looking for consistency because they're living in a fucking mathematical grid, fucking like a geometrical grid of X, Y's, and Z's, like where there's nothing, no other factors, no air conditions, no nothing. They're just trying to like it's in a vacuum. It's in a vacuum essentially. This is
Oh,
this
it's
is
to a
their
flat Earth,
argument.
actually.
This whole
Now
dip correction thing is really annoying because you take your height, the crow's nest above sea level, before you set sail, and you use the horizon to set a horizontal plane of reference and use the angle of how the height you transpose it from a height to an angle from the horizon. That's what dip correction is. And I'm sick of everybody leaning on this, acting like this would somehow prove Earth curve. If it's Earth curve, where's the measurements of Earth curve, buddy?
and look, we also talked about okay, so yeah, like what Radwin said about you always look down. That's highlighting what I was talking about, where the water
Yeah,
level is at your
down at what
foot level
angle?
in the distance. The water level is at the same level as your feet, not your eyes in the distance. You're looking down on it. Okay. Now
Okay.
let's say you pull out a camera and you zoom in. The horizon becomes farther, right? You're still looking down,
Mm-hmm.
but the
The angle
horizon,
doesn't change, though, does it? You should try this one day. You should go out,
the angle
look at
didn't
the
change, but
horizon.
your resolution level did.
But you're seeing further away and the angle doesn't change. Is that what you're saying?
Well, what I'm saying is that no
That
matter
doesn't align
what,
with flat Earth.
no matter what, on a flat Earth or on a globe Earth, honestly, but differently, they're not equal. You're still looking farther and looking down as you go up.
But there's a very specific relationship between the angle and the distance to how far you can see there. If you're looking at a point on the ground in the distance, we can measure that angle. That's fine. That'll be the same. If you can see a point and you go up and down, the angle will change with altitude in a predictable way. But when we're looking at a point that's as far as you can possibly see where the horizon is, on a flat Earth, as you go up and down, the angle that you measure to that point, as far as you can see, will not change.
Did you see the GIF that was further up? Somebody posted. Let me give the time. Okay, old dude at 1 after the hour. Like, watch that. Play that. Like, this is a simulation of a globe horizon versus a flat Earth horizon.
Yes. Okay. Yep. Except for the spinning.
Which one matches reality more?
So we're just talking about the angle here.
Now let's forget about the spin.
Yeah, the spin is a furphy, right? That's not relevant
It's
to this
irrelevant,
because
right?
yeah. So which one best matches the visual position of the horizon?
Yeah. When we send up high altitude balloons or whatever else, what do you expect
we see something
to
like
see
the left, right? Yeah. Okay, so what was your point on that? That's proving what I was just saying, that on a flat plane, the higher you go, your view of the horizon doesn't change. It always looks to be in the same place. But on the Earth, there is a distinct drop.
But in reality, we don't see the globe disappearing underneath our balloons. We see the horizon extending.
No, the
You live
angle
on a
to it.
globe, that's why.
we see more of the surface, but the angle to the horizon drops. And that's the important thing from that video. The angle from the straight line across the middle of the screen, the angle is dropping, and that is what we see. That is the horizon drop.
Horizon drops on a flat Earth as well, just not even close to as much. Yes, it does a little bit. Just
That
not
video
nearly
showed
as
me it
close
didn't
to
drop
the
at
front.
all.
That video was a fucking animation, okay? That wasn't reality.
Why do you
Okay,
think it
you
was
showed it to me as
animation?
evidence.
Just use,
We
hold
can,
on. Use your common sense. The reason it's an animation is because there is no infinite horizon because there isn't a flat Earth.
What the fuck is that? Dude, you need to shut the fuck up until you can define what an infinite horizon is.
He's not talking anymore. So anyway, yeah, you said disregard the spinning part because that don't count. So we're going to disregard the fact that it's not exactly a perfect match for when you rise in the air because somebody didn't animate it that way.
Okay, we'll change the spinning to 1 rotation per day and replay the animation.
No, it should be spinning. I think that's if you're at the North Pole anyway. It should be going like 1,000 miles per hour as soon as you lift off if you're at the equator.
1 rotation per day. Put that in the animation.
Sorry. Should be at 1,000 miles per hour if you lift off at the equator. You should lift off and it should be like spinning so fast, things are just flying past you.
But anyway, that's a good video. I think it proved the point I was trying to describe in terms of the angle to the horizon.
Okay, if it proves what you're trying to describe, it also proves what we're trying to describe. So now we're at a real fucking issue. Like,
but you were trying to describe the horizon as purely a perspective and angular size thing. That video clearly showed the perspective impact, and the angular size a bit hard to tell. It's just a video.
So, okay, that was in that animation. That also doesn't take into consideration any atmospheric effects. That's just mathematically what it would look like.
Yes. So things get worse with atmospheric effects, right? Doesn't change. So we'll go atmospheric effects.
Atmospheric effects would on a flat plane would limit your view more than what you see on the right? So
yes, but it wouldn't change the position of things. It would just make the detail go away.
If your length of view was limited, would that not shorten the horizon and make it appear to drop?
No, because it happens above and below, right? So the ground and the sky, the angular position of them is not changing. So go back to your perspective illustration, looking from the side, orthographic view. It's just bringing the point of crispness of your view closer and closer. But the angular positions of things in your view are not changing.
You're saying angular positions of things in your view don't change, like angular size doesn't change with distance?
No. The angular position of things in your view doesn't change as the visibility conditions deteriorate. They just get harder to see.
We're not talking about things. We're talking about the horizon. Like the horizon would be limited if you had atmospheric effects limiting your length of view. It would you have to honestly you have to agree with me. It would shorten your length of view, therefore lowering the horizon.
It doesn't. It shortens your ability to resolve things, but it doesn't remove.
What happens on a foggy day? Where's the horizon on a shitty atmospheric day? Where's the horizon?
You can't see the sky or the
on Earth.
Yeah.
Does it stay where it was the day before, or is it shortened and lowered?
The horizon. If you've got fog, you can't see the horizon.
No, you just have the horizon isn't an actual place, remember? The horizon is where you see it. The horizon is where the sky appears to meet the land.
Yeah, that's on a flat Earth, right? On a
No, that's
globe, the
everywhere.
Well,
horizon
That's
that's
the
is a
the
globe.
place.
definition of it. It's the definition of it, Daza. You
Yeah,
know this.
yeah. But on the globe Earth, the two coincide. So if there is no atmospheric conditions or super refractive conditions happening, the visible horizon and the geometric horizon are one and the
There
same.
is no geometric horizon. Like nobody's ever been able to show a geometric horizon. In your guys' own world, it's only a theoretical place that nobody ever sees.
We just showed it in that animation. That's what the geometric horizon, how
That
it
was an
manifests itself.
animation.
Dude, he's talking about reality. Come on, Daza. Like, seriously, dude.
Have you ever measured the dip to the horizon from an aircraft? You can predict
Who
it.
does
You can
that?
tell what the angle people when they do
Okay,
navigation,
so
or
you've
if you
done
wanted to
this.
do
This
it,
is
right?
something that you've done. This is something that you've done.
Yeah, I've measured the horizon. I haven't measured it accurately, but I've identified a horizon dip that is
From an
more than we get at
aircraft?
ground level. Yeah.
From an aircraft. Okay. And so that place was the edge of the ball.
The horizon point, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Give or
Great.
take a little bit,
So
right?
go ahead and
Bit of
post it
few
in chat.
clouds and things like that. So yeah.
Go ahead and post it in chat.
I haven't got any photos of it.
So
There are
I'm
photos of people
dismissing
that have
it
done
out.
it.
Right. Yeah. Who cares? I don't care.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah. Show me photos of
You
your
could just.
elevation changes.
I didn't say that I had any. That's the point. Like every time you guys bring something up, we say show it. You go no, and then well, why don't you show yours? I didn't make the claim, right? Like this is pathetic, Daza.
Fair enough, but I think I've illustrated the point about what the horizon is on a flat Earth.
Yeah, you don't know what it is because you say it's a physical place that you never see.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
You said it's a physical place that you never see.
The flat Earth horizon or the?
No, just the horizon. Listen, and by the way, I want you to show the flat Earth horizon as well. You must have some kind of flat Earth model that you like to burn as a straw man. Can you post that in chat for me too?
Oh no, this is generic, right? This is just a flat plane and what you would see.
So this is just something that you're making up in your mind. This is just something that you create and then burn as a straw man because it's easy for you, right?
No, it's basic geometry, right? Geometry and perspective.
So what is the horizon then? Is it a geometric location?
It can be both, right? So
no, it can't be both. It has a very specific definition.
Visually, the horizon is where the sky and the ground meet. It can be
so it's
caused
just optical. No, it's not a cause and effect relationship. It's not a cause and effect relationship. No, it isn't.
Say, for example, I'm standing behind a hill. What is my horizon? It's the edge of the hill, right? That's a geometric horizon.
So you're saying that the horizon is an actual edge of the Earth. It's physical, yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. So it should be at a physical location, correct?
It is, yes.
Great. So why is it not at a physical location it's supposed to be at?
The physical location is always there. Whether you see it or not depends on.
All right, so now it's not there. Now you can't see it. So we're back to this again. So it's not a physical location. You can't walk up to it and put a flag in it, can you?
No. So you're using the visible. You're using interchangeably the term visible horizon, as in what you see, and the geometric horizon, right?
No, I'm not using it interchangeably. You are. You're the one doing that.
Under ideal conditions, the geometric horizon and the visible horizon are the same thing. If there are atmospheric effects.
What are those ideal? Yeah, just saying if. Can you show that to me? Can you show me those ideal conditions and when that's been measured, and so we can just recreate that?
Oh, it's easy. It's when it looks like a globe.
Yeah, it's on no ammo day, is what it is, right?
Yeah,
because we know
exactly.
that refraction makes the Earth look less like a
You don't know anything about refraction.
So we don't know anything about refraction.
You don't.
No, at Monday. No, you don't.
We know a
Yeah,
lot
definitely.
about refraction. We know a lot about refraction.
Okay, tell me about it. Who's we? You or somebody else that you hope knows a lot about refraction? We talking about Snell's law?
Yep, we can talk about Snell's law if you like.
No, I'm saying, are we talking about Snell's law in this particular topic?
No. Well, you can kind of apply Snell's law.
You can kind of? Kind of?
Yes,
So,
but no, but yes, but no.
yeah, okay. You want an explanation?
No.
So Snell's law.
No, I don't want an explanation. I want demonstrations.
Okay, I'm going to tell you about Snell's law first.
No, dude.
No, your explanations are shit to me, Daza. They're shit.
You asked
and I don't
me
want to
if I
hear
knew
anything
about
else out of your
Snell's
mouth
law.
unless you go ahead and.
If it
No, I
applied
didn't
to
ask you if you knew anything about Snell's law. I asked if it
You
applied to
did.
this situation. So, do you have two different isotropic media in this situation?
You have a gradient in media.
So, you don't have two different isotropic media in this situation.
And you apply Snell's law in an incremental way across
this is
boundaries.
pathetic,
So
bro.
you use
This is
calculus
pathetic.
to apply Snell's law in a continuous
Put it in
way.
the chat. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. I don't want to hear it out of your mouth. Put it in the chat.
Okay, I'll get it for you. Hang on.
No. We're going to create Snell's law with air. Gas. Like, dude.
And what's this gradual change? It's if it goes into a different medium, it changes direction. Yeah?
No, if the
Not if it's in
refractive
the same
index
fucking
changes.
medium. It's in the same medium. Yeah,
So,
it changes
was it you that
once,
posted the
and
FE
then
core
it's
stuff
already
the other
in
day?
there.
Did you post the FE core stuff for me the other day?
Are you interrupting me, or
Sorry,
can I finish what I was going to say? So if it's already in air, then what boundary is it hitting?
Hitting a change in refractive index caused by the temperature of the air.
Where's that?
Sorry, where's the change? It's a continuous change, right?
It's a continuous.
So every time, so as the light is traveling,
what about when it changes? What about when it changes back? Does it refract back up?
So if I could jump in here, so like when you talk about a continuous change, you're talking about the gradient, like you're looking up. But if you're looking along the horizon, you don't ever change gradients. You're looking along the horizon through one density layer of air.
But is that layer curved or not? And even if it's not curved, that the light beam is traveling between two different densities of media. So if you imagine a light beam, and I hate
what are the two different densities? Are you talking about two different isotropic media?
Is the density gradient density gradient vertical?
It rises vertically, yes.
So we're going horizontal.
The light rays traveling horizontal through a vertical gradient.
Why is it a vertical gradient?
Because the temperature is going or changing in a vertical direction.
Is that light going into a vertical gradient?
It's traveling perpendicular to the vertical gradient, but even if at the slightest angle to that gradient, or even when it's parallel, the light rays will have above them one gradient, below another. Even though that change is infinitesimally small, that will cause them to diverge very slightly. So if you're coming parallel into the media like that, the refraction is very small. But if the media has any curve to it, or the light rays come in at any angle, you get this compounding refraction. So it's not a step change in angle; it's a curve change in angle.
Yeah.
So we're going horizontal, aren't we?
The light rays, yes, are traveling horizontally.
Yes.
So Snell's law doesn't really apply here, does it?
Well, I think you apply Snell's law in an incremental fashion. So for each...
No, nobody cares about what you think. Post it. I've already asked you to post it.
You guys...
Nobody cares, does it? If it's no longer... If it's going to be your opinion, I'll just mute you. Post it.
Okay. I'm trying to find it. The one that I usually use as a reference here is not responding. I think somebody's DDoSing Walter's website, but
Walter. Is that the one where you just keep on adjusting the refraction until it suits your observation? You guys
How would
like
you
that
model
one,
it with
don't you?
Snell's law, which uses a boundary when Fermat's principle is for gradients?
Fermat's principle for calculating the refractive index of air? Or am I confused here?
Yeah, I can tell.
Sounds like you're confused when you're talking about a vertical gradient